Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Super Electric Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You're all almost done with middle school, so you have to start thinking about your futures. Bakugou Katsuki's feet rested on the top of his desk as he tuned out the meaningless rambling of their teacher. His red gaze glanced towards his childhood friend who was seated by a classroom window. Midoriya Izuku just sat there silently as his emerald orbs focused intensely on his small handheld device. Bakugou forgets what it was called, but it was something strange. Game Boy was it? Either way, the device was pretty much an ancient collector's item for gamers nowadays since it was made during the pre-Quirk era. No one really cared that his friend was playing his games, considering they held a bias when it came to those with powerful quirks versus weak ones. Bakugou always had to scare off some nosy students who crowded the nerd as they begged him to show his quirk. "Oh, who am I kidding? You all want to be heroes," their teacher exclaimed, the high school application forums being thrown into the air. The classroom suddenly became loud with cheers as students began letting their quirks loose, the teacher at the front finding humor in it as he struggled to calm his students back down. The noise was staying way longer than Bakugou would have liked, and he was struggling not to explode at them, both literally and figuratively. That's right," the teacher thought out loud. "Bakugou and Midoriya, you're both trying to get into UA, right?" When Bakugou heard the harsh criticisms about Izuku's lack of being hero material, he finally had enough of the peanut gallery. He stood up, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor as he stomped a foot and let out some small explosions in his palms. "Damn right we are. Just look at you extras thinking you can stand in our ring. Izu and I are the only ones from this cruddy school who are gonna make it big." The blonde finally sat back down, ignoring the other students' protests about his rudeness and attitude. He only just glared at them with a tisk from his tongue. Midoriya could only sigh quietly at the commotion. That is how the rest of the day continued. Anyone who even looked towards Midoriya or Bakugou would have the aggressive blonde sending them a murderous glare. It was enough to keep up a tense atmosphere and intimidated students. Once the bell finally rang, everyone was quick to pack up and leave the classroom. Bakugou could only watch them with annoyance at how they act like big fish one moment only to have their tails between their legs from a few shouted words. No way they could become heroes if they couldn't even take some of his crude language. Villains were sure to say much worse. With a sigh, Bakugou took his time packing his things into his bag before walking up towards Midoriya, who still was focused on his game. The blonde gave his friend a few gentle nudges on his shoulder. "Oi nerd," bell rang. Bakugou waited patiently, something that no one even thought he could do. "Okay," Midoriya finally responded with a soft voice. The Viridian-haired boy grabbed his backpack, which was a light teal and designed to look like a bunny. Bakugou noticed those same old video game and anime pins and keychains that were attached to it. He waited until the shorter male finished packing his things, only unpausing his game once he was ready to go. "All right, let's go nerd." Bakugou stuffed his hands in his pockets as he walked away. Despite Midoriya's gaze staring solely at his screen, he managed to follow Bakugou with ease. The pair eventually found themselves walking through an underpass with a calming silence. Bakugou eventually took a deep breath. "Nerd, how's it going at home?" "Could be better, I guess," Midoriya replied. Bakugou could only huff at his friend's answer. "Did the bastard do anything to you today?" "Kachin, I'm alright. It was only some harsh shoves, mainly just verbal so far." The spiky-haired blonde pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh. "Listen here, I'm going to be taking you to a quick trip at the convenience store to get you something to eat before you go back to the sperm donor." "Got it." No isn't an answer either. All Midoriya did was nod. Suddenly, he paused and removed his gaze from his screen. Bakugou was quick to notice the lack of steps behind him. "Nerd?" he questioned as he turned around. He watched as his friend seemed to be thinking hard about something. "What's wrong?" That's when he heard an unnatural slushing sound from the manhole nearby. Bakugou slowly backed up closer to Midoriya in a protective manner. Both of their eyes were focused on the manhole as their bodies tensed. The sewer top blasted into the air as a large mass of green sludge crawled its way out of the underground. It seemed frantic until it spotted the pair a small distance from him. The two teens could practically feel the villain's glee. "Perfect, just perfect. 2 invisibility cloaks just when I need one. Now, just stay right there." Bakugou was quick to grasp his friend's hand as he dashed as fast he could from the villain that began to charge at them. "Kachin," Midoriya tried to warn before the slime took hold of him. Bakugou turned around, his heels trying to dig into the pavement as he struggled to pull his friend free. "Let go, damn it. Leave us the F alone, you slimy-ass villain." He really wished he could use his quirk, but there was a high chance of Midoriya getting hurt from his explosions and he didn't want to risk it. The nerd already had too many burns to deal with. The slime villain glared at the blonde teen. "I'm on a time limit here, kid. I need to get away before he finds me. If you want your friend so badly, then I'll just take you too." I just need one of you alive anyways. Bakugou struggled with all his might as he growled and set off small explosions to try and ward away the villain's grasp. He was running out of breath though once the villain successfully blocked his airways. Midoriya and Bakugou were so caught up in their struggle that they didn't even recognize that someone else appeared at the scene. All the two heard is a shout of Texas smash before they felt a strong gust of wind pressure. Before they knew it, they were free from the sludge as their lungs were finally able to breathe again. Their world went dark. Midoriya faintly heard the raspy voice of his friend. It sounded like he was trying to hide the worry. "Oi, nerd, get up." There was a small fit of coughing. "Izu, wake up, damn it. Are you trying to make me call the paramedics?" Kei-chan. Midoriya wasn't expecting the soreness in his throat. I guess that was to be expected though when a slime villain tries to suffocate you by directly going down your throat. Finally, Bakugou exclaimed with a relieved sigh. The blonde helped with getting the other to sit up. "Listen, you won't believe who just saved us." Midoriya blinked as he tried to recover from his daze. "Lady Palutena." He distantly heard Bakugou facepalm. "Wah no, none of that Icarus whatever it's called shit." They both heard a deep voice called out to them with uncertainty. Are you boys alright? Going to be alright?" Bakugou tusked as Midoriya finally began to understand who was right next to them. Yeah, we'll be fine. The nerd just takes a bit." All Might could literally see as those emerald orbs gained clarity and seemed to be filled with stars. "All Might," the man let out a deep laugh. "Glad to see you back in the waking world, kid. Sorry about you both getting caught up in that villain attack. Normally mistakes like that don't happen with me, but I'm new to the area and I got a little excited on my day off." Midoriya may be obsessed with his video games and anime, but he does have a hero-loving side to him. It was mainly Bakugou who kept that flame alive as Midoriya grew up. He knows that his love for heroes would probably have faded away over time if it wasn't for his childhood friend. "Well now, since you two seem to be fine, I must be off now. After all, hero work is never done." Right before he took off though, he paused at a soft voice exclaiming, "Wait." He turned his head to look at the green-haired teen. "I'm sorry, young man, but I must be going." Midoriya seemed to pause before speaking again. No, I was just trying to say that you should keep a hold on the bottles you put the villain in. Those pockets of yours won't be able to keep the bottles secure considering how much force you jump with." All Might paused in his movements, his expression thoughtful, before removing the bottles containing the sludge villain so they were now securely in his hands. You raise a good point, young man. Thank you for your advice. Now, I must drop this villain off to the police. Thank you for your support." The pair then watched as All Might leaped into the air until he was out of their sight. They were quiet until Midoriya tilted his head with a sad expression. "Oh, I forgot to ask him for an autograph." He watched with confusion though when Bakugou chuckled and pulled out on his school notebooks. The blonde opened it up to a blank page where All Might's signature was written. "No need to worry about that, nerd. I also made sure he wrote a second one for you in here so I can just tear it out and give it to you." Bakugou soon found his nose being tickled by green curls as Midoriya launched at him with a hug followed by a quiet thank you. The two just sat on the ground for a bit, Bakugou playing with the curls on his friend's head. When about a minute passed, Bakugou finally felt his friend's hug loosen and string. All right, nerd. You're welcome. Now, come on, I promised to get you some food." "Kachan, will you hold on to that signature with my other stuff? Cause, you know." Midoriya pouted slightly as Bakugou ruffled his hair. "Yeah, I got you covered. That bastard ain't getting his paws on any of your stuff. I'll add it to the safe. Now let's hurry it up. I don't want you to get hurt because I kept you out too late." Midoriya smiled as his fallen Game Boy was dusted off before being gently given back to him by Bakugou who had retrieved it from the ground. They were quite the opposite pair, but they were going to become heroes together and nothing would stop this little dynamic of theirs. The rest of their afternoon together was mostly full of silence. Regardless, they found a strange comfort in each other's presence. Midoriya Izuku leaned against the entrance gate to the UA entrance exams. He ignored the strange and curious expressions of those who passed by him. Midoriya didn't really understand what there was to look at. He was just waiting for his friend. Was it the way he dressed or did he have something on him? Maybe it was because he was the only one playing this heavily outdated DS. If that was the case, then they really would see him as strange if he decided to use his Game Boy today. Either way, it didn't really matter to him what they thought. He loves these games even if they long since passed their prime. Midoriya wore a simple white button-up shirt with a dark teal shirt line that had a thin and sloppily tied light teal bow hanging around the collar. Over it was his favorite hoodie that was a slightly lighter shade of dark teal compared to the shirt line which appeared as a near black color from a distance. There were a couple black stripes on each sleeve and one near the bottom of the hoodie. One of his favorite parts to it was the hood that had little floppy cat ears with a black print of an 8-bit cat face. Bakugou had it made as a custom order for one of his birthdays and he has always taken the best care of it. Sure, Midoriya now had spares, but he would hate to have anything bad happen to it. He remembered the time when Bakugou accompanied him to go to a local dry cleaner and he had to take it off. Bakugou said he looked like a kicked puppy until he got it back. Almost a month later, the blonde met up with him during one of their free days and gave him a gift bag that had 3 more of them. He may have cried, like, a lot. The rest were just slightly baggy pants that matched the dark teal of his shirt line and his red high-top sneakers. In fact, all of the clothes he wore were a bit loose and baggy because he just liked the comfort it brought to have slightly larger clothes. "Oi, what are you doing just standing there?" Midoriya took a few seconds until he finally looked up to see his friend. I was waiting for you." Bakugou just huffed. "You didn't have to. We said we're gonna be heroes together, so I wanted to make sure both of us walked in together." "Alright, I get it. Let's get going before we're late." Bakugou growled as he walked by. Midoriya's gaze returned to his screen as he followed the blonde with ease. "Welcome listeners to the UA practical exam. Can I get a hey?" Present Mike could barely hear a soft voice give a tiny hey somewhere in the crowd. Oh well, it was better than having complete silence. Meanwhile, Bakugou just facepalmed in his seat that was, fortunately, next to the gaming geek. He just hopes his friend won't get in trouble for having his DS thing. At least the nerd had the common sense to dim the screen to its lowest brightness before walking into the auditorium. As Present Mike began to explain the rules of the practical exam, Bakugou found himself feeling bored since it was pretty simple to understand. He couldn't find any pity for the idiots who actually had to pay attention to understand what they were doing. So he decided to just entertain himself by watching what Izuku was playing. Midoriya seemed to tell without looking that Bakugou was paying attention to his game and tried to make it as entertaining as possible. "You can't go wrong with virtual dogs, right?" He heard the blonde make a nearly silent chuckle as Midoriya made one of them do a silly trick. "And the both of you there, are you even paying attention? If you're here just to play games, then you should leave." The people sitting by the pair began to inch away from the sudden murderous aura. Bakugou's hand slammed onto the desk in front of him as he stood. "Hey, how about you get those sticks out of your ass, eh? Don't you dare look down on us because we're smart enough to understand such simple effing rules. Leave Izu out of this too. Those games of his actually help him, unlike you. How about you stop being a judgmental mother effer? And stop calling people out when you don't even understand a damn thing about them." When the agitated blonde sat back down, he turned his head and noticed Izuku was staring at him, those green orbs holding a tint of a disappointed parent. What? He was being in a hole. They distantly acknowledged that Present Mike was resuming the explanation after the sudden outburst. Midoriya just shrugged. "I don't think that was necessary." The blonde just gave a huff as Midoriya sighed. It was going to be a long day. Initially, the blonde was pretty annoyed that the pair wouldn't be in the same battle center. It made sense though, and it wasn't entirely unexpected. UA wasn't wrong to split people from the same school up, considering that the two would have ended up giving each other boosts by working together. After changing into their gym clothes, there was a small exchange of good lucks and a don't get your ass killed before they parted ways. Midoriya internally felt a bit anxious though when he noticed a familiar tall teen with dark blue hair and glasses. He ended up pulling his tracksuit hoodie up to hide. He was thankful for not being stupid enough to bring his DS with him, since it would probably get broken and make that guy angry. The only thing he took from his bag before leaving for the bus was a keychain ball maze to play with. It wasn't much, but it was something to keep his mind busy. He hopes that even something like this won't set the tall teen off to go lecture him. As everyone waited outside the gates of the fake city, Midoriya took the time to do some extra stretching. He did some this morning before he left, but it was better to be safe than sorry. A part of him wondered if he was truly ready to use his quirk for actual combat. For the past 10 months, they've been training their bodies for this very moment. After all, it wouldn't be good to run into fights as a hero if you had skinny effing noodle stick arms, as Bakugou put it. Midoriya thinks that a large majority of why their training was such a success was due to Dagaba Beach. It was absolutely swamped with litter, but it was a perfect location to train with and without their quirks. The smell of the beach-turned junkyard took a bit to get used to, but they eventually decided to do something about it. Who knew that cleaning up years' worth of heavy junk would help buff you up? And, start, Present Mike's voice shouted with his quirk. The gates were opening, but everyone seemed to be staring at Present Mike with confused or startled expressions. Midoriya had enough experience and knowledge to take the opportunity to get ahead. As he dashed into the opened entryway, he distantly heard Mike explaining to the other examinees about there being no countdowns in a real battle. The sudden thudding footsteps of the rushing crowd behind him was lost to the heartbeats that filled his head. With a long exhale, he charged towards his first robot. Midoriya was swift to dodge the three-pointer's attempts to attack him as he ran by into close proximity. As he ran past it, his hand tagged it and the machine instantly froze. Midoriya stayed close enough near it to try and send the message to others not to destroy it, but he didn't stay too close that he could get hurt. Suddenly, the three-pointer seemed to ignore all the contestants and began attacking other robots. Midoriya's eyes could be seen glowing an electric green as he seemed to control the three-pointer like a puppeteer. The teen continued to keep repeating the process, his points growing ever so quickly. A controlled robot bit the dust. Not a problem. 3 or 4 more were already captured by Midoriya's Quirk. The team did feel the temptation to go all out though. He could do so much more if he didn't restrict himself to physically touching the machines to take control, but he didn't want to overdo it. Plus, he would probably be stealing the chance of an examinee who had potential. He didn't want to hog all of the points, and he didn't want to accidentally hurt himself with Quirk exhaustion either. By the time the team decided to stop gathering points, he already forgot how many he actually gained. It was hard not to get lost in the freedom of using your Quirk that had been mainly forced to be dormant for years. The last number he could recall counting before getting caught up in the fun was around 90 points. Midoriya hummed to himself and thought, that should be enough, right? He didn't really have much else to do, so he decided to jog around and see if anyone needed help. The people he aided or rescued had quite interesting quirks, but one that truly stood out to him was the examinee with a brainwashing quirk. It certainly was an experience to be brainwashed. Yet, he was glad his assistance brought some semblance of a smile to the purple-haired teen's face afterward. Midoriya could tell the guy needed sleep. Maybe he could give lessons. Then again, Kacchan always did tell him his ability to sleep was unnatural and possibly part of his quirk. Oh well, a few minutes had passed when the ground suddenly began to shake. From the distance, Midoriya could see the head of a giant robot whose robotic claws were collapsing buildings left and right. Examinees were shouting as they ran as far away from it as they could. He would have joined them if it wasn't for the worry that latched itself onto him. What if there were people who were left behind or trapped? What if someone was too slow or got injured? Midoriya had to make sure there was no one caught in the chaos the zero-pointer brought as he swiftly made his way closer. If he ended up getting hurt, Midoriya could only hope Kacchan won't be angry. Well, at least not too angry. Midoriya had to cover his face a few times due to the amount of dust and debris that floated in the air. Just as he suspected, there were some stray examinees who needed help, and he was glad to guide them back towards the entrance. He knew that the zero-pointer was an obstacle meant to be avoided, but this was insane. The scale of its printed image on the papers did it absolutely no justice. Just as he thought he cleared the way, his ears just barely picked out a small cry for help. His feet turned as he ran back to find whoever was in need. Out of all things Midoriya was expecting, he was not expecting to see a girl about to be crushed to death. UA certainly wouldn't let it go this far, right? Either way, Midoriya couldn't just stand there and rely on the robot being stopped wherever its controls were, because this was a hero school exam. He had to act even if it was pointless. As he ran over, he was able to get a clearer view of what he was working with. The girl had a leg trapped under a slab of concrete, likely from one of the buildings. Besides your leg, are you injured anywhere else? Midoriya didn't even realize the change in his voice. His voice had always been soft, but for once in many years, it wasn't that soft-spoken volume and tone he always used that made him sound like he was always tired. His voice was gentle, clear, and slightly raised. It was certainly not one like Bakugou's, but one that displayed a hidden strength behind it. All it needed was a shove in the right direction to unlock, much like the circumstances he finds himself in now. The short-haired brunette looked up at him, her body full of anxiety. I don't think so. Quirk, zero gravity. I can get rid of the gravity of objects which makes them float as a result. Midoriya nodded as he took the information in. Can you still use your quirk? The girl nodded slightly. I have a little bit left in me, but I think the debris is too heavy. I have a weight limit with what I can nullify. Narrowed emerald eyes gazed back up at the zero-pointer. Midoriya was glad he didn't go all out earlier. He turned to the girl as he said, just stay here and relax. I'll take care of the rest. Before she could protest, the girl could only watch as the teen charged towards the incoming robot. Midoriya was sure he could do this. He knows he never tried anything of this scale before, but he knows his quirk is strong with an incredible range. He wasn't entirely sure if there would be much of a difference from how many smaller machines he could control versus one gigantic one. Either way, the girl couldn't pull herself out. He couldn't lift that rumble, and this was the only thing he was sure he could do to stop, or at least stall, the machine. The teen ran to the side of it to avoid being run over by its huge wheels before firmly placing both his hands on its metal plating. Within an instant, his eyes went an electric green. His skin slightly glowing the same color as a ginormous bubble seemed to encase the entirety of the zero-pointer. To those watching, they all saw some electric green pulse, or what looked like a wave of energy that formed some sort of force field around the giant machine before fading away. When people could finally see the zero-pointer again, it was still in its red lenses that served as its eyes went dark. The brunette who was stuck under the debris did her best to try and check on the teen to see if he was okay. Midoriya was still in the same position except his breathing came out heavily. His chest breathing in and out deeply. The only thing keeping his face from smacking into the robot was his stretched out hands that were holding his body up from collapsing. Okay, so maybe that was a little too much, and maybe the desire to keep the girl from getting killed had caused him to use a bit too much energy than he actually needed. Oh well, he couldn't do much about it now. Once he finally gained his bearings, he shakily pushed himself back up and walked back to the girl. Why you? Okay. She seemed surprised. Yeah, I am, but what about you? He waved a hand in a dismissive gesture. I'll be fine. Midoriya began to notice that the examinees began to come back and were staring at him in awe. It was slightly unnerving to have so many impressed stares, but he guessed that his move must have looked pretty cool to them. It didn't take long for everyone to start winding down though as UAS nurse, recovery girl, began to check on everyone. Midoriya was able to call for some assistance with getting the slab of rubble off the girl he saved. One of them was the purple-haired kid from earlier, and the other was a spiky redhead who he pushed out of danger sometime during the exam. When Midoriya was given some gummies and given advice to rest, which he was an absolute queen at, he finally let himself sit down. Hey, I'm Uraraka Ochako. Thank you, so much for saving me back there. The brunette spoke up with an outstretched hand. Midoriya shyly shook her hand in response. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm just glad you're okay, Uraraka-san. That tired and meek voice returned. He noticed that she seemed to look a bit guilty. Sorry for wasting your time. He tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean? If you didn't have to go and save me, you could have gone and gained more points. She replied, one of her hands playing with the locks of her hair. Midoriya just shook his hand and gave her a small smile. Hey, don't blame yourself for that. You didn't know it would happen. Besides, I'm pretty sure I had more than enough points to get in by the time the 0-pointer arrived. Eventually, the other two who helped rescue Uraraka afterward approached them. Midoriya finally learned that the redhead was named Kirishima and the purple-haired one was Shinsu. The small group took some time to get to know each other, though the others weren't too bothered by Midoriya and Shinsu's lack of speaking until the green-haired teen suddenly sat up straight. Hey man, everything okay? Kirishima asked. Midoriya tried to not wince. Well, I forgot that I was supposed to meet a friend of mine after the exam was over. Shinsu looked slightly apologetic. Sorry, you should probably get going right. The green-haired teen nodded and with some exchanged goodbyes, Midoriya hurried to change clothes and meet up with Kacchan at the exam entrance. What the hell took you so long? Was the first words Midoriya heard when Kacchan caught sight of him. Sorry, I met up with some people and lost track of time. Bakugou seemed to pause at that. Wait, what? Yeah, Midoriya seemed to think for a moment. I think I just made friends. Midoriya soon found Bakugou shaking him by the shoulders. You finally communicated and chatted with another human being. Did you at least get their numbers? The blonde watched those emerald eyes blink slowly and a small whoops. He just facepalmed at his friend's forgetfulness. Damn it, Izu. Apologies. Whatever, nerd. Let's just hope you see those extras again so you can befriend them properly. The two ended up walking towards their homes when Bakugou asked how Midoriya met the examinees. The gamer was glad to have his DS back in his grasp. Saved them from getting hurt. Midoriya then added as an afterthought, I guess I also created a large EMP field to keep the 0-pointer from squashing the girl to death. That was a thing, I guess. There was an abrupt silence between them. Nerd. What the F? Midoriya had parted ways with Bakugou, the short teen handing the blonde anything of value to keep safe before parting ways. After all, he didn't want his stuff to be incinerated. It felt all too soon though when he found himself facing the door to his apartment. He took a deep breath and with a trained silence, he entered the small apartment. As soon as he turned and closed the door, he hid a flinch as the sound of shattering glass rang. The left side of the wall by the door was slightly wet. Broken glass shards directly below it on the floor. Midoriya Hasashi stood with a glare, smoke releasing with every breath. Now, where the F were you? Midoriya was silent as he easily ducked to avoid a bottle being thrown his way. Answer me. Now, don't even try to lie either. I was with Kacchan. He could tell his father knew he was withholding the details. And Midoriya was hesitant to tell the truth. Normally, he would have no trouble telling his father and he would take his punishment with no objections. However, this wasn't something small like it usually is. Midoriya went against one of the man's top rules and that was to stop trying to be a hero. He would always be punished for acting heroic or showing any interest in heroism if Hasashi found out. Yet, this was a huge step towards heroism and he most likely ensured his spot in UA. This wasn't some small transgression against Hasashi. What Midoriya did today might as well be taboo. He really wished he could play one of his games right now. The teen was soon snapping back into reality when he felt his short body be lifted into the air, the warmth of flesh locking around his neck like a collar that's too tight. Midoriya tried to keep himself from raising his hands to stop the suffocation. He knew that struggling would make no difference. You went to the UA entrance exams, didn't you? It wasn't a question. Hasashi raised the arm that was holding up his child with cold silence. In a split second, he reeled it back and tossed Midoriya across the room. The grunt of pain that reached his ears just fueled his anger even more. Midoriya coughed as a hand rubbed at his throat, his body curling up after being tossed and slamming into a wall. His body ached and he hoped it was just bruising. He didn't want a repeat of when his ribs cracked. Midoriya was unable to recover fast enough once he heard his father's footsteps stomping towards him. When he tried to get up, he was immediately kicked back down. The kicks didn't stop as Midoriya tried to at least protect his face. He would have tried to protect his head. But after a bad incident where he got nervous that he lost his sight, he began dealing with any head injuries so he wouldn't have that happen again. You damn worthless brat. The man crouched down and yanked a fistful of the teen's hair, the kid's head being yanked upwards. I told you not to take those stupid effing hero exams. What do you think you can even do? Hisashi's grip stayed strong and Midoriya was quick enough to cover his face again just before Hisashi started slamming his head into the floor. You effing disgrace. You just had to be born from that whore of a mother and she couldn't even give me a boy for all the trouble that I didn't ask for. Then, you just had to be disillusioned that you could actually be a hero and then you refused to use that quirk of yours. It doesn't even matter if you have a good quirk now. Do you even realize what it felt like to be stared at when your quirk ended up being late? I had to live thinking I had a quirkless piece of shit. Midoriya almost let himself feel relieved once his father stopped trying to smash his face into the floorboards, the flame breather's steps becoming distant. The teen was right to not let himself become hopeful when another bottle was aimed at him. His instincts kicked in as he used his arms to desperately push himself away from the shattering bottle only to cry out when a second one directly broke on his exposed hands. He tricked him. Again. The green-haired teen hissed as his hands bled crimson, some small shards sticking in his flesh. The small leftover of alcohol seeped into those wounds which only made it sting like hell. You know what? You can attend that little hero school of yours. Midoriya's head whipped up to look at Hisashi with eyes narrowed in suspicion. There had to be a catch. There had to. He could tell that Hisashi knew what he was thinking as if the man could read his mind. At least you aren't too much of a dumbass. Listen, if you want to stay at that hero school you're going to have to help with a job. Got it. J-job. Midoriya's voice croaked. He slightly winced at the broken sound and slight ache in his throat. Yes, a job. I'll only tell you the details unless you agree, and do note that I will not tolerate you backing out either. It would be a shame if something unfortunately happened to the Bakugas, HM. Midoriya's eyes widened and his heart sped up. It has been such a long time since anyone had managed to invoke such a strong wave of fear. He didn't care how pathetic he looked as he crawled and dragged his body to Hisashi's feet. Don't you dare. Please don't. Hisashi's expression seemed to twist into that of a kind and loving father as he bent down and gently held his child's face with a hand. Midoriya suppressed a venomous glare at the unnatural sight. Now, son. Nothing bad will ever have to happen if you just listen to me, all right? You swear you'll behave so you can be a hero and keep your friend and his family alive. Midoriya wanted to hesitate. He wanted to say no, but he never could live with that decision. He was going to keep his and Kachan's dream alive. He couldn't let the blonde and his family suffer because of him. It was without question that Hisashi would make sure their last moments were full of suffering, especially Kachan's. He swallowed and nodded in silent defeat. Hisashi let go of him, Midoriya's exhausted body collapsing against the wood flooring. Good, he heard his father's voice say with mirth. Now, all you'll be doing is simple, Izuku. You're just going to help me with my growing debt by putting your useless body to use. Think of it as a performance career. Or maybe even like a rising star for those circuses. Hisashi then nudged his head towards the direction of Midoriya's room. Keep yourself in your room. I'll come to get you something to eat when it's dark. The older man made his way to the door as he grabbed his keys. While you stay in here, I'll be out to get you a work uniform for tonight. His eyes narrowed into a threatening glare at Midoriya. You know the drill by now. Don't even think of leaving your room once you're there, and keep away from any food. You should be thankful I stopped locking it from the outside because of your obedience. Midoriya stayed silent as he waited for his father to leave. After a few minutes of lying on the ground in pain did he deem it safe. The teen dragged himself to his room and took out his hidden medical kit. Once he finished patching what he could up, he crawled to the corner of his nearly empty room. His bed was nothing more than an old mattress and some bath towels. Midoriya Izuku laid there like a corpse, his heart and mind becoming numb for the rest of the day until the inevitable return of his father. Midoriya strolled down the halls of UA all while playing around with his tie. No matter what he did to try and make it look better, it just seemed to stay the same or become worse. He decided to just give up on it, the red necktie looking sloppy as it hung around his uniform collar. Once he stopped fiddling around with the tie, his fingers twitched as he quickly pulled out a Rubik's Cube to keep him busy. He brought an old PS Vita that sat securely in his backpack, but he didn't know if he'd be allowed to play his digital games as Aldera had let him. The teen had also packed his favorite hoodie in his bag to use as his version of a security blanket. He was a bit unsure if tying it around his waist was okay, so he just left it in his bag to avoid breaking UAS dress code. He worked hard to get here. He didn't want to screw it up somehow. As he searched for Class 1A, he felt a bit lonely. Kachan had arrived earlier and Midoriya wasn't exactly ready at the time. He had texted the blonde to go on without him and that he'd meet him in class. His friend was reluctant, but left a "you better show up" nerd. Midoriya kind of wished he was with Kachin since his friend would know where their class was. Mirio, wait up. Mirio, slow down. Midoriya felt himself falling onto the floor. He just laid there, blinking, as he tried to comprehend what just happened. The green-haired teen was too tired for this. Sorry about that. I was just excited and wanted to see if there were any of our new first-year students wandering around. A cheerful voice exclaimed, when Midoriya decided to stop trying to take a nap on the floors of UA. He sat up. His emerald orbs looked upwards, and he was met with 3 faces he had never seen. One had dark purple hair with an elvish-like appearance, another had long light blue hair, and the last had a face that reminded him of a cartoon character. As the sunny blonde offered his hand, Midoriya was quick to accept it as he was easily pulled up from the floor. Thanks. Hey, it's no problem. Besides, it was my fault that you got knocked over. Wait, I haven't even introduced myself. Midoriya could only blink slowly at the teen's energy. The name's Tagata Mirio. I'm a 3rd year in the heroics course. He then gestured behind him with his thumb. These are my friends and fellow classmates. The green-haired teen opened his mouth but was interrupted by the girl who seemed to not really know what personal space was. Hello, are you one of our new first years? What's your quirk? What can it do? Is it like anyone else we know? Is it an emitter? You don't seem to have any strange physical traits, so I assume it's not a mutant type. Oh, but if you aren't in the hero course, then don't worry about it. I'd love to know. The dark-haired one seemed to be gently pushing her away from Midoriya with an apologetic and embarrassed expression. Sorry about her. She asks a lot. He seemed like he was going to say more, but stayed silent. The poor guy seemed to lock up when he realized he spoke to a stranger. Midoriya felt a little bad about his senior's anxiety. This shy guy of ours is Amajiki Tamaki. I'm Hado Nejire. It's a pleasure to meet you. Midoriya could only nod in acknowledgement. Oh, let me guess. You're lost, aren't you? Hado questioned. She seemed to beam when Midoriya nodded. She seemed to do a little twirl out of excitement. Don't worry, we'd be happy to show you to your class. Okay. I'm supposed to be in class 1A. The 3 seemed to pause in thought. Tagata speaking up with an we better get you there before Aizawa-sensei arrives. That certainly made Midoriya a bit nervous as the trio led him to his class. The 3 soon had to leave for their own homeroom after bringing him to an incredibly large door that was labeled as Class 1A. He was at least able to thank them before they had to hurry off. A part of him wondered if he'd ever see them again since they seemed to be a nice group. With a deep sigh, his hands slid the door open to an interesting sight. Bakugou's feet were up on his desk, and that blue-haired glasses teen was moving like a robot as his voice spoke in a stern tone. He seemed to be scolding the blonde about the display of disrespect. Midoriya just walked to his seat as he made sure to make presence pretty much non-existent. Only Kachin's red gaze flickered to him for a split second before turning back to the strict kid in front of him. Hey, it's you. The one who did that super manly force field thing to the 0-pointer. A familiar spiky red head shouted with a wave. Midoriya could literally feel everyone's eyes snap towards him without even needing to look. His hand rose to return the teen's greeting with a timid wave of the hand. He pushed away that tiny part of his brain that felt uncomfortable with Kirishima's phrasing. The tall glasses teen then seemed to march up to Midoriya, the only warning being his friend's protective growl. Bakugou looked like he was ready to kill on Midoriya's command. You're the one who ran back to save those people and that girl, he stated before bowing in front of the green-haired teen. You are truly an exceptional student to have realized that there was something more to the exam. It is a pleasure to have you as a fellow classmate. Excuse me for my abruptness, I am Ida Tenya. This classmate was certainly something. When Ida seemed to be patiently waiting, Midoriya realized that he was probably supposed to say something. Midoriya Izuku. Just then, another preppy voice had entered the class. At the door stood Uraraka, who seemed to quickly scan the classroom with her eyes until they stopped at Midoriya. Hello, you're Midori. Midoriya. Yeah, you're the one who saved me. Oh boy, I'm so glad to have someone in my class that I know. Kirishima then seemed to stand up a little. Hey there, it's me, Kirishima. The girl seemed to lighten up even more at seeing another familiar person. Her eyes also caught sight of the familiar purple hair that belonged to Shinsu. The tired-looking boy was watching it all from his seat in the back. Before any more greetings could be done, though, a deep and exhausted voice seemed to fill the room. Everyone went silent. It took you all about 6 seconds to finally quiet down. The entire class's gaze stared at the door's entryway as a shaggy-looking man laid on the floor within a bright yellow sleeping bag. They just stared and blinked as the man brought a hand up to drink a juice pouch. Who is this guy? The older man soon unzipped himself from his cocoon as his eyes swept over them all. Midoriya couldn't help but feel like the man's gaze became a little more focused when his eyes moved in his direction. If you're here just to make friends, then it is best that you leave. After all, this is the heroics course. Anyways, I'm Aizawa Shouta and I'm your homeroom teacher. The darkly dressed man then pulled out several UA gym uniforms. "Put these on and meet me outside." Midoriya tried to ignore the cries of his aching joints and injuries. He was really hoping he wouldn't have to do too much physical activity today. Midoriya Izuku never really had many scenarios where he truly struggled to make decisions. That didn't include his rating lists for his favorite games, game systems, and characters. Those were actually difficult issues. Do you even realize how hard it is to make a top 5 waifu and husbando list when you've played over hundreds of games and watched several animes? It's a serious issue. Yet, he found himself absolutely stumped as he gripped his gym uniform. His head turned at the sound of his blonde friend. "Oi nerd, what's wrong?" Bakugou actually paused and looked at where they were standing. There was a hallway in front of them, one side directing to the girls' locker room while the opposite direction led to the boys'. "Aw shit, come on." Bakugou then took hold of his friend's arm, the green-haired teen stumbling before deciding to use his legs to follow. Midoriya glanced back at the direction of the girls' locker room as they walked the opposite way. "Nerd, you're gonna be alright. You'll cover me when I change, right?" Midoriya spoke softly. There was a disbelieving huff. "Obviously," Bakugou hissed in a whisper. There was a tense silence between the two as they walked. "Oi, listen here. One day that D-wad of a father will be gone and you'll be able to be whoever and whatever you want to be." "It doesn't really feel like it." Emerald Orbs looked on in sadness. "I'll be punished if I even wear a pretty hair clip because it's too girly." Bakugou growled. "I know, and it's stupid as hell. He has no right to make you a guy because he effing can't deal with a daughter. I don't even understand why he's all uptight and shit about it. Who cares, right?" Midoriya's eyes began to hold a hint of doubt. What if he's right though?" His gaze focused on the floor. "What if I should just let him?" Bakugou seemed to bristle before stopping to turn around and firmly grasp his friend's shoulders. "Now, you listen to me and listen well, because anything your dad says is absolute shit. I don't care if you're female, male, or whatever the hell you want. For FS sake, you could go up to me and say you identify as a toaster and I wouldn't give a rat's ass. Sure, there will always be mental and physical limitations, but that's just how human bodies and bullshit genes effing work. We ain't perfect no matter how hard we try, but at least humanity has the ability to be strong in many different ways. That's just how life is. Don't you dare forget that, because I know your greatest weapon is that dorky brain of yours." Midoriya blinked. "Did you just give me a pep talk?" Bakugou let the short teen go as his arms crossed. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about, nerd. Now let's go before we get in trouble." In the end, the green-haired teen was so grateful to his friend. When they arrived in the locker room, Bakugou opened the large door of an unused locker as a makeshift screen while the blonde kept himself standing where it wouldn't be able to cover Midoriya's body. The short teen really wished it didn't have to be this way as he finished getting dressed. Yet, as long as he was under his father, he would never be able to feel free. He could only hope that Kacchan was right. A Quirk apprehension test. Midoriya slightly covered his ears at the sudden chorus of shouts. Aizawa then began explaining the test that was much like their normal fitness tests, but with the legal usage of their quirks. During the explanation, Midoriya had begun to drift off. It took a little bit for the other students to notice that he fell asleep standing up. Some of the more nervous students kept glancing back at the teen with worry, especially once Aizawa paused and just seemed to stare intensely at Midoriya's sleeping figure. They watched as the man removed the baseball for the ball throw from his pocket and lightly tossed it at Midoriya. Everyone expected the teen to get a good knock on the head and maybe see him be filled with embarrassment. It shocked everyone though when the ball was snatched out of the air when it was in Midoriya's range. A majority of the class just watched slack-jawed as the green-haired teen kept a grip on the ball while his other hand tried to rub the sleep out of his eyes. With a yawn, Midoriya began to look more awake and glanced around with visible confusion. Bakugou stood next to him, trying to hide his growing smile and urge to cackle at the class's expressions. "Midoriya, now that you're up, get in the white circle and throw the ball as far as you can using your quirk. Anything goes as long as you stay within the circle," Aizawa finally instructed. The short teen made his way to the circle, staring at the ball and thought on how to use his quirk on it. Eventually, his eyes glowed that electric green as his arm lifted to create a 90-degree angle. He then gave one of the laziest and careless throws, if you call tilting his wrist down and letting it go as a throw, anyone has ever seen. Everyone was stunned silent though when the ball just vanished before it could hit the ground by the boy's feet. When Aizawa checked his tablet, all it gave was an infinity symbol. He raised a brow as he tried to understand what happened. "Dude, what was that?" A teen with yellow hair and a black streak exclaimed in disbelief. Midoriya just turned towards the teen with visible confusion. "What do you mean?" "I just brought it to the nearest space satellite." Space satellite. At the 50-meter dash, Bakugou and Midoriya walked to their starting points. While Bakugou seemed to be in a position to use his explosions to propel himself, everyone watched as Midoriya just lazily stood there with no intention of a starting position. As the machine announced start, Midoriya glowed before vanishing. They just watched as another flash of green appeared and Midoriya was back into existence. He took one little hop forward and made it past the finish line. 1.47 seconds. Bakugou soon arrived shortly after, followed by a 4.13 seconds. During the grip strength test, many marveled at the tall teen with multiple appendages. Then they all had to turn to Midoriya when an alarming beeping sound emitted from his machine. He wasn't even really gripping it, yet the numbers seemed to be filling every number place with nothing but 9 seconds, as the machine was not programmed to go any higher. Midoriya just said he used his quirk to force the number values to go to their max. Aizawa knew quirks were allowed, but it was still supposed to be on physical grip strength. He sighed when he wrote the score as a side note, all while making Midoriya reset the machine to get a score without his quirk. When it was Midoriya's turn for the standing long jump, he ran swiftly. And as soon as he leaped into the air, he vanished in a flash, only to reappear in the air in front of one of the scoring machines. His momentum from running was still active and he went incredibly far. Midoriya was unsure if he could run and teleport himself to the finish line by traveling to the scoring device that stood on tripod legs. Aizawa let him do that for the distance run, but then required him to do it again without Midoriya doing his teleporting trick. Despite it all, the short teen still got some impressive scores. The rest of the tests continued rather normally. Besides the pink girl, Midoriya was right behind her in flexibility. During the side steps, he still got a pretty impressive score since he managed to use his quirk to give him a speed boost, though he didn't go too fast since he didn't want to accidentally launch himself to the side. The sit-ups were the worst part in his opinion. He definitely wasn't as scrawny thanks to him in Kachin training, but he wasn't the best at it. His score was a little above average. As Aizawa watched his students work to do their best, especially with his threat of expulsion, he noticed how Midoriya seemed to move his body as if he was feeling pain. The hero will admit that lesser-trained eyes wouldn't really notice it, but the kid seemed to be getting worse with each test. His eyes narrowed in thought as he remembered the kid's files that Nezu copied for him. There was something wrong in his files. Normally, people wouldn't bat an eye at it considering how normal it seems, but I've been working this job for a very long time. My instincts are rarely wrong when it comes down to this field. Aizawa, I recommend that you keep an eye on the boy. I am trusting my quirk and instincts on this. Aizawa sighed as he rubbed his temples with his free hand. He was too old and tired for this. When all was said and done, Midoriya managed to score first while Bakugou scored fourth. The green-haired teen noticed how his friend's eyes seemed to narrow in deep thought at the names Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. There were definitely going to be future rivalries sometime soon. As Aizawa dismissed the class, he called out for Midoriya to wait. Bakugou seemed to refuse and leaving his friend alone, but eventually gave in at Midoriya's stare. The short teen expected to be told something bad, but he was surprised when his teacher gave him a slip. Midoriya, go visit Recovery Girl. I hope you can take better care of yourself in the future. Green Eyes watched as his teacher walked away. As he ran to meet up with Kachin, it took some time and many hushed questions to calm the blonde down when he learned that Midoriya was hurt the whole time. You dumbass. If you're hurt, then that's what doctors and nurses are for. Good old Kachin. Class 1 awaited for in silence for their next teacher. Many, if not all, would admit that the first half of the school day was quite boring and average. It really made UA feel like your average school. However, it was the second half that truly made UA shine. The rest of the afternoon would be full of Foundation Hero Studies class until the end of the day. Some classmates seemed to be containing their energy and excitement to do some hero training. Though it was pretty interesting, Midoriya was just glad he had permission to have his hoodie and game system. The only condition for his video games was that he must be able to keep up in class and pay attention. If he failed to do that even once, then he would be required to not use his portable gaming devices during class. The only exception would be lunchtime, and he would still have to make sure he ate instead of gaming for the entire lunch period. Midoriya thought it was a pretty good deal. He always had no issues multitasking. His favorite hoodie stayed tied around his waist as the nearly silent clicking of the system's buttons filled the classroom. A few gave him curious glances, while a few wanted to just watch him play. Midoriya wondered if they were disappointed that their seats were too far from him. The only warning anyone got of someone approaching their classroom was the sound of heavy and loud footsteps. The door then slammed open as the number 1 hero threw himself into the room. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Many students jumped in surprise and began chatting with excitement at the fact that the symbol of peace was going to be their teacher. Even though Midoriya and Bakugou already met the man in person, they both still looked up in awe. All right, you bunch of newbies, who is ready for some battle trials? He exclaimed with a bright smile. Practically everyone's eyes lit up at finally getting some action. Bakugou letting out a hell yes. The large hero pulled out a remote, a single press causing the wall near the teacher's podium to open up. Everyone watched as the hidden racks held silver briefcases with painted numbers on them. Listen up. If you're all going to be acting like heroes, then you gotta look the part. Your costume application forms have already been reviewed and accepted. Please grab the case with your student number and meet me outside at ground beta. Midoriya was hidden away from view and he tried his best to look at his appearance once he finished getting dressed. He tapped Bakugou's arm and the blonde glanced back with a nod before moving away. Midoriya made sure to face his body away from everyone else as he focused playing his game in order to give the others some privacy. You ready? The green-haired teen took a moment to save his game before shutting the device off. Yeah. Before the blonde could turn to leave, Midoriya reached a hand out to tap him. Hey, do you think my costume is nice? I'm not the best at this kind of stuff. Bakugo actually never really got to see the nerd's costume design. He remembered his shorter friend saying he wanted it to be a surprise. When he actually took a real look at what his friend wore, he felt like he was looking at a strange DLC costume of that chick who explored tombs and constantly was in dangerous situations. He was kind of glad that he remembered when that nerd introduced him to that game, or else he wouldn't understand the reference. Midoriya wore a short-sleeved, white button-up with that sloppy light teal bow around the collar. It had a pair of breast pockets and another pair of pockets near the waist of the shirt. The pockets had tiny zippers on them as well. The shirt was a little long and reached the beginning of the boy's thighs. If it got any longer, it could be seen as a very short dress shirt. Literally, over the shirt was a copy of Midoriya's favorite hoodie, except he could tell that it was a more resistant and tougher recreation. There were even black-colored shoulder pads and elbow pads attached. Of course, his friend left it unzipped. The boy's pants were that same dark teal as the ones he normally wore, but this time they were cargo pants that were loose enough to allow his friend flexibility. It was lined with tons of pockets with tiny zippers, much like the pockets on his formal-looking shirt. The main difference that Bakugou saw was that the hoodie was much longer. In fact, if his friend had zipped it, it looked like a hoodie dress. It went down slightly past mid-thigh. Around his friend's body were many black-colored belts and storage compartments. There was one on each arm that was secured by a strap. The same was seen on the boy's left thigh, while the right seemed to have some sort of holster for a weapon. Around the waist was a utility belt, except there was a loop on each side that seemed ready to hold some sort of staff-like weapon. Midoriya also had a pair of black combat boots which Bakugou assumed were steel-toed with the possibility of other addition. The only other normal wear was the black fingerless gloves. There was a slight rectangular patch of fabric that seemed to rise on the back of his friend's hands, and the blonde wouldn't be surprised if there was a sheet of metal in there or something to protect the boy's hands. The only part that really got to him was the cat ear headphones with a teal visor and a hidden built-in mic. Bakugou just face-palmed. Why did you design it to look like a cat? The headphones were mainly black with light teal highlights. The blonde watched as Midoriya reached behind him and pulled up his cat hood. Ah, so the little ears were like sleeves for the cat ears of the headphones. That was definitely smart to consider, since it would otherwise make wearing a hood rather difficult. Besides the hoodie and ridiculous head accessory, it definitely was close to one of the outfits that Tomb Adventuring character wore. I'm glad to see you got the reference, he heard the short teen say with his soft voice. I thought that she'd be a good example, or at least a good base, for a combat outfit. At least, that's what I thought. I think you look fine, nerd. You'd be pretty plain without your geeky additions. Bakugou glanced away with slight embarrassment at giving an actual compliment that was swear-free. Anyways, besides the headset, you look like you ordered more support gear. So, what you got? Midoriya reached into his case only to pull out. Were those long, pull-like Wii remotes? They looked a lot like the actual remotes, except they were thinner and more rounded to help in giving a better grip. At the end of them were actual Wii remote straps. You've gotta be effing kidding me. Bakugou actually turned to see if anyone else was in the locker room, only to find it empty. Well, at least their other classmates are going to be surprised. The green-haired teen just secured them in the loops of his belt before looking up at Bakugou. I think they're pretty neat. Besides, they hurt pretty badly and can cause quite a lot of damage when you don't listen to the warnings to wear the straps. So, I might as well make them hurt even worse, right? Bakugou really couldn't disagree with that. He remembered setting up that nerd's Wii at his place, and he decided the whole wear the wrist strap thing was stupid. A few moments later, he ended up putting too much force and ended up with a bruise, and his mom shouting about the loud bang against the wall. He snapped out of the painfully embarrassing memory when his friend then took out flipping Wii nunchucks. To be honest, they seemed more like dual sides with a long chain connecting them than just deadlier versions of the original device. There was a strong white cord that was quite long with two Wii nunchucks at each end. They were made a little bigger, and their curve near the control stick was slightly stretched out to make room for actual scythe blades. There were engravings of where the control sticks and buttons should be, since they would just be impractical to have. I originally wanted to keep the buttons for a wireless function, like, a button to make them like a taser, but it didn't work out in the end. Besides, it could be set off by accident since these are meant to be swung around. Even if there was a safety mode, it could be used against me and I'd have to make sure I have a good grip on the actual nunchucks. The idea wasn't really going to work. Midoriya then secured the nunchucks of death in the special pouch-like holster on his right thigh that was designed to carry them. I've got other stuff in these storage units, Midoriya started, but I'm planning to keep them a surprise. Bakugou could just nod. Of course, the nerd managed to bring his video games with him even outside the screen. He knocked off the teen's hood before doing his best to ruffle his friend's curly locks. He ignored the small squeak as he pulled away, the nerd quickly pulling his hood back up after adjusting his headgear. Come on, everyone's probably outside already. Let's not keep All Might waiting. Fortunately, they weren't late as they caught up to their classmates who were still making their way to ground beta. When they got there, they watched as All Might seemed impressed by their hero costumes. Bakugou definitely saw some people second-guessing themselves when they saw the visible weapons Midoriya had on him. Eventually, All Might captured everyone's attention as he began to explain the battle trial, despite some interruptions. There will be teams of 2 who will be decided by a lottery. The same goes for the villain and hero roles. Heroes have to disarm the bomb by making contact with it or by capturing those on the villain team via capture tape or other means to restrain your opponents. The heroes will lose if they fail to retrieve the bomb within the time limit or the villains knock them out of the game. They will also be given capture tape. Ada's hand shot up. Isn't it impractical to assign teams using a lottery? Midoriya's head tilted slightly with visible confusion. But heroes have to work with other heroes all the time. When it comes to saving lives, can you really afford to be picky about who you have to be partnered with? Heroes have to improvise all the time. The glasses teen seemed to be a little ashamed at such an obvious explanation before apologizing and praising Midoriya yet again. Alright now, time to draw teams. Midoriya wished he got paired with Bakugou, but I guess he couldn't win them all. The short teen casually walked towards his partner who seemed to be very nervous at the approach. Midoriya held out a hand. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. The other seemed to shyly shake Midoriya's hand before letting go and making motions with his hands. Kota Koji. The boy signed. Imagine his surprise when Midoriya began signing with perfect ease. Are you hard of hearing? Kota shook his head. No, I just don't like talking a lot. The quiet boy seemed happy that someone else could understand him without forcing him to speak. It was a little surprising when Midoriya signed that he was similar. I don't really like talking either. I still do. But I've been told I'm very soft-spoken and that my voice is really quiet too. It sounds louder to me, so I guess I don't really notice. Since the two had some time to speak, Kota had the hope that he could get to know this classmate of his even more. When did you learn sign? I became selectively mute for some time years ago. Kachin made it his mission to make both of us learn sign. It also helps since his quirk has caused him to be slightly hard of hearing. Not too bad, but it could have been worse if it weren't for his quirk counselor. Kachin, Bakugou. Kota's eyes widened as he turned his head to look at the blonde who seemed to be arguing with Ida. He gave a small point in disbelief as he signed. Him. Midoriya nodded. Yes, believe it or not. He's aggressive and difficult, but he does have good intentions. You start to understand the hidden care when you get to know him. He just watched as Kota nodded in understanding. Soon, All Might called to start the matches, his hands reaching into the box to decide the team matchups. We've got Team F as the villains and Team G as the heroes. Villains, make your way to the building and start planning. Heroes, you will be waiting outside the building to plan until the round starts. Everyone else, follow me to the observation room. Midoriya and Kota took a glance at Team G, which consisted of a boy with yellow hair with a black streak and a girl with earphone jacks hanging from her earlobes. As the pair made their way to where the fake bomb was waiting, Midoriya turned to his partner. Quirk, he signed. And a voice. It lets me talk to animals, but I'm not seeing any. I don't think I'll be much help. Even if there were, they don't like loud noises. Battles can cause lots of noise. Midoriya's eyes looked at the saddened teen with kindness. Hey, that's fine. You're here to learn. You'll be able to learn how to do lots of things by the time we graduate. Don't give up hope even now. Kota looked at the short teen in surprise before breaking out into a happy smile. Midoriya was glad his words brightened the shy boy's mood. He watched as Kota asked the same thing. I call it VR. Since this building has electricity running through it and cameras, I'll be able to take control of it all. So I can keep you informed where the hero team is. I also have more offensive abilities, so I hope you don't mind me going on the front lines. Is it okay with you to stay here and guard? Emerald eyes watched as Kota gave a thumbs up. Midoriya sent him a smile before both heard All Might's voice. Time's up. Round. Start. Midoriya spoke quickly. Quick. Bring the bomb as far away as you can. They can't fly and seem to be unable to scale the building. I'll go ahead and find them. With that, the two split up. Gyro paused, her jacks pausing in the air when she heard sudden movement. There was a pair of 2 different footsteps that were heading in the opposite direction from each other. The girl could very faintly hear a heartbeat making its way closer. Hear anything? Kaminari asked. They're above us and one is making their way down here. The other is going higher up. One of them is coming towards us. Well, what are we waiting for? I can just give him a good shock and boom. the blonde exclaimed with confidence. We shouldn't take it so light. I think it'll be fine. One looked nervous and the other had some weird extended version of Wii remotes. What could go wrong? Everything went wrong and Gyro wanted to zap Kaminari for his stupidity. The moron had gone and ran ahead while Gyro tried to keep up and stop him. Frustration was on her face as she tried to catch up to him, all while focusing on the sounds of their opponents. Then Kaminari got hit with a strange round object that opened and released a strongly woven net. The origin of the net was a two-toned ball with a white bottom and a teal top separated by a black stripe. In the light, the black crisscross design looked like a matte black. Once it confirmed that Kaminari was unable to escape, it let out an iconic ding. They both swore they heard a soft voice say, "I caught a Pikachu." All the noise was taking Gyro time to try and sort through them. By the time she heard Midoriya, it was too late. As Kaminari finished his surprised shout, Midoriya had just appeared in a small flash of green in a nearby corner where one of the surveillance cameras were installed. The boy had run over and wrapped the blonde in the white capture tape. Before Kaminari realized he was captured and out of the game, he had let out a desperate burst of electricity. Gyro heard Midoriya let out a slight grunt of pain as she shielded her eyes from the brightness. By the time she could see again, Kaminari had a dopey expression and let out a wee and yoi, followed by a voice crack. She let out a snort before she realized that Midoriya had moved. The last thing she heard is the air shifting and the sound of a heart pulsing behind her. Midoriya had swiftly knocked her out with a careful swing of one of his Wii remote batons. And damn did those Wii remotes hurt like hell. The villain team wins. Once Midoriya and Koda helped their classmates, they made their way back to the observation room. Midoriya noticed how people either stared at him in shock or eyed his visible weaponry with caution. He saw Bakugou cackle, many heads whipping over to the blonde as if the boy was crazy. Midoriya was just standing there confused. Even All Might was looking at him as if the man was struggling to think of something to say. "What's wrong?" the green-haired teen questioned as his head tilted slightly. "All I did was play Pokémon Go and hit a friend during an intense match of Wii Sports." Aizawa-sensei came to class that day, his wording making class 1 a tensing for some sudden and strict test like he had put them through on their first day. Instead, it turned out to be choosing a class president and vice president. That's when the room began to break out into chaos. Midoriya tried his best to focus on his 3DS rather than the incredibly loud racket everyone was making. What was so great about being class president anyway? Eventually, Ada had risen up and recommended that they do a democratic vote. In the end, Midoriya ended up with the most votes, followed by Ada. "Hey, dude." Midoriya paused his game before looking up to see Kirishima giving him a smile and a thumb pointing to the board. "You got chosen as our class president." The green-haired teen just blinked slowly. "What?" Ada's voice boomed within the classroom. "It is an honor to work with you, Midoriya. I will do my best as vice president." "Are you all done yet?" Aizawa's groggy voice questioned. Midoriya sat at his shared lunch table with Kacchan, Uraraka, and Ida. Kirishima said he'll sit with them next time since he seemed to be clicking with their other classmates and Shinsu. He often persisted in eating by himself. He said something about not wanting to spend lunch in a group. One hand held his chopsticks as he ate his katsudon slowly. Meanwhile, he used his free hand to play his game, which really was meant to have two hands to play. Yet, the teen's friends just watched as Midoriya effortlessly played the little device with a single hand. Either way, they could tell the boy was feeling down. "Midoriya-kun, I'm sure you'll be an excellent class president. It's not that bad, is it?" Uraraka said. All she got was a shrug. Ida adjusted his glasses. "Well, it is quite the responsibility, so it may be a bit daunting. However, if you had that many votes, then our class does see something in you worthy of being the class president." Bakugou took a bite of his deadly spicy curry before turning to them. "The nerd may be skilled, but he doesn't really care for being the leader and shit. He would rather stay in the background and be a motivational supporter." They all went quiet once they heard Midoriya finally speak. "I mean, I'm not ungrateful that a lot of our classmates think so highly of me. I may have the skills, but I lack that personality a leader really should have. Besides, doesn't being the class president also mean I have to deal with more paperwork? I don't think that I have the free time to focus on that as well." There was a small silence as they took in his words. Uraraka was the one to speak up. "Then, don't think about it like that." Everyone looked at her in confusion. Seeing their expressions, she tried to elaborate. "I mean, like, as class president you have a better chance at helping us, right? It gives you some more authority and that duty to support us as you'd rather do. So, don't think of it in a negative way like it's a position that's just more work. Think of it to be more positive. Like, a better chance to help us if we need help and a way to get closer to our classmates and make friends." Midoriya watched as the girl tilted her head to point at his gaming device. "Games aren't always single player, right? wouldn't it be nice if one day we could all play together as a class? The boys all looked at Uraraka with wide eyes. Midoriya blinked as he thought about her words. He never really thought of it like that. Sure, there will always be the realistic responsibility to such a position, but she wasn't wrong about the more positive sides to it. He smiled, his eyes going soft as he looked back at her with gratitude. Bakugou and Ada noticed his expression and couldn't help but feel a little more positive at the mood change. Thank you, Uraraka-chan. No problem. Bakugou used a hand to cover his tiny smile. Not bad, round face. Not bad. The rest of their lunch continued into more light-hearted conversations. Eventually, Uraraka pointed out how Ida had a rich boy aura, which caused the boy to look shy before explaining that he was the younger brother to the turbo hero, Ingenium. Apparently, his family had a small hero legacy going on. Suddenly, the loud blare of alarms rang in their ears. Midoriya was quick to keep his ears covered at the loud noise, especially once the students began getting up and forming a noisy crowd. Ada asked a senior student what the alarm was about before the guy shouted something about a security level 3 breach before running off. Midoriya just wanted the noise to stop, so he ended up doing his best to weave through the crowd to the large glass windows. All he saw was the swarming press that he remembered waiting outside UA since the morning. He was thankful that Kachin was with him this time as he pulled him through safely. The blonde even made aggressive threats to make them back off. Now, they somehow got onto UAS campus, which was causing this unneeded chaos. Midoriya quickly looked for something to connect. A camera, or even a sign that connected directly into UAS electrical system. His emerald orbs eventually locked onto a mounted security camera, his eyes glowing before he vanished. No one seemed to notice the strange disappearance in the commotion. The crowd soon halted to a stop once there was a painful crackling and high-pitched noise coming from the school speakers. Once it was over, the students realized that the alarm was completely gone. Everyone's gaze looked up to the nearby school speakers as a voice filtered through. Everyone from Class 1 that was present stared in shock at the familiar voice. As the speakers turned off, murmurs filled the room as everyone began to think about the chaos, while many looked at their fellow students with apologies on their tongue. Soon, there was a familiar green flash and there stood Midoriya. He seemed to be adjusting his uniform as his friends began to jog towards him. Midoriya, there you are. We got worried when we couldn't find you. Ada spoke up as his arms seemed to go into the strange robotic movement. That was you on the speakers, right? How did you do that? Uraraka wondered. Bakugou just stomped over and ruffled Midoriya's viridian curls. The nerd just went and pretty much infiltrated UAS systems. Ada and Uraraka just stared at the short boy. Ada looked like he wanted to scold the teen for breaching UAS systems. But at the same time, the chaos would have continued over a false alarm if the boy didn't act. What? The two ended up asking simultaneously. Midoriya shifted his gaze away as his cheeks took a slightly pink hue. It's something I can do with my quirk. It was the same technique I used during our quirk apprehension test. You mean the weird teleporting move? Uraraka said as she tried to remember the details. Sure, Midoriya shrugged. Ada let out a sigh as he glanced around to make sure everything was fine. Well, at least everyone seems fine. It could have seriously gotten out of hand if it weren't for you, Midoriya. Thank you. No problem. Uraraka sent the shy boy a bright smile and a fist pump into the air. We told you that you'd make a great class president. Bakugou took a peek at Midoriya's expression as the poor boy couldn't process all the sudden praise. The blonde just chuckled at his friend's reaction. He gave the shorter a small pat to the back. Good job, nerd. Kachin, Midoriya whined with a pout. The only thing the trio could think of was how cute their class president's pout was. Nezu had finally returned from his office after checking on the disintegrated UA barrier. It was certainly a concern and he wasn't quite sure of the message behind it. He could tell that it was nothing good though, and it made him worry for his students. As he began to resume his work on his computer, he noticed something strange. There was a notification alert for non-authorized tampering with UAS systems which took place during the lunch period. When he ran a system check, there was no trace of the intruder still being there or leaving some clue behind. When he began doing camera checks, he was able to witness the chaotic scene that took place in the lunchroom. At the very top of the camera near the exit, it barely caught a tiny trace of a flashing light before it vanished. Nezu watched as the students seemed to be paying attention to the direction of where the speaker was. He decided to check the automatic voice recording software to see what was being said. Imagine his surprise when it was the voice of that of a student. It was only a little while after the students began returning to their routines did the culprit choose a spacious area and a clear view of the camera. Nezu's eyes gained a spark of interest when the light revealed Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Interesting. What exactly did you do, Midoriya-san? A masculine hand weaved its fingers through blood-stained locks of hair. We're all so glad you finally decided to be more obedient. The man could hear the rattling of metal as leather restraints dug into the child's flesh. It may hurt now, but don't worry. All your body needs is more time to get used to it all. Before you know it, you'll barely feel the pain. The hand pulled at the hair in a strong grip as a whimper filled the room. You better be very thankful when that happens too. Thankful that I'm letting you have such a gift. The child tensed at the echoes of more footsteps entering the dark room, ears picking up the sound of objects being picked up from the hooks on the walls and metal tools being lifted from trays. There was a deep breath nearby before something pierced her arm. The room filled with screams and sobs. Initially, Class 1 was a bit nervous when Aizawa came up to announce their next training exercise. Whether the man realized it or not, he sure had his own sadistic flair for dramatics. The atmosphere lifted though when they found out they were going on a field trip to learn about rescue. It was mainly just learning rescue during natural disaster scenarios. There was excited chatter as the students sat in the bus, their costumes making them a colorful bunch as the soft hum of the engine filled the air. Ada's mood was a little soured when the bus layout wasn't what the teen thought it was. No one could really blame the boy for his dedication though. Midoriya decided that he'd like to get to know his other classmates more, mainly due to Uraraka's encouragement during the false alarm. That's what led him to sit by some of the classmates he never really had gotten to be around that often. It ended up being pretty quiet. Maybe he should start trying to initiate conversations. Hey, Midoriya. He turned towards Asui. Yes, Asui. She shook her head as she responded with, just call me Tsu. Midoriya nodded. Sue sounded cuter anyways. The teen noticed how she had a finger to her chin and a thoughtful expression. I'm usually quite blunt when I speak and I tend to say whatever's on my mind. But I've been really curious about what your quirk is, Kiro. The others nearby heard the frog-like girl's question as they began to tune into the conversation. The pink girl, Mina, jumped in. Yeah, I could never tell what it is. I thought you had some sort of teleportation quirk. Gyro held her phone in one of her hands, a single ear jack plugged in while her free hand twirled the other ear jack. It seems like that, but then I thought it was some sort of electric quirk like Kaminari. There was also the fact that Kaminari gave you a good shock and you didn't even seem affected during the battle trial. Whatever it is, Kirishima began, it is totally awesome. Midoriya's cheeks gained a tinge of pink as he struggled to find the right words. My quirk. Well, I call it VR. VR, like, as in virtual reality. Uraraka questioned from her seat. The teen nodded. Yeah, Midoriya glanced at the ceiling. I'm not exactly sure what to really call it, but it does involve electricity and technology overall. I didn't get that hurt from Kaminari's electric shock because I was able to absorb most of it to give me more energy. The teleporting thing. I guess it is technically teleporting. Asui tilted her head. Technically, I can't bring my body wherever I want. There has to be some sort of electronic device in range. From there, I can transport my being inside the machine and then, well, pop back out. That's how I ended up near the finish line of the 50-meter dash. It's because I just used that scoring bot to bring me closer. Kaminari seemed to lean over to the point of falling as he tried to get closer to the conversation. Whoa, that is, like, even more epic than my quirk. I can't do cool stuff like that. Sato seemed to be in thought. Wait, so you can just go inside machines and electrical systems? Midoriya nodded, only to slightly startle at Kirishima's exclamation as the redhead thought back to the security breach. That's what you did back in the lunchroom, right? You just found some sort of access point and managed to infiltrate UAS systems. Dude, I think that's illegal or something, but that ended up being so manly. Viridian eyes widened slightly. Do you think I'm in trouble for that? He noticed Asui shake her head. I don't think so. That is a pretty major deal and I feel like they would have called for you if you were going to be punished. Besides, they probably saw why you did it and decided to excuse you. Midoriya relaxed a bit at that fact. Either way, you're like a computer program or something. Kaminari shouted. You can go inside electronics and mess around with them and you can get an electric boost. That's sweet. You could literally become one of those AI overlords from those sci-fi movies. Thank you. Green eyes blinked slowly. That's certainly a way to compliment someone. Kirishima gazed at his own arm as his quirk activated. You have such a manly quirk, Midoriya. That's gonna be so useful in hero work. My quirk isn't very flashy and I can't really see it carrying me that far compared to the quirks of some of our other classmates. Emerald eyes observed Kirishima's quirk in action. I think it's perfectly fine. I honestly don't think flashiness is that important. It's the usefulness and versatility that matters. What usually makes a quirk flashy is no different than some special effects. Sure, it may not naturally catch everyone's eyes that much, but you are a unit that plays defender and melee. You have the ability to protect others with your own willpower and the ability to use that drive to fight back. By graduation, I'm sure you'll be a wonderful hero. When Midoriya looked back up to face the redhead, he became slightly alarmed at the pinprick of tears beginning to form in Kirishima's eyes. Are you okay? That speech was so manly. Others around the teen's sweat dropped. The rest of the bus ride ran pretty smoothly other than the small bit of teasing that was sent Bakugo's way. Midoriya just returned to playing with his mini pinball keychain in silence. He felt a little nervous to speak after that wave of praise, and the praise for his pep talk were his quirk and explanation that big of a deal. Welcome everyone to the unforeseen simulation joint. I like to call it the USJ. Midoriya was sure he wasn't the only one who found the acronym familiar. His head tilted in thought. Universal Studios Japan. He couldn't tell if the space hero in front of them did that on purpose. When they had arrived at the large building, it was absolutely massive. In all honesty, it seemed to be even larger when they walked indoors. The ceiling was a dome, a central plaza located in the center of it all. Circling the perimeter of the building's interior were various natural disaster zones for learning rescue in dangerous natural conditions. This was really impressive. Midoriya frowned though at the sight of the conflagration and downpour zone. Thank goodness he decided to not bring any of his video games with him. His emerald orb still lingered a little longer at the sight of the conflagration zone. He wasn't exactly excited to be launching out of the frying pan and into the literal fire. There was a small squeeze on his shoulder, the short teen turning his head to see Bakugou giving him a look of understanding. Midoriya silently appreciated that. However, Midoriya became a little curious when he had caught sight of Aizawa and 13 having a quiet conversation. There was something having to do with 3 before the two teachers turned to face the class. Everyone was listening intently at 13's speech of the dangers their quirks could cause, even unintentionally. Many took it to heart, especially those with quirks that were more destructive and harmful in nature than most of their peers. Midoriya ignored the small wince Mina had as the girl briefly reminded herself of when she almost hit Yama with her acid. As the class gave 13 an applause, Midoriya felt himself freeze. No one else could notice it except him. His quirk seemed to act up like it was making him sense some invisible tether between him and the USJ's system. There was an interference, and it just seemed to tug at Midoriya's chest with unease. It was too sudden, it wasn't right. A power failure. No, it was more invasive than that. When Midoriya blinked out of his trance, he finally recognized the sensation of Bakugou shaking him by the shoulders. The rest of Class 1 and the teachers stared at him with worry, Aizawa making his way closer. Sensei, I think there's someone. Before Midoriya could finish, everyone glanced up as the ceiling lights flickered and shut off. The plaza fountain struggled to run before it eventually turned off. Aizawa ran back towards the stairs, the man's instincts kicking in to warn of approaching danger. Everyone watched with held breaths as a purple vortex seemed to appear out of thin air, expanding until it became a massive wall. Midoriya felt Bakugou tense beside him as villains poured out from the vortex. A part of Midoriya felt reminded of the hordes of enemies that would appear in those hack-and-slash games. Are those fake villains for the lesson? Kirishima's voice questioned. The class slightly flinched as Aizawa suddenly held an arm out to signal them to stay back. Those aren't fakes. These are real villains. Kaminari, try and contact the school. Kaminari was fiddling with a device he wore on the side of his head, his expression becoming fearful and frustrated. Guys, I can't call for help. I think something is jamming the signal. Midoriya's eyes widened as his mind began to plan. 13. Protect the students, Aizawa shouted before jumping into the fray, his capture scarf billowing around him as he began to use his quirk. The green-haired teen couldn't help but stare at Aizawa's form with concern. The pro was a stealth type who relied on surprising the enemy and using his speed to make his attacks count since he lacked attack power. For the man to rush into an army of villains instantly put him at a disadvantage. There were unseen eyes of glowing red as the man fell closer to the villain horde. 13 began leading Class 1 into the doors, Midoriya being dragged along by Kacchan. He tried his best to look around and avoid falling as his blonde friend pulled him. The green-haired teen soon regained control of his own legs as he separated himself from Kacchan to reach 13. 13, said Hiro glanced his way. Where is the nearest security camera in this building to us? Well, I don't understand. 13 noticed the desperation in those green eyes as the student spoke. I can try and get past whatever is blocking the signal and I can get us help. Midoriya was relieved when the hero nodded their head in understanding. His eyes followed as 13 pointed to a security camera right by the large doors. Before Midoriya could do anything though, a purple mist blocked everyone's way. The teen's emerald eyes narrowed in frustration as the mist just happened to block his sight from the security camera. Greetings children and pardon for the intrusion. I am Kurogiri and we are the League of Villains who have come to end All Might's life. Bakugou felt his curly-haired friend nudge him. Nerd, got a plan, he said with a low voice. Midoriya discreetly nodded. The camera, he's blocking my sight from it. The blonde gave a menacing grin. Oh, don't worry about that. I'll make him F off. You just help get our asses to safety. 13 was just about to use their quirk against the mist villain before Bakugou suddenly shot off with the use of his explosion. Kurogiri was swift to move his hidden physical body out of the way, giving Midoriya a clear view of the security camera. Now nerd. In a flash, everyone noticed that Midoriya was gone. They had no time to focus on it though as the villain recovered, the mist encompassing the entire group in a large dome. Everyone did their best to hold on, but a majority of them ended up being separated into the various disaster zones. Midoriya's world became a void of static. It almost felt like flying, or maybe even swimming, as he tried to follow the path that would lead him to UAS main building. More specifically, Nezu's office. Just as he was making his way there, he felt a painful shock as he seemed to bounce off some sort of wall. That's what Kaminari must have struggled with. As soon as his hands made contact, it felt like he just got burned as he pulled them away with a hiss. No, he couldn't let this stop him. Who knows what is happening to his classmates right now? He's the only one with the quirk that can get help and break through this. He can't fail. Emerald eyes glinted with a strong resolve as he backed up before powering himself using the lingering excess electricity that surrounded him. He could have gained more if the power in the USJ wasn't cut off. His body glowed with an electric green charge, sparks dancing off his skin as he rammed against the barrier. It hurt, but he wouldn't let it win. He couldn't let it win. The muscles in his body strained as he kept pushing against that wall with everything he has. Eventually, he felt it creak under him, the barrier almost stretching like it was made of elastic as it did its best to keep Midoriya away. Come on. Plus, Ultra. From within the USJ, a villain cried out as some of the lights sparked and shattered from some sort of overload. Glass was raining down unnoticed as the class dealt with their own battles. Midoriya's body tumbled as the barrier seemed to shatter against him due to the strain. The pain from making contact with it began to dissipate, and he barely acknowledges the small stinging sensations as the virtual shards scratched his skin. Midoriya's momentum ended up continuing as he seemed to shoot off like a rocket towards UAS main campus. The teen smiled with determination. Everyone, please bear with me for a little bit longer. Nezu was still in the middle of lecturing Toshinori when it occurred. Everyone within UA whipped their heads towards the ceiling or a school speaker if one was in sight. In a certain class, a well-known trio of students lit up at the sound of a familiar voice. All present teachers were tensed as the speakers crackled to life. Immediately, teachers excused themselves from their classes as they began hurrying towards the USJ, their weapons and support gear at the ready. Nezu had just hopped off his spot from the couch only to be met with his computer constantly emitting its notification sound. The principal had ushered Toshinori to go, the skeletal man nodding before buffing up into his all-might form as he rushed out of the office. Nezu rushed over to see what was occurring on his computer, only to see his screen filled with the face of Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya, is there any other way you could assist your class from the USJ since you seem to have access to the systems? Thank you, Midoriya-san, the pros are on their way. Stay safe. Nezu then rushed out of his office, after grabbing a radio, to join the other heroes in their hurry to reach their endangered students. He could only hope that they weren't too late by the time they get there. When Midoriya returned to the USJ, he began rapidly shifting through all the cameras. He was relieved that all his classmates seemed to be holding their own, but it was Aizawa that was the most concerning. His eyes watched his teacher move, the pro's energy slowly draining from trying to fight the horde of villains. The man's quirk was also activating for shorter periods of time. Midoriya tried to sense if the man had some sort of radio on him. Thankfully, the man did due to his hero work and the teen was quick to speak through it. Aizawa tried to avoid thinking of all the ways this bad situation could get worse. He could only hope that the students were okay and that his mistake of letting that missed villain escape wouldn't end up being those kids' demise. His eyes widened in shock though when he heard the crackling sound of his radio on his belt. The man just barely stumbled out of the way of an incoming punch when he froze at the sound of one of his students' voices. The man had been in enough hero work to know that he should listen. The man had ducked in the nick of time, a projectile almost hitting his head. You better know what the hell you're doing, problem child. That was how the rest of his fight continued, the kid covering for his blind spots and letting him catch on to what kind of attack was coming his way. It didn't help his decreasing energy, but it sure helped him gain a better awareness of what was happening around him. That's when he noticed an opening leading straight to a male with shaggy blue hair and hands worn on his body. Aizawa decided that it seemed that the person was the head of this whole mess. So it would probably be best to put a stop to the villain. He could tell that all of these villains were mainly petty thugs. Criminals like this tend to become hesitant and usually disperse if their ringleader falls. As Aizawa ran in to take the opportunity, he briefly heard his student telling him to be careful. As he charged for a hit, he wasn't too surprised that the hand-wearing villain blocked his attack. What he wasn't expecting was the sudden pain in his elbow. His skin, it was flaking off to the point of exposing muscle. Aizawa was quick to take a leap back in order to distance himself. That is a very dangerous quirk, and now the hero was down an arm. He gritted his teeth as his eyes narrowed into a glare. Damn, if only he could keep his quirk on for longer. The boy scratched at his neck with a single hand, his red gaze staring at Aizawa. Was that the sound of one of those brats? Are you cheating Eraserhead by using a strategy guide? Yet, here I was, thinking that you were cool. The villain was soon interrupted by the sudden appearance of Kirigiri. Shigaraki, I apologize, but somehow the children managed to contact the heroes. I remember that one had disappeared and I haven't seen them return. Shigaraki's fingers twitched. So, are you saying we've got someone hacking into our game plan? The villain's face twisted with anger. Is the voice I heard before the brat that did it? I don't like cheaters. How dare they cheat? The skin of his neck broke and shone a fresh crimson. Kirigiri, find the cheating brat and kill them. I want them dead. They're ruining everything. Damn hacker. Damn filthy cheater. The hand villain seemed to decline into an eerie calmness. Namu. Midoriya saw it coming, his pulse beginning to fill his ears. Emerald eyes widened, the glassy surface reflecting the horrifying scene before him. Midoriya was still as he watched the camera perspective show Eraserhead get pinned to the ground by that monstrous creature. The man's quirk didn't even change a damn thing. There was blood in the air and the man's signature goggles broke in half as they flew some distance away. The creature's muscular hand was holding the pro's head in a tight grip. The teen noticed how the villain leader's shoulders shook as if he was laughing at Eraserhead's misfortune. The Namu used its free hand to grab Aizawa's arm, which looked way too small and thin in that thing's grasp, as it snapped it like a twig. Midoriya had to squeeze his eyes shut for a moment at the sight. These cameras weren't picking up any audio, but his mind was making it up for him. The teen cringed as his brain unwillingly tried to mimic the sounds the boy would have heard if he could hear his teacher be beaten and broken. He didn't like the imagined sound of a snapping bone as his teacher's mouth let out a scream of agony. Midoriya feels like he was going to be sick. He then realized that he couldn't let this continue. He was ultimately useless now if he continued to seek safety in the USJ's system. Aizawa could die right now in an instant. That thing has the strength to do it, and his teacher was lying there and was so vulnerable. He shivered as he saw the blood that pooled across the ground. Yet, it just solidified his resolve. Midoriya left Nezu a quick update about the Namu creature before reappearing at a camera nearby the plaza. When Nezu and the pros were about a little over halfway towards the USJ, his eyes widened slightly at the sight of a skeletal Toshinori who was crouched on the path and coughing up blood. The others noticed the man, knowing his identity, and rushed over to see if he was all right. Nezu climbed off Snipe's shoulder. Toshinori-san, are you all right? The man coughed a few times before shaking his head with despair. And my time limit. Damn it. If only I had a little bit longer to rest. I could have. Nezu raised a paw to quiet Toshinori as he turned to the other pros. Please, continue to aid the students. I will stay by All Might's side until he is able to join you. There is no time to waste. The group of pro heroes nodded before rushing off. Nezu saw how the older man's sunken eyes were full of despair, guilt, and frustration. The principal sighed. Toshinori-san, while you should have been more responsible about your limits, you can't keep blaming yourself. But Nezu, if I still had time, I could have gotten to those kids and saved them before the other pros could even arrive. What if some of them are dead by now? If only I had more time to rest before young Midoriya's call. Toshinori. When the hero looked up from the ground, he noticed the principal's gaze held a swirl of similar emotion. Toshinori felt bad for acting like he was the only one being plagued by such feelings. There is no use in wondering about what ifs. All we can do is hope those students can persevere until help arrives. Until then, all we can do is hope for the best outcome. The two rested at that spot in a tense silence. Toshinori couldn't help but curse All for One for giving him this disability. Another part cursed himself for letting that criminal overlord the chance to injure him so severely. This is what happens when people decide to cheat the game Eraserhead. They get punished for it. Shigaraki hissed as he glared at the bleeding hero. Aizawa struggled to breathe, air passing through clenched teeth. Kirigiri had warped away to check on the other zones and groups. Shigaraki didn't really care though. As long as the villain didn't get taken out of the game, it was fine. He was still majorly pissed at the mist villain for letting one of the NPC brats get away. Though, Shigaraki did enjoy a good challenge. Games weren't too fun without at least a little bit of them. All of a sudden, he felt something smack the side of his head near his eyes. His red gaze watered slightly, his hand cupping the impacted area. Fuak. Another solid pellet was shot at him, making the villain stumble. Get away from him. A green-haired teen stayed at a distance, one of his once hidden weapons staying aimed at the target. The boy had grabbed one of his Wii remote batons as soon as he popped out of the security camera. The teen had pressed its buttons in a short, but secret pattern to make its parts shift to make it more normal-sized. Midoriya had then pulled a special attachment piece in which he placed the Wii remote in. It was like a real functioning Wii remote gun holder, the thing filled with non-lethal, but painful, ammunition. It made it suddenly look like he had a pistol that was slightly larger than the real deal. However, it didn't really matter in the end since it worked just like a real one. It just was heavily gamer-themed. When Shigaraki looked up, he saw one of those hero brats in that stupid gear. He noticed how those emerald eyes of the boy were locked onto him with a fierce intensity. The blue-haired villain did notice the boy's visible weapons and actually took a better look at the kid's outfit. The boy looked like a straight-up gamer and was the part of the outfit underneath that hoodie supposed to look like one of the Crofts in-game outfits. They both seemed to ignore the pained grunt of protest coming from Aizawa as he heard his student's voice. And, what kind of NPC are you supposed to be, brat? Midoriya tilted his head, voice still soft, but gaining a slight edge to it as he spoke. You seem to think that this level is on single player. Shigaraki actually paused at the wording. He seemed to cackle a little under his breath as his expression split into a disturbing grin. Oh, he is starting to like this one. It is such a shame this boy is trying to be a hero. At least he is living up to his costume's appearance. Baby, you really aren't one of those insignificant pawns. Say, aren't you the one I heard from Eraserhead's radio? You're the one who helped him cheat. I wouldn't call that cheating. I was just directing him. What kind of player would I be if I didn't help those in my party, especially when one of its members charged into battle without our healer? For once, the hand villain couldn't exactly disagree with that argument. He didn't even fall into one of his fits. This one was very interesting indeed. It looks like you really are another player. Say, care to join my party instead? Mine is much more interesting than this little hero party. The teen let out a little grin. Sorry, but not sorry. I think I'm quite satisfied with the amount of EXP I've been gaining here. Shigaraki sighed. Oh well, that is quite a shame, little player. Namu. Before Midoriya knew it, he had jumped back as he initiated a backflip. The Namu's ground-shattering punch landed at the now empty space as he missed the teenager by a hair. Go a little easy on him, Namu. I want this one alive. The green-haired teen was quick to take another leap backward as he sent a small rapid fire towards the creature's eyes and brain. The Namu was fast enough to dodge most of the hits, but a few were lucky to at least make an impact on its exposed brain. While there were bleeding and a small inhuman noise of pain, the damage seemed to have been undone. A healing quirk. I thought it had. No way. There's multiple. Midoriya gritted his teeth as he holstered his ranged weapon to focus on dodging. He needed time to think of a new plan. Hitting its brain seems to be viable for causing it to be distracted for a small amount of time. But Midoriya had to find a way to make real damage. He barely paid attention to Shigaraki's sinister laughter as he watched the struggle. Haha, impressive isn't it? Its regeneration quirk is at max skill level. You won't be able to even keep it down. Regeneration. That's what most healing quirks do to injuries. However, healing quirks, even ones as great as Recovery Girls, has a limit. As the green-haired teen rolled to the side, his feet quickly pushing his body up to run, his eyes slightly widened. Burns. Fire. If a body is capable of being regenerated, that must mean it has to have living cells, right? However, incineration and severe burns can kill those cells and prevent them from healing. Midoriya thought about the electricity being stored within his body. He remembered taking whatever he could before leaving the USJ's system. Would he have enough electricity to spend to cause electrical burns? Or would he burn himself out in just doing one move? There was the possibility that this thing could recover from burns. There is also the chance that electrical burns won't even work. That thing, it's regenerating at a constant rate. The instant it gets injured, it heals automatically. That means that any damage done has to be greater and consistent in order to prevent it from reversing injuries before they can reach deeper. I hate it when enemy units have a way to constantly heal when the player units are too weak. The teen was able to notice that Shigaraki was less secretive about this creature's abilities. Maybe he could get the villain to brag more. Midoriya barely dodged the thing's arm that swung towards him. Called this thing a Namu, right? Shigaraki actually paused and looked at the short teen. Good. Yes. Namu is made to be the perfect and ultimate weapon against All Might. That symbol of peace won't be smiling anymore once he realizes that Namu has shock absorption. Okay, so not only is it likely given a strength quirk on par with All Might's, but it has resistant stats and consistent healing on top of it. Great. Midoriya tried to keep the conversation going, his breathing becoming labored. Those heroes either had to get here now, or he had to make a plan quickly. Don't why you think this is cheating though. It feels like that punch was way too close for his liking. A DLC that those pay-to-win players get. Seems pretty unfair to me. The green-haired teen was about to, probably, do one of the stupidest things he has ever done as his eyes took the risk to glance at Shigaraki. As expected, the other teen was getting angry. Before Midoriya could back out, he raised his voice a bit to make sure the villain heard him. If you're a real player, then how about you show your actual skills and fight me one-on-one instead of relying on your pay-to-win unit? I always did look down on those who use their money to win at games and then act like they actually put effort into the game. The only time I appreciate those types of people is when they still work hard and mainly purchase the extra content out of support for the developers or to have some fun messing around. Namu, stop. Midoriya was relieved when he could finally take a small break. The creature came to an instant halt as it seemed to become like a statue with no other orders. Midoriya tensed as he faced Shigaraki, who scratched his neck that shed with flaking, dry skin. So, you want a fair fight, eh? I can respect that from a fellow player. The villain leader was swift despite his appearance as he charged at the panting Midoriya, his hands outstretched for his quirk. However, I think I'm at a much higher level than you, hero. The green-haired teen hurried as he desperately pulled out his other Wii remote baton. As he swung it to protect himself, it ended up being caught in Shigaraki's grasp. Midoriya was quick to let go and create some distance between them as his emerald orbs watched his weapon turn to dust. Better it than me. Midoriya's gaze narrowed as he pulled his Wii gun out. It doesn't disintegrate the mass entirely in one instant. It actually takes some time. Yet, it still disintegrates way too quickly to be good on the human body. At least I shouldn't have to worry about having entire bits of my body gone as long as I don't let him make contact for too long. Neither had been paying attention to how much time has passed as the pair continued their dance. The villain would curse and become agitated every time Midoriya was able to hit him with his Wii gun or sneak in close for a lucky hit with his nunchucks, the blades giving the villain non-fatal cuts. Shigaraki even found himself coughing and hacking when the kid effing whacked his throat with a Bruce effing Lee jump kick of all things. Midoriya did have some close calls though, as he lost half of his Wii nunchucks and some tears in his outfit from the disintegration. Some of the quirk's effects did reach his skin, but nothing too deep. They were just small, stinging patches of exposed flesh. Suddenly, both of them heard the USJ's large doors burst open. The yellow metal doors broke apart and folded up at the sheer force. When Midoriya looked up, he took a deep breath at the sight of All Might. For once in his life, Midoriya noticed the man was far from smiling. There is no need to fear students. The buff man dropped his yellow striped suit piece to the side as he tore the blue tie around his neck right off. For I am here. Midoriya would look back at this moment and facepalm at his stupidity. With Shigaraki's obsession and quest on defeating All Might, the teen assumed that the villain would have paused to focus on his goal. Anyone who knew Shigaraki though would be surprised to see that he wasn't distracted at all by the hero's loud arrival. By the time Midoriya's eyes looked back at his opponent, his vision saw those dry hands centimeters from his neck. Emerald orbs widened and he swore he heard some of his classmates' voices cry out his name. Good game, player, but I win. The USJ filled with Midoriya's agonized screeches. The second Bakugou heard Midoriya's scream, his brain went into overdrive. The blonde was quick to propel himself forward with his explosions, glad that he was able to finish off those low-level thugs. Hiroshima was barely able to keep up with his classmate as he did whatever he could to catch up. When they finally reached the plaza, they saw All Might battling against the Namu creature. There was a hand-wearing villain who was observing the battle from a safe distance. As Bakugou's eyes swept over the battlefield, he saw two different puddles of crimson. There was a small relief when he noticed two forms slumped against the ground and out of the way of the fighting. The second he saw Viridian curls stained with red, he ran over. Izu-chan. The blonde grimaced at the state of his friend once he got close enough. Midoriya was, thankfully, breathing even though it was lightly. There was exposed muscle from decay to the right side of the base of his neck at around the same height as the boy's trachea. The majority of the injury was mostly moving to the boy's shoulder area and only crept a little up the actual throat. However, Bakugou noticed how there seemed to be a line that appeared thumb-like that stretched towards where the teen's trachea was actually located. None of the injuries seemed to be too deep, and Bakugou feared what would have happened if the damage actually created a gaping hole in his friend's throat. He shivered at the grotesque imagery. Then, there was a second area a little under Midoriya's collarbone that was the size of a palm. The blonde took a quick glance at the blue-haired villain who kept watching All Might's fight with disturbing glee. He had a gut feeling that the hand villain was the one with such a dangerous quirk. Bakugou could tell these would scar even if they were mostly covered up by the blood. But he found a small bit of gladness that they wouldn't look too much like handprints if his friend recovered from this. No, not if he recovers. It is when he recovers. Hiroshima noticed how Bakugou had Midoriya covered, so he was quick to check on Aizawa. He winced at the injuries the man had, especially on his elbow. He couldn't think of what else he could do except carrying their teacher to someone who has better medical knowledge like the paramedics. At the moment, they couldn't do much. The redhead quickly went over to Bakugou to see how Midoriya was. Midoriya looked horrible. Hiroshima had to avert his eyes as he took a few deep breaths. That was even worse than their teacher's injuries. However, he couldn't let this keep him from helping his friends, whether they thought of him as a friend or not. Bakugou, is there any way I can? That's when Hiroshima noticed something strange. Due to the injury on Midoriya's collarbone area, the disintegration had worn away part of the short teen's clothes, revealing the slight hint of cleavage and what looked like a sports bra or some sort of crop top. The redhead looked between Midoriya's unconscious form and Bakugou a few times with visible confusion. Hiroshima will admit he isn't one of the brightest, but he wasn't stupid enough to not tell what a girl looks like. When he thought about it though, Midoriya's voice did have a high and slightly feminine tone. The green-haired teen spoke so quietly and softly though, that it could definitely be an easy mistake, especially if he was a young freshman male. The teen's sides also did look a bit curvy when his uniform stretched in certain ways. When Hiroshima really started thinking, There were quite a number of signs he never put any thought into. Bakugou glanced at the redhead at the sudden silence. Kirishima looked at the blonde nervously as he spoke. I thought is Midoriya not the time, so how about you help me save these morons' lives and shut the F up until I can explain later? It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. Kirishima nodded in agreement. Bakugou's gaze still held that burning inferno that Kirishima remembered seeing when they fought those villains together, but this felt more control. It was controlled to the point of being calm despite it still feeling like a volcano was ready to erupt. It was certainly a strange and contradicting mix of emotions. The redhead wasn't quite sure if he could even describe it right. The ability to see the blonde wielding that animalistic anger, but stay there with an eerie calmness was something Kirishima never thought he'd see from his classmate. Oi, shitty hair, use that stupid-ass cape skirt shit or whatever you call it. Kirishima looked down at his costume. He sees the large red fabric that was meant to help pay homage to Crimson Riot. At the same time, it was actually perfect for creating some form of makeshift wrapping for wounds. Hey, never actually thought about that. Ah, I see what you mean. Got it. Who knew that the blonde could be so resourceful? The teen was quick to remove it from his waistline, using his quirk to help cut the fabric into certain pieces and sizes as Bakugou focused on instructing him in wrapping the injured. A part of Kirishima wondered how the blonde learned how to do this. By the time they finished, Midoriya and Aizawa's major injuries were securely wrapped in red. The pair felt slightly uncomfortable as the fabric began to soak with blood. Will they be all right? The two swiftly turned with their quirks at the ready, only to see Todoroki standing there. The two-toned teen had narrowed eyes as he seemed to assess the injuries from where he stood. Bakugou huffed out a sigh. They will be once we get them some help. Both of them have some nasty-ass wounds that are bleeding too much for my liking. Kirishima and Todoroki watched as the blonde carefully lifted Midoriya in his arms in bridal style. The small trio then heard a couple of pairs of approaching footsteps, followed by gasps. Bakugou had his back turned to them and his body was reacting before Todoroki or Kirishima could stop him. Oof. Bakugou realized that he had just gave a kick to Shinsu's stomach. The blonde growled in annoyance. For FS sake, are all of you idiots trying to get your ass kicked? Warn us, why don't you? First, it was half and half and now it's you sneaky F-tards. Shinsu and Asui glanced at each other. Yeah, that probably would have been a smarter idea when they're trapped in a villain attack. Sorry, Kiro. That's when they began to pick up the relieved cheers of their classmates who were at the USJ's entrance. When the group looked up, they saw the many forms of multiple heroes. Nezu raised a paw with a smile. There is no need to fear, students. Backup has arrived. The explosive blonde took the chance to get the group moving as he faced his classmates with a serious expression. All right, I got Izu. You, Insomniac and Frog Face, go help lift Aizawa-sensei. The pair, still drying from being in the flood zone, did their best to ignore the names as they began to carefully pick up their teacher. Todoroki and Kirishima looked at Bakugou expectantly. Before the blonde could get a word in, they all heard All Might grunt from pain. They turned their heads back to the battle only to see All Might bent backward as he tried to take down the Namu, only to be stuck because of Kurogiri's portal quirk. The hand villain seemed to cackle with glee at the sight. The group was only able to slightly see that bleeding crimson staining All Might's shirt from their angle. You two, shitty hair and half, be useful and help out All Might from getting himself killed. They didn't need to be told as the pair hurried, Todoroki swiftly sending a wave of ice. Bakugou focused on getting Midoriya to safety, taking a glance at Shinsu and Asui before heading up the stairs that were cleared of villains thanks to present might. As he was running up the stairs, he finally saw a group of his classmates, some who were by 13's side. Their relief at his safety was quick to vanish though once they saw all the blood and an injured Midoriya followed by an injured Aizawa. Bakugou carefully placed his friend on the ground and out of the way. Uraraka gulped as she bravely walked closer. Will he be okay? The blonde just sighed, his red gaze lingering at the crimson staining his friend's body and his own. I don't know. The brunette's eyes widened, and before Bakugou could ask why he felt a weak hand poke at his ankles, he was quick to sit up on his knees as he carefully holds Midoriya's hand. Izu, you there? Neither of the pair liked how Midoriya's eyes seemed to be dull and unfocused. It was different from how the teen usually was. For Bakugou, it was more startling than it would be for most people because he knew Izuku. He knew that Izuku couldn't afford to let himself become so unfocused and unaware. The green teen couldn't afford to. Midoriya seemed to try and lift his free arm, his hand trying to reach the decayed spots. Bakugou was swift to snatch the teen's wrist all while being careful. Oi, Izu, don't go touching it, all right? I don't know if it itches and I don't know how much it hurts, but you can't go rubbing at it. Everyone who was close enough froze at Midoriya's attempt to speak. Bakugou and Uraraka cringed when the short teen's mouth opened, his tongue trying to form letters and words that he couldn't. It all just created a wheezing and wet gurgling sound, as if he was trying to speak while gargling water in his throat. Midoriya seemed to become frustrated, causing him to try again and again. The crackling, squealing, and other inhumane sounds just shook them to their core. Bakugou used a hand to gently shut his friend's mouth as he sent a stern glare. "Effing moron, stop doing that. Your whole neck area is screwed up and I don't know how bad. Just try and calm down, okay?" Bakugou watched as those dull orbs stared at him before beginning to close. The blonde panicked at the sight. Isn't he supposed to keep his friend awake? Or was that only for those with concussions and head wounds? Either way, he found himself lightly tapping his friend's freckled cheek. "Oi, nerd. Izu, you better be planning to take a nap like some lazy-ass cat and not go dying on me. If you die, you know I'll find a way to bring you back just so I kick your ass." It seemed to work for a little bit, but Midoriya soon found himself falling back into a dark world. Bakugou loyally stayed by his friend's side, not knowing just how much time has passed. He barely even acknowledged the sound of All Might launching the Namu creature out of the USJ's ceiling. He only snapped out of his protective daze once the paramedics began to enter the building. Bakugou startled as a gloved hand on his shoulder as others loaded Midoriya onto a stretcher. "You going to be alright, kid?" Bakugou just gave a numb nod. "Ju just save Izu." All the blonde remembered were the sounds of people speaking to him as he was led outside the USJ to the bright blue skies of the outside world. It felt like it was mocking them all for what they suffered through. It had been hours now since the USJ incident. All of the students were sent home and given a few days of leave until UA could make some improvements in their security. Nezu and the rest of the UA faculty had to push away their own feelings as they filled in paperwork, picked up calls, and answered questions. The desk phone on Nezu's desk rang and a white paw was quick to answer. "Hello, this is Principal Nezu speaking. I assume this is about the USJ incident." The principal nodded with a hum of acknowledgement. "I see. It is unfortunate that this is our first real conversation." Yes, I have recently gained a report from the hospital he was sent to, as well as the other injured." Nezu shuffled through some emails before finding what he was searching for. "Your son only had 2 major injuries that had to be dealt with. The rest were minor and may scar, but those scars are very likely to fade over time. However, the 2 injuries of concern were caused by a disintegration quirk. It had managed to reach quite deep around Midoriya-san's neck as well as the muscles connecting to his shoulder. There was also damage done to the area a tad below his collarbone. Both are about the size of a hand and he was lucky that no more was done. The fact that Midoriya would have likely died in the worst-case scenario did not need to be told. Midoriya Izuku will be monitored carefully until they deem him well enough to be discharged and sent home. He is to not strain himself and stay bedridden. They do plan to send him home with medication and prescription creams for later on to help with pain, stiffness, and scarring. Thankfully, he had enough energy later today to have Recovery Girl heal the worst of it all. That should help with speeding up his initial recovery time. Rest assured, he appears to be out of the danger zone, though he is expected to have trouble speaking. It is unknown if any permanent damage was done that will affect breathing or speaking in the long run. Once he gains more energy, Recovery Girl does plan to try and speed the healing process more. Farewell, Midoriya-san. We wish the best for your son's well-being. The call ended. As soon as Nezu placed the phone back, his expression became a slight frown. He turned to his computer to do some research. He needed to double-check something. A tragic incident occurred today at around 12:17 in the afternoon where a local Musutafu pharmacy suddenly went ablaze. Fortunately, there were many staff who had exited the building for lunch, but those who remained inside were unable to be rescued. The local police and heroes managed to arrest the suspect, who was known as a pyromaniac villain notorious for setting structures on fire with no apparent pattern. He was spotted near the scene and had to be chased down the streets. The child's eyes glowed with the light of the television. The kid barely felt a large hand rest on their shoulder. "What's wrong?" the man asked. Without even moving their gaze, the child raised hand with a finger pointing at the TV. The finger wasn't pointed at the lady telling the news, but at the small box that played a short film of the burning building. Teardrops began to slowly drip down the kid's cheeks. "Mommy, Katsuki." Bakugou watched as his mother crouched down and gently held his tiny hands in hers. "There's something you have to know." The blonde just tilted his head in confusion. He could feel his mother's hands trembling. From his peripherals, his father is leaning his back against the wall and glancing away from his wife and son. "You see, Auntie and Co won't be able to come over to our house anymore." "Huh? Why?" The blonde was getting annoyed at his parents' strange behavior. He was oblivious to the pained looks his parents tried to hold back. "If Auntie and Co can't come over anymore, then that means we can just go to her, right? What's the problem?" The dam broke, his mother pulling away as the kitchen filled with sobs. The blonde watched his father embrace his mother in an attempt to comfort the woman. The blonde child noticed how his father was giving him the silent message to leave the pair be for a bit. Bakugou left the kitchen in stunned silence. He didn't understand. Kirishima walked up the steps leading to the Bakugou's front door. He glanced back as he reread the text the explosive blonde had sent him. He double-checked to make sure he got the right address. When he rang the bell, he waited with slight anxiety. The redhead's attention was caught when the door opened and introduced him to a woman who looked extremely similar to Bakugou. It was almost a little scary. Oh, hello. Who are you? I'm Kirishima Ijiro of Class 1 at UA. It's nice to meet you, Bakugou-san. The blonde woman smiled. So you're my son's new friend. Kirishima swore he heard the explosive teen shout something in the background. Please, just call me Mitsuki. It will help it be less confusing too. Sure. The redhead startled when the smiling woman turned back to the inside of her house with an angry shout. Oi brat, your friend is here. Don't keep him waiting. There were some thumps from the second floor followed by a, I get it. I'll be right there, you old hack. Mitsuki then turned back to Kirishima like nothing happened, her body moving out of the way of the entrance to the home. Sorry about that. Please make yourself comfortable. As Kirishima walked in, removing his shoes in the process, he could only sweat drop at the shouty interaction. He definitely knows now where Bakugou got his fiery side. It was when he had taken a few sips of tea and shared some small talk with Mitsuki did Bakugou finally make his way down. The blonde teen just waved a hand as a gesture to follow. There you are, shitty hair. Come on, let's go. Kirishima excused himself as he followed the blonde upstairs to the teen's room. He tried to ignore Mitsuki's shout about how Bakugou addressed the redhead. Of course, the blonde shouted back with his own disagreements. When they finally got to his room, Kirishima was a little surprised at the fact that the blonde seemed to have some gaming-related stuff. I guess it wasn't too surprising since the teen seemed to be close to Midoriya. Bakugou just plopped down to sit at the edge of his bed. His arms crossed as he stared at Kirishima. Alright, I invited you here cause there's some shit that needs to be said. First of all, whatever I tell you here stays a secret or I'll effing murder you. Kirishima is pretty sure that the blonde wouldn't actually do that, but it was enough to get the point across. Of course, that'd be unmanly of me if I spilled secrets and stuff. There was a short silence between them until Bakugou finally spoke. What are your thoughts on Izu? Like, in general or? Bakugou huffed. Just, for FS sake, spill your damn mind about Izu being a girl. I don't care if you word it in some shitty, a whole way because at least that means you're genuinely telling me what you think. The redhead thought about it for a bit. He didn't want to accidentally say something wrong because, in all honesty, he really didn't mind about Midoriya being a girl. Well, I think it doesn't really matter if Midoriya is a dude or not. She is still that totally epic classmate we all met on the first day. She's still the same person who selflessly ran in to save those people from the 0-pointer too. I'm not sure what exactly you want to hear, but I don't think that Midoriya's gender matters. She's still the same person, right? All it means is that she's just physically different, cause girls Kirishima blushed a little at the end, giving an awkward cough. Yeah, he'd rather not think of Midoriya like that. That ain't a very manly thing to do. The redhead watched with nervousness as Bakugou nodded and seemed to think over the shared opinions. Good, I'm glad you aren't in a hole about it. Kirishima sighed with relief. Okay, so he at least passed whatever kind of test that was. Shitty Kirishima. That definitely alerted the redhead on how serious this was. Make sure to keep this secret and don't slip up when you're supposed to go calling her by male pronouns. The reasons are personal, and if she wants to share them with you, then that's her choice. I expect you to be a friend she needs and help her out if she needs it. That also includes keeping her gender secret from those who don't know. With Redhead's eyes glinted with determination as he bumped a fist against his chest. I swear I'll do my best to help him. The teen then had to instinctively catch a controller that flew at his head. He looked down at the old device with confusion. It was different from the usual round buttons that were placed in a diamond formation with the A, B, X, and Y controls. There was cube-like print at the top with faded words spelling GameCube. When he looked back at Bakugou, the blonde had his own controller and was starting up the purple box console installed in his room's TV. The blonde's red gaze shifted to him. Ever played a friendship-ruining racing game? Wait, what? Welcome to a game with racing carts and boxes that give you the ability to F over your pals with stupid-ass items. Mitsuki brought her child out to the mall that day. She was giving the blonde child the ability to choose a gift for Izu's 6th birthday. The woman patiently watched her child in the hero merchandise store as he seemed to evaluate what item was worthy of being Izu's gift. Bakugou was struggling with what kind of present would make Izu super happy. Out of his peripherals, he noticed the video game store that was open across from the one his mom and he was in. As he stared at the game store from the hero store's window, he vaguely remembered a conversation he overheard. Now, the blonde usually wasn't one to pay attention to others he deemed unworthy of his time, but the group of boys during recess were being stupidly loud that day. They were talking about the latest hit video game or something stupid like that. Bakugou didn't really care at the time. However, Izu hasn't smiled in a very long time. At this point, the blonde was desperate to get something to light up his friend's life. Yet, maybe something brought up by those annoying extras would actually do the trick. Bakugou and Mitsuki left the mall with a cheap handheld device. Bakugou kind of wished they had more funds and a couple of games. When Bakugou gifted it to his friend, Izu was certainly confused at the strange device. They worked together to figure out how it worked, and soon the blonde found himself leaning over Izu's shoulder as his friend played. Bakugou's gaze shifted to view Izu's expression. He was pleased by the tiny lift of the girl's lips. It wasn't much, but he considered it a win. The door to the apartment slammed open as Hisashi shoved Midoriya in. He ignored the pain grunt from the teen as he shut the door. "I can't effing believe this shit." Midoriya was just about to lift his head when the man kicked the boy in the face. The teen tried to ignore the pain that came from his neck as it stretched from his head being forced to the side. Hisashi breathed in a strained breath. "You just love causing problems for everyone. Don't you? Midoriya hacked when he breathed in Hisashi's smoke. The man's quirk tended to have more smoke emit when the man was angry or stressed. The short teen tensed and squirmed as Hisashi's large hand dragged the injured teen by the neck. Midoriya choked when his father lifted him up for a moment, only to be thrown into the barren room. "Effing stay in there and don't even think of coming out." Midoriya watched as Hisashi carelessly tossed the teen's prescriptions onto the floor of his room. The green-haired teen had to quickly close his eyes as a pill bottle flew towards him. It hurt as it bounced off his closed eyelid, but it could have been worse. Hisashi slammed the door and locked it from the outside. Midoriya could still hear his angry shouts and the shattering of glass. "Now I've got to deal with the effing damaged product cause of those nasty-as scars." As if that boy wasn't horrendous to look at every day already. Now I gotta call the damn hospital with the effing trans excuse so they don't try and F me over about the brat's gender. That's the last effing issue I want to deal with. Midoriya crawled his way to the mess he called a bed, doing what he could to rest. "Hisashi dear, can I talk to you for a moment?" The man looked up from his paperwork to see his lovely wife. He gave a small smile to help with her obvious anxiety. "Is something wrong, dear? Why so nervous? You're gonna make me nervous at this rate." Inko played with some strands of her viridian locks. I know that you have your own opinions about certain things, but I'm really happy about this. I'm just not sure how you'll feel even though we've been married for a good while." Hisashi's brows furrowed in concern, his pen being put to rest on the table. "Inko, I am pregnant, Hisashi." The man blinked in confusion. He could see why his dear Inko would be concerned. Very early into their marriage, he made sure to voice his opinion on not desiring children. Inko respected that, and he respected her for understanding. He knows that there is no perfect way to completely prevent pregnancy. Even using all safety measures can still have a probability of failure. Yet, he was filled with uncertainty. Would he be able to care for a child? Would he be able to take the role of a father? As Hisashi looked at Inko's worried stare, her hands clasped as if she was praying for him to say something positive, he couldn't help himself from giving it a try. All parents have no answers to such questions when they have their first child, right? So, he didn't see any issue with giving it a try. As he joyfully lifted Inko with a cheerful smile, a nuzzle to her stomach despite her giggles and squeaked out protests, he couldn't help the small feeling of excitement. What would it be like to have what others called a bundle of joy? Hisashi was a curious man and he wanted to find out. He couldn't wait for the future. Toshinori stared at the file in his grasp. The skeletal man was in deep thought. He had found himself in deep thought a lot more often nowadays with his time limit and need for a successor. There was always Tagata Mirio, who was recommended by his distant friend, Mirai. However, the number one hero wanted to be able to find a candidate of his own. He won't deny that Tagata has great potential as a successor. He has met the boy for brief periods of time as a teacher, and the teen was certainly impressive, but he knows it can't hurt to have more options. Toshinori stretched in his office chair, his joints cracking as he set the files down. The old hero soon had to head out, the file of Midoriya Izuku within his desk drawers. Class 1 was filled with mostly quiet chatter. It had been quite some days since they have last been in class considering the recent incident, but it felt like they returned much sooner than they thought they would. Many of the students just wanted a distraction, and it was a silent agreement to not think too hard about their own memories of the USJ. Eventually, they all turned their heads as the classroom door slid open. Bakugou entered the classroom with Midoriya trailing behind the blonde, the short teen playing another one of his many games. The class did their best to not stare at the bandages that slightly peeked past Midoriya's uniform collar. "Midoriya, I am glad to see that you are doing well." Ada greeted with a salute. The short teen just gave a small nod in response. When Midoriya sat in his seat, a few classmates crowded around him. The teen could hear Bakugou growling at the fellow students as a way of warning them not to pester the green-haired teen too much. A part of Midoriya wished that the blonde wasn't so protective at times. "Hey man, you gonna be alright?" Kirishima spoke up. For a second, the students wondered if they were going to get an answer. Then, Midoriya finally spoke up. "Yeah, I'll be fine. Recovery girl just wants me to keep these on for a bit as a precaution. Technically, I'm all healed up. I have some stiffness in my neck on that one side, but it doesn't hurt." The group of friends and eavesdropping students felt relief at that. The teen's injuries had left many of them shaken. And then entered Aizawa, who looked like he was ready to be buried in an Egyptian tomb. "Good morning, class," his monotone voice greeted. The class could only stare at the mummified man in disbelief. "Aizawa-sensei, we are glad to see that you are doing well." Ida's voice rang out. "What about that? Looks like he's doing well." The class simultaneously thought. They just watched the man make his way to the front of the classroom with a hunched back. No one was entirely sure if they should believe him when he stated he was fine. "Putting my health aside, know that the battle is still not over." That made everyone tense as multiple negative scenarios flooded their minds. Class 1 was caught off guard by the large grin that took over Aizawa's face. After all, there is the upcoming UA Sports Festival. There was a massive wave of relief that was quickly replaced by a competitive atmosphere. Everyone knows about the famous UA Sports Festival, an event that had risen in popularity over the years and has become the replacement of the pre-Quirk era Olympic Games. While everyone was thinking about the event, Midoriya could only think about how it was the perfect time to start pulling out those Olympic-based video games featuring that red plumber and that blue hedgehog. Oh yeah, I guess he should be thinking about the sports festival. Does swinging a remote around count as training? Nerd, please tell me you're thinking about the sports festival and not video games. Bakugou was met with silence and an innocent expression. Some of their classmates turned to look at Bakugou as the blonde just face-planted his desk, sudden bang of the desk catching some of the students off guard. Midoriya just turned away and focused on his game to not involve himself. It was during their lunch period when it happened. Midoriya ended up with his small circle of friends made of Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, and Bakugou. Shinsu was still a challenge to convince, but Midoriya was sure he'd one day get that purple-haired insomniac to sit at the same table. On their way to lunch, they ended up falling into a discussion about their personal reasons for being a hero. Ida had his inspiration from his older brother and his family legacy, while Bakugou said that he wanted to keep those cruel mother effers in line so they don't ruin lives. When Uraraka had to share, the girl ended up quite embarrassed. The group could see why if they took her reason out of context. The girl just wanted to help use the money she'd be able to earn to help out her poor family who owned a not-so-successful construction business. I don't see the issue with that. Our society's economy runs on cash, so there's no problem with making sure you can survive in the world. I'd see a bit of an issue if you had enough to get by in life, but wanted more just to simply have more money. Plus, hero work would help a lot with that since they can get paid quite a lot. If you can help save lives in the process of caring for your loving parents, then I see zero issues, Midoriya voiced, his gaze leaving his game as he stared at Uraraka. Bakugou tusked. He ain't wrong, round face, and if anyone has an issue with that, then they obviously don't understand what it means to have money issues in a society that demands the use of money. Anyone with a effing brain will be able to see the kindness behind it. Uraraka gave them a bright smile, eyes threatening to tear up at the display of support. She really was expecting them to be negative towards her reason. Midoriya-kun, what's your motivation to be a hero? She had questioned. The group watched as the teen played his game, his brows furrowed in thought. Bakugou had told them that the short teen liked to take time when answering to avoid saying the wrong words. That was something Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima could respect. Before they could get an answer, the group paused and stared at the not-so-hidden form of All Might around a hallway corner. "Psst, young Midoriya," he whispered loudly. The man then raised his neatly wrapped bento, his other hand gesturing for Midoriya to follow. "Care to join me for lunch?" Uraraka couldn't help herself from mentally squealing how cute that was. Midoriya glanced at Bakugou, the blonde shrugging. "If you want a nerd, just know that you don't have to." The green-haired teen ended up bringing his lunch with him as the teen followed All Might. The rest of the group just continued their way to the lunchroom. As they spoke quietly about what had just happened, they failed to notice how a certain two-tone teen, a little further ahead in the lunch line, listened to their conversation. Todoroki returned his gaze forward once he felt Bakugou stare in the cold teen's direction. Yagi knew how to speak in front of crowds. He also knew how to comfort civilians during a crisis. Yet here he was, a veteran hero and the symbol of peace, struggling to start a conversation with a teenager. Fortunately, it looked like he didn't need to say anything. "You aren't here for just lunch. I'd appreciate it if you got to the point." The man coughed slightly out of surprise, the green-haired teen not once removing his gaze from his game. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, but first." Midoriya looked up only to try and wave away plumes of steam from his vision. When it finally cleared, his eyes widened in surprise as his mouth hung slightly agape. The tall and buff figure of All Might had deflated into a very frail and skeletal man. Yagi could see the boy's obvious confusion. This, the man gestured to himself, is what I truly look like. My quirk helps in giving me that strong form that many know of. It's like when men suck in air as they flex by the pool. Midoriya stared as his brain tried to process the information. But he waited because he could tell there was way more to be said. It wasn't always like this though. The teen gained a grim gaze as Yagi lifted his shirt to reveal the ugly wound that seemed to stretch from his chest to his abdomen. About 5 years ago, there was a deadly villain fight that had left me severely wounded. I managed to keep this battle quiet from the public so very little actually know. Despite the many surgeries I had gone through, I lost some of my organs and continued to go through the decline of my health. This also had caused me to gain a time limit on my hero form as All Might. Due to the power I had to use at the USJ, I have less than my initial 3 hours prior to the incident. Midoriya found himself slouching on the couch, his brain not focusing on supporting it as the teen thought deeply. This was really starting to sound like some sort of adventure game plot or some kind of anime plot right now. Now that you know of my true form, I can tell you about what I really wish to discuss. Yagi watched the teen give a small nod as a sign to continue. The man wondered how the boy would take this by the end. Despite my fame, no one truly knows what exactly my quirk is. Many believe it is something such as strength enhancement. Whenever anyone has asked though, I usually manage to change the conversation with a joke. Yagi looked at Midoriya with a serious gaze. Please note that all of this information is to never leave this room. I understand, Midoriya answered. The teen played with the sleeves of his hoodie. My quirk is known as One for All. It is a stockpiling quirk that has been passed down for generations. One gains it and develops it only to pass it on to another who will do the same. Every time, this quirk will continue to get stronger with every pass of the torch. This power was one I was not naturally born with, but a sacred torch that was handed down to me. Midoriya was absolutely sure this was some sort of game or anime plot now. The symbol of peace having a secret identity, past, and now a secret power that can be given away. It is all a setup for some protagonist to go walking into. The teen wouldn't be surprised if there was some legendary arch-nemesis attached to this whole ordeal too. A quirk that stockpiles power and can be transferred to another person. Midoriya wasn't sure what to say in response, but he had a feeling that he knew where this was heading. Yagi watched those emerald eyes stare into his very being. All Might, are you telling me you brought me here to become the next in line for your quirk? The short teen watched as the man clasped his hands and gave a firm nod. Yes, young Midoriya. I believe you have the qualities to make a great hero and I would be happy to have you as my successor. Should you accept, you may even find yourself taking up my position as the symbol of peace one day. Midoriya knew he already had quite a strong quirk. Maybe not as strong as All Might's, especially after that information dump, but it was still a powerful set of abilities. Yet here he was, being given the chance to practically become an unstoppable force in the future's next symbol and #1 hero. The teen swallowed as his body tensed. How long do I have to decide? Considering the training and toll of learning a completely new ability and strength, I recommend making a decision soon. How about, for now, we'll plan to meet once the UA Sports Festival is over. You can give me your answer then. I see. Midoriya's gaze switched from All Might to the room's wall clock as the bell rang from outside the doors. Yagi gently rested a hand on the teen's shoulder. Listen, I know this is very difficult to take in. There is no issue with saying no if you really don't want this power. It is solely up to you. Midoriya returned to class that day with a lot more on his mind than he would have liked. It was the end of the day when his teacher approached him in the halls. Midoriya, may I have a word? Aizawa's voice spoke up. The teen already had a lot to think about due to All Might, but now he already has another teacher wanting to speak with him. He hoped that it wouldn't be anything major. Yes, sensei. How are your injuries? Midoriya blinked out of surprise at the sudden question. Was that concern he heard too? They've been doing well. Just some stiffness, but no real pain. Aizawa nodded. That is good to hear. However, know that just because you're healed doesn't mean you should slack off when it comes to your health. If you ever have any issues, please go to Recovery Girl. She'll probably not be pleased, but she knows what she's doing. That is all. Have a good evening, Midoriya. With that, the teen watched the man walk away down the hall. Was it just him, or did Aizawa go into parent mode? Midoriya decided not to think about it too much and he continued his way to leave school. When Bakugou texted him about Kirishima knowing, Midoriya had definitely felt a bit nervous as the teen was welcomed into the Bakugou's home. He ended up finding the blonde and redhead waiting for him, the two checking out some of his games while they waited. So, Kirishima knows, Midoriya said as she turned to face Bakugou. Yeah, shitty hair found out during the USJ. No one else saw though. Kirishima looked between the two with slight anxiety. This was a bit awkward. Hey, listen, I don't know the full reason behind it and stuff, but know that it doesn't really matter to me that you're a girl. you're still that totally epic friend I met since the entrance exams." The redhead watched as Midoriya gave a small smile in return. "I'm glad that you understand." Bakugou and Kirishima watched as Midoriya pulled out the Wii console while tossing 2 controllers at the pair. Bakugou caught it with ease but snorted at the terrified face of Kirishima. Okay, so maybe Midoriya's weapons had caused some mental trauma. The redhead still caught the remote due to his reflexes, but still seemed to be slightly shaken at seeing it flying towards his face. "The sports festival is coming up, so I thought this would be a good game to play." Midoriya inserted a disc that said something about London and Olympics. Bakugou turned to face Kirishima with a serious expression. "Oi, shitty hair. Whatever you do, please for FS sake put the strap on your wrist." Kirishima liked to say he had a good grip on things and dismissed the warning. After all, what could go wrong? Midoriya and Bakugou ended up getting some ice packs and first aid half an hour later while Kirishima groaned in pain on the floor, a nasty bruise forming. Midoriya and Bakugou managed to create a makeshift ping-pong setup as they waited. It was the day of the UA Sports Festival and everyone in the class was in their gym uniforms buzzing with excitement or anxiety. Ida had given up on trying to stop the ping-pong match when Bakugou had to tell Ida off about how it was helping with stress. Midoriya was a bit more diplomatic than his friend as he tried to explain it in a way that would make Ida satisfied. All in all, everyone looked at the green and blonde pair and thought of how they'd make a good bad cop and good cop dynamic. Midoriya was thankful for his friend turning the waiting room table, pulling out a bouncy stress ball he sometimes carries around, and turning it into a game. Bakugou could tell his short friend was nervous about the loud and massive crowd that was waiting for them. The green-haired teen would have brought one of his games, but they'd be heading out soon and he didn't want any of his devices to be damaged or lost in the inevitable chaos. All he had was his phone, which he could use to play some games in between the one-on-one matches, but right now, it wasn't exactly going to help with his hidden anxiety. Playing this sham of a version of ping-pong was enough to at least have his body doing something instead of sitting around. Midoriya. The teen caught the ball bouncing his way before turning to face Todoroki. "Todoroki." Many of the students glanced at the confrontation. "Looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than you." Midoriya could only tilt his head in confusion. Was Todoroki declaring war on him? However, All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Bakugou narrowed his gaze at Todoroki from where he stood. All Might only ever interacted with his friend once, and that was for lunch. He remembered seeing Icy Hot eavesdropping on the group's conversation that day. The blonde didn't think the guy would make the assumption that All Might has been some sort of secret supporter since the beginning of the school year. Other than that one time, Bakugou has never seen an ounce of favoritism for anyone in their class. Why did it even matter that All Might had his eye out for a promising future hero? After all, he and Izu were going to be the greatest there is. "Regardless, I'm going to beat you." Kirishima awkwardly tried to ease the tension. "Hey man, don't you think that's a bit?" "All right." Everyone could imagine themselves doing an anime fall at the innocent and simple response. Midoriya just stared back at Todoroki's apathetic gaze. The cold teen almost wavered at the hidden intensity behind those emerald orbs. It was like staring at a transparent gate. He could see the short teen's determination and strong will, but it was being controlled and restrained behind kind eyes. "Todoroki, I'm not exactly sure what is going through your mind by sending me a challenge request. However, I do acknowledge how capable you are. You hold a lot of strength that I have not seen, and perhaps you really are stronger than me in a lot of different ways. We are all training to become the very best heroes we can be, so I know I cannot let myself fall behind." Bakugou noticed that glint in his friend's eyes, one he hasn't seen in a long while. The blonde grinned at the sight. "I will be fighting with everything I've got. I do hope you can keep up. It'd be a shame to see you lag behind." The room went silent at the strength behind those words. Some actually glanced at Todoroki with bits of concern. There were those who were reminded of the brief moments they had with Midoriya before they got separated in the USJ. They remembered how that soft-spoken teen gained an edge to his voice followed by a serious and calculating aura. Those same qualities could be felt in the way Midoriya accepted Todoroki's declaration of war. It was a little jarring to see the short teen release that hidden blaze of fire when he was usually a gentle lamb. Before they knew it, they were notified to start walking out into the field. It was time. "Welcome everybody to the UA Sports Festival. Can I get a hey?" Present mic was met with even louder cheers. "Alrighty then, let's move on and start bringing out the hero course students, shall we? Here, we have Class 1A. They've been hitting it up in the news recently for their bravery against the USJ villain attack. The second they stepped out into the open, Midoriya had to wince at the massive audience's shouts and cheers. He knew that their class was popular due to the USJ, especially since nothing like it has ever happened at UA before in the past. Yet, he didn't think so many people would be this excited to see them. Midoriya tried to not focus on the sheer number of people who are watching their every move, either in the stands or at home. This was already pushing his anxiety into overdrive even though he looked completely calm on the outside. "Now, give a hand for Class 1B. One by one, all the first-year courses were being introduced as they made their way out into the field. Midoriya hoped they didn't have it out for Class 1 too badly. He remembered how the other classes crowded outside their classroom. When the school day was over, the class found themselves unable to leave once the door was slid open. Outside of their classroom was a massive crowd of students from the other courses. Whoa, what's up with everyone? Kaminari questioned, intimidated by the sight of the crowd. Bakugou just huffed. You morons, can't you see that they're here to scout us out? Kirishima turned towards Bakugou. Scout us out? He means that the other classes must have heard a lot about us thanks to the USJ, and now they want to see who they'll be dealing with for the sports festival. I'm not sure if they meant to keep us from going home. Midoriya spoke up, his eyes staying on his game. Well, so this is Class 1A. A blonde with neatly combed hair spoke up. Everyone already disliked this guy's condescending tone. Not exactly what I was imagining now that I get to actually see you. After all, I'm sure we were all expecting an impressive group who fought off against real villains. Many of the students felt their fists clenching. That wasn't something to really praise about. It was a terrifying experience for them all, and the only good thing about it was the fact that there were no casualties. However, don't go thinking you are mightier than all of us just because you fought villains and won. I can assure you that Class 1B is much greater in strength. Just you wait. Class 1B will be stealing your spotlight before you know it. The entire class, and even the surrounding ones, began to get ticked off by the dude as he cackled like some villain. Everyone sweat dropped when a hand had karate chopped the boy's neck, the teen's body slumping to the floor as he laid unconscious. A girl with very orange hair grabbed the boy by the collar of his shirt as she dragged him away. Sorry about that, everyone. Monoma can be a bit of a special case. Just ignore whatever he said. Bakugou was beginning to lose his temper, especially after being forced to listen to that arrogant blonde kid. Alright, listen up you extras. People like me gotta get the F home, and I'm sure you all got places to go to. So F off and focus on actually beating us if you think you can. You're gonna need all the practice time you can. Class 1 facepalmed as the crowd of students went into an outrage at the blonde's words. Leave it to Bakugou to piss people off. Bakugou, that was unacceptable behavior. Are you trying to make enemies for us? Ada scolded. Midoriya noticed a guy who seemed to turn his body into metal who yelled about Class 1 being a bunch of arrogant a-holes. For some reason, that student kind of reminded the teen of Kirishima. The green-haired teen sighed at the drama. Well, he was class president, so this should be okay to do, right? Very few noticed how the short teen's body glowed green for a second before everyone froze at a sudden static wave. Everyone went silent as they stared at Midoriya, some yelping at getting a tiny shock from the static electricity. Midoriya glanced at everyone before speaking. Is everyone finished now? None of the students in the crowd were sure if they wanted to respond after that display. It was just a tiny bit of static electricity in the air, nothing harmful at all. However, even those who were the oblivious type could tell that the small teen could do much worse. Midoriya seemed to not notice how his small act had caused many to become intimidated. I apologize for the spiky Pomeranian's way of wording things. The teen ignored his friend's growled objection. However, he is correct. Many of us have people waiting for our return, and we have places we must be. I'm sure that all of you have your own strengths and weaknesses, but you should really work hard if you want to try and surpass us. Just because we're hero course students doesn't mean we have the liberty to slack off. If we fall behind, we will fall, and so we must always go plus ultra every day. Everyone flinched, even Midoriya's own classmates, at the sudden deadly glare that the short teen shot at the crowd of students. Also, don't think we are arrogant or bathing in the glory the media has been giving us for the USJ. It is obvious by how you're acting that none of you understand what it's like to face a life or death situation. It was something that we were not trained for. We may typically have strong quirks, but we're here to learn for a reason, and that's because there are skills we lack or must improve on if we wish to save lives and survive in our future. Don't you dare glorify us for doing what we could to make it out alive. Bakugou was left a bit stunned at his friend's ferocity. The teen never had to raise his voice, but somebody would really have to be dumb as a doorknob to not feel that animosity and scolding anger. The blonde didn't even notice when Midoriya took hold of his wrist and began leading them through the sea of students. All of them parted like the sea to clear a way for Midoriya. In a way, Bakugou mused, the short teen has definitely inherited that silent predator aura that Auntie and Co had. The explosive blonde couldn't help but pity whoever his friend would end up getting romantically involved with in the future. Whoever it was going to be, they are gonna get whipped as hell. When Midoriya found himself back into reality, Midnight was on the field stage. Now, it is time for the student representative to make their speech. Midoriya Izuku, you're up. Midoriya blinked. Say what? Out of all things that Midoriya was expecting, he was not expecting to be the one to give the opening speech. Now, he had to make an improvised speech in front of a crowd made of hundreds to thousands of people. What is his life anymore? Why me? Ada spoke up beside him. It could be because you're the class president. but I think it could also be because you ranked first in the entrance exam. Midoriya forgot all about those rankings. He managed to take first from Bakugou, mainly due to those rescue points. The blonde ended up in second. Either way, he was definitely not ready for this. Nobody except Bakugou could tell how nervous the teen was as he made his way to the microphone. Everyone was wondering if the teen would ever speak until Midoriya took a deep breath, his voice ringing around the entire stadium. I don't think I'm very good with words, but I'll try my best, I guess. You could literally feel everyone's sweat drop at the blunt honesty. Listen, I know that everyone here mainly has their eyes on Class 1A. Midoriya noticed how the other courses seemed to grumble because of the USJ incident. However, please note that there are plenty of others here who have their own potential. The media makes it sound like we should be glorified, but I can assure you that I find it wrong to glorify the fact that untrained children did what they had to in order to survive. That should be something to be relieved about. It should never be an experience that is used as some sort of trophy. We were fortunate that there are no causalities, so please do not use our own traumatic experiences to overshadow the potential that lies around us. Everyone at UA, even outside of the hero course, are doing their best and are working just as hard for their own goals. This is UA, an amazing school that manages to raise great potential in any course. It is because of that we will all do our very best today. We go beyond, plus ultra. Midoriya felt like he was going to break into a sweat when he finally wrapped up his speech. He was glad to hear the many encouraging cheers that followed and the more positive aura that the other course students seemed to gain during his speech. The short teen knew that it must be hard to work so much and know that no one cares because there is someone better. It might not change the fact that many are still here for Class 1A, but he at least wanted to help in forging good relations with the other students. Midoriya wanted to give them the comfort that there is someone who cares and acknowledges their efforts. The green-haired teen found many smiles passed in his direction as he made his way back to his class. Midnight took over as she began to officially start the events. Everyone watched the large screen show a spinning animation of the many possible events. Midoriya noticed how some of the guys seemed to blush at the sight of Midnight's outfit. She was the R-rated hero for a reason. What did they expect? Now, let's get this show started. Our first event will be... The wheel finally paused, allowing everyone to read the first event, the obstacle race. Everyone focused their gaze on the screen as it began to show an above view of the stadium and the area around it. Listen up now or you may end up needing to drink your own tears, dearies. Treat this event as a qualifier for the next round. Midnight's whip made a loud snap as she waved it. All classes will be participating in this race. You will all be racing around the outer circumference of this stadium, which is about 4 kilometers, from the starting point to the finish line. Some students felt intimidated when Midnight glanced back at them with a sadistic glint in her eye. Now children, remember that our selling point is freedom. She licked her lips with a smirk. That means that as long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Just focus on making it to that next round. The R-rated hero raised her whip to the starting line, which had a special gate around it. Now, take your places, everyone. As the students began making their way to the starting line, Midoriya paused and let everyone go in front of him. His emerald orbs narrowed as he examined the tunnel before them. That was going to get very crowded. He pitied anyone here who was claustrophobic. He heard the familiar steps of Bakugou approaching. When he glanced over, he saw the blonde nod. You see it too, don't you? Midoriya just nodded. The race began to start, the gate lights slowly turning off as it counted down. Everyone was ready to go and the surrounding audience went silent with anticipation. The last light of the gate went out. Start. The race began with a blast of sound. Midoriya paid no attention as Bakugou launched himself into the air with his explosions. He was confident that the blonde would do well. With a deep breath and a little stolen electricity from the machinery around him, he dashed towards the tunnel's wall. An electric glow surrounded his body as he gained enough speed to keep himself running on the wall for a small bit before he had to jump off. He began using the students below as springboards to avoid being stuck like everyone else below him. There was a sudden wave of frigid air as ice seemed to encase the tunnel. As Midoriya hopped, he noticed how many had their feet trapped in ice. So, this was Todoroki's tactic. It was pretty effective crowd control. The short teen soon found his feet on solid ground, the sun's rays warming up his skin. Midoriya wasn't surprised to see many of his fellow classmates surpass Todoroki's ice. The green-haired teen was carefully giving himself short bursts of speed with the electricity he managed to gain. He was almost worried about running out until the large shadows of multiple zero-pointers appeared. Following underneath them were the smaller robots from the entrance exam. Good. Free batteries. Many students watched in fascination as several machines seemed to have a beautiful ribbon of energy connect to Midoriya's swift form. It was almost like watching an aurora as the robot's power was drained from them. When a robot would shut down, the thread of energy would begin to dissipate from the source and be completely gone by the time the fading effect would reach Midoriya's body. Midoriya took the chance to take as much energy as he could, quickly replacing the amount he was using. He made it just in time to move Kirishima and that metal-turning teen from getting crushed by the partially frozen zero-pointer left behind by Todoroki. Sure, the two both have quirks that would allow them to survive being crushed, but you can never be too sure. It is better to be safe than sorry. Are you all right? I know you could have protected yourselves, but I didn't want to risk any injuries. For a second, Midoriya thought he was looking at duplicates as they both simultaneously gave a thumbs up and a sharp smile. That was super manly of you. Thanks. The similar pair then ended up glancing at each other in surprise. Midoriya just decided to let them figure out their sudden twin mindset as he continued his run. The short teen could hear Present Mike shout something about the next obstacle being called the fall. When he made it there, he understood why it was called that, considering that there were stone pillars with ropes attaching to each one. Other than that, there was just a dark pit waiting below. There was a pink-haired girl shouting in the distance about how wonderful her babies were as she shot across the obstacle. Midoriya managed to get a glimpse of her as that support student launched into the air. Nearby students watched as Midoriya disappeared in a flash of light. The pink-haired girl was none the wiser to the student hitching a ride within her own invention. The girl only yelped in surprise when she reached the end of the fall, and a flash of green blinded her for a second, only to reveal a curly, viridian-haired boy. The student watched with interest and confusion as the short teen gave a wave as he ran, shouting out a sorry, but thanks, before he was out of her range. The green-haired teen slowed to a stop at the final obstacle, which happened to be a minefield. They were harmless, but they did give quite the push if you happened to set one off. Midoriya bent down near the nearest landmine and began to carefully dig it up, if it was made out of what he thought it was then. Some passing students were quick to move on when they saw Midoriya crouched with a grin as he stared at a dug-up landmine. It was a bit unnerving. When Midoriya transported himself inside the machine, he felt even happier. Even though these devices were still individual machines, they all still followed and connected via the same system. In other words, Midoriya can travel to each one until he reached the end of the landmine field. As Midoriya shot like a rocket, bouncing from one landmine to the next at a rapid pace, he set off any and all landmines that ended up behind him. He, unfortunately, couldn't hear the startled yelps and shrieks from the students that got blown up despite never setting one of the landmines off. Even Present Mike was commenting with a surprised shout at how the landmines seemed to go off on their own. Aizawa watched the live footage and seemed to be one of the rare few who noticed Midoriya using his quirk on the landmine. Those landmines aren't going off on their own. They're being set off by one of my students. The man would never admit the pride he was feeling at the moment. Hey, Present Mike exclaimed. Seriously, what are you teaching your students, Eraser? All the voice hero got was a terrifying grin. I didn't teach them anything. They just got riled up on their own. When Bakugou heard the sudden explosions behind him, he instantly knew it was Midoriya. Todoroki and the blonde were being careful as they fought each other for first place, their steps being put down with caution. Then, they were met with a flash of green above them. When they looked up, they saw the form of a smirking Midoriya materializing in the air. The short teen charged his body with electricity, and Todoroki and Bakugou could feel the air being forced from their lungs as the teen's feet hit their backs. Due to it being super-powered, the pair not only got pushed to the ground, but their faces ate dirt as they face-planted. Their falling bodies hit the landmines below them, but Midoriya made sure to activate the ones in between Todoroki and Bakugou just in case. The resulting explosions blasted both teens into the air and off towards the opposite sides of the field. Midoriya sprinted his way towards the finish line. By the time Bakugou and Todoroki caught up, Midoriya had already made it to the end with the gate emitting a loud buzz. There were colorful streamers that fell as a form of congratulations. Bakugou managed to snag second while Todoroki ended up in third. Todoroki gritted his teeth at only getting third place. He could have at least gotten second if it wasn't for his foolishness. When Bakugou and he fruitlessly tried to surpass Midoriya, he assumed they wouldn't be focusing on fighting each other as they had back in the minefield. Instead, the cold teen found himself stumbling out of the way of an unexpected explosion. The delay was enough for Bakugou to gain second place. Todoroki could only painfully watch as the blonde won by being mere inches in front of the cold teen. Todoroki just watched as Midoriya got his hair ruffled by Bakugou, the loud blonde chuckling at Midoriya's use of the landmines. Boy, you sly, broccoli F. You used explosions to beat me. That shit is pretty backward if you ask me. Anyone watching though could tell it was all lighthearted. Once everyone had managed to make it back, they all crowded around as they watched Midnight bring up the scoreboard. Only the first 42 students who passed the finish line would be able to qualify for the next event. That meant it was time for the next round. Everyone watched with held breaths as the event wheel spun again. Looks like our next event is Tower Defense, Midnight announced. Pay attention as I explain the rules. Tower defense is much like a cavalry battle, except you won't have to worry about keeping someone hoisted on your shoulders. Of course, it also has its own challenges. The screen then showed a team made of 4 people, There was one member who seemed to be protected by the rest of the team who were forming a triangle formation, all while keeping that one person safe behind them. In a way, the ones on the defensive seemed to be trying to lock that middle person in a self-made circle. All of them wore some sort of special bracelet and a white headband with red numbers. Teams can be made up of 2 members with a maximum of 4. One person will take the role of the tower while the others play as the defenders. Overall, your team is allowed quite a lot of free movement, but you cannot stray too far. Midnight held up 2 different bracelet devices. One had a shiny red stone while the other had a blue one. These are wireless devices that come in sets. Once teams have been assigned, these will be passed out. The blue ones will go to your tower and the red ones will go to the defenders. I recommend keeping these intact. They have a small screen that will tell you how far away you are from your tower. Once you hit the maximum distance of 7 feet, it will give you a buzz that will be loud enough to hear and feel from your wrist. Go any further than your maximum distance on purpose and your team will be disqualified. Also, a warning. Do not purposely cause other teams to become disqualified by forcing them to separate beyond their max distance. Much like in the Cavalry battle, other teams are not allowed to tamper with the formation of another team. If the team splits up too far by themselves, then that is on them. The hero watched as many nodded in understanding. There will be no punishment if someone's bracelet ends up broken. Think of it as an added challenge. So, if you aren't good at measuring distances mentally, I'd recommend protecting these. Use that tidbit of information as you'd like. The scoreboard flipped as it changed to list all 42 students, each with a growing point value, depending on what place you got during the preliminary round. That is what point value you get. The tower and defenders will have a varying sum of total points depending on who you chose to have on your team. Do be warned that if an entire team somehow loses every single headband in their possession, then that team is out of the game. So make sure you all at least keep one headband on you at all times. When you decide on who will be your tower, make sure they wear the headband with the highest number within your group. It will do no good if a defender is worth more than the tower. Midnight pointed her whip at the large board. From the 42nd place, you start with 5 and for every place closer to the top, it will continue to increase by 5. However, this is where it gets interesting, because the first place participant is assigned 10 million points. Midoriya gulped and took a daring glance around. Just as he thought, everyone was staring at him with a competitive and greedy glint in their eyes. From her stand, Midnight licked her lips as she rested her whip over her shoulder. This system makes it so those below can reach for the stars. Watch out for them underdogs, people. Do what you kids need to in order to reach the top. Plus ultra. Midoriya could practically feel the suffocating atmosphere around him, a drop of sweat running down his forehead. This was bad. Really bad. Every time Midoriya would approach a potential team member, they'd politely excuse themselves before walking off to join someone else's team. It was understandable that people wanted to be the ones to nab the points versus protecting the points. After all, being a part of Midoriya's team meant that every single student was going to hunt his team down. To carry 10 million points means that whoever gets it is guaranteed to make it to the finals. Still, it didn't help make the feeling of rejection lessen. Midoriya slightly flinched when a hand laid on his shoulder. The familiar warmth though instantly helped the teen relax. He turned his head to see Bakugou standing beside him. Nerd, it looks like you're having trouble making a team. Bakugou watched his friend gain a confused expression. Kachin, I thought you'd be off making your own team. The blonde could only shrug. As much as I'd like to fight you for that 10 million, it'd do us no good if only one of us got into the finals. I'm sure you'd still find a way, but with a lack of any good teammates, it's gonna be a challenge. Bakugou just gave his friend a smirk. Listen up, cause we either kick ass together or we get our asses kicked out of the competition together. Midoriya couldn't help but smile at his friend's consideration. Together, both of them stood there trying to see if there was anyone else who could help out. To be honest, the pair were sure they could pass this round with a team of just the two of them. After all, they've grown up together, trained together, and have sparred together. They know their roles and they knew how to cover for each other. Hey, they're 10 million. The pair both turned to see a girl with pink hair and gadgets hover her way to them as if she was roller skating. The girl was obviously not going to be able to stop her momentum as she ended up too close into Midoriya's personal space. The green-haired teen tried his best to not fall over as the girl's hands tried to steady herself by gripping his shoulders. Bakugou swore that he could feel a headache in his future. Since you're the one with a huge bullseye on your back, then that means everyone is going to have their eyes on you. That is just what I need in order to show the world, my lovely babies. If Bakugou was taking a drink, he'd end up doing a spit take. Why you're effing what? Heh. They watched as the girl removed the steampunk-style goggles from her face, revealing golden yellow eyes with a crosshair-like design within them. The name's Hatsume and I'm from the support course where I make all kinds of wonderful babies. Midoriya could feel Bakugou's disbelief without needing to even look. The blonde was facepalming as he muttered about how wrong her sentences sounded. The green-haired teen could only hope that the blonde could adjust to the girl's use of calling her inventions baby. He did have to agree that it sounded really wrong out of context. So, basically, you want to join our team to promote your work. Midoriya watched as Hatsume nodded vigorously. Bakugou and Midoriya's sweat dropped at the honesty. The girl then began pulling out different machines, and as she explained their functions, the blonde only picked out the important bits from all the rambling, and he still couldn't help but think how weird it was when the girl said babies in a sentence that it should totally not be used in. He wasn't sure if it was a bad sign he was becoming more tolerant of her phrasing. Midoriya began to wonder who could be their last teammate until he noticed a lone figure running over to them. "Hey, there you are. Oi, it's shitty hair." "Hey man, my hair isn't that different from yours," Kirishima complained when he finally reached them. The redhead flashed a smile towards Midoriya. "I was going to team up with you earlier, but I kinda got lost in the crowd. Then, I kept getting offers from others. It took a bit to finally get to you." Midoriya nodded. It was good to have at least another familiar classmate. While Kirishima has been more of a new addition to their group, especially on the more secretive side, it was at least better than having a complete stranger like Hatsume. However, it is obvious that the pink-haired girl is a smart one to create such devices despite her over-energetic personality. The green-haired teen glanced up at the large screen to check the time. They had about 7 minutes until the round starts, which is plenty of time to make plans. It's a good thing that Midoriya is an excellent strategist and an excellent player when it came down to tower defense games. "Alright everyone, time is up. Please put on the provided bands," Midnight announced. Present Mike looked on from his booth with interest. "I can tell that this is going to be an interesting round, listeners. What do you think, Eraser?" Aizawa watched as the loud blonde shot a pair of finger guns at him. "I do see some interesting team-ups," he responded dully. Within the ring, Midoriya's fingers grasped the straps of the 10 million headband as he tightened it around his forehead. Bakugou stood ready as their offense. He was to try and generally stay in the front of Midoriya. Hatsume had her hover boots activated, her jetpack strapped on her to help make her more mobile. With her gadgets, they would help with keeping Midoriya out of the way of anyone who got too close by pushing him or carrying him around. She was to stay close by just in case Midoriya isn't quick enough to move out of the way in time. Then there was Kirishima, who was to generally stay close by as well. Due to his quirk, he'd be excellent for acting as a shield. It was going to be their defense. Midoriya thought this team was quite balanced with 2 members that can move swiftly, while they have one offense and defense role. Now, let's see if their plans work well in action rather than just in theory. "Alright everyone, let's get the match started," Midnight shouted, her words causing the audience to cheer in response. All the students noticed that the distance tracking bracelets all turned on with a glow. "Get ready." Everyone tensed with held breaths. "Go." With the echoing crack of the whip, everyone immediately charged towards Midoriya's team. The roar of the crowds was deafening. "Caution. On it." Some of the more cautious teams slowed down at the sight of the blonde charging towards them as close as he could. When enough braver teams entered within Bakugou's range, his hands came together and emitted a growing glow. By the time the affected teams realized they should back up, Bakugou emitted a flashbang with his quirk. There was a loud echo of students who yelped and shouted to protect their sight. The light was blinding and easily allowed Team Midoriya to begin moving. They planned to keep themselves moving around the perimeter of the arena. While moving more towards the center could allow them more freedom, they could still get cornered by the active teams. They would also have to worry about keeping an eye on more openings that would appear from running into the center of it all. The team could still get cornered, but getting cornered is something to avoid entirely either way. Minuets were spent as Team Midoriya did whatever they could to avoid losing their points. There were certainly many close calls. One student's quirk had turned the ground into some sort of quicksand, which got Midoriya and Kirishima trapped. Hatsume was quick to lift Midoriya out while using her jetpack and boots, while Bakugou yanked Kirishima free, using his quirk to keep them in the air until they reached solid ground. Then there was Monoma's team, who came too close to reaching Midoriya when he ordered a teammate of his to use a solid air quirk. Bakugou tried to blast the group away from getting closer, only to smack into the sudden bubbles of solid air. Monoma managed to tap Bakugou's exposed arm, and the rest of Team Midoriya could only watch in surprise as Bakugou was blasted by his own quirk. Fortunately, Midoriya was able to emit a small electric shock wave to stun Team Monoma for a few seconds. The Class 1B blonde was too close to making contact with the green-haired teen. As soon as Midoriya ran out of the way, Bakugou propelled himself toward Monoma to give an explosion-powered punch. Midoriya could tell that his friend was getting ticked off by Monoma's arrogant bragging and dialogue. Team Monoma was shocked as Bakugou shattered those solid air bubbles as they tried to retreat from the raging blonde. Bakugo just grinned as his hands grasped many of Monoma's stolen points. He went back to help protect Midoriya before the Class 1B student could react. Midoriya wasn't sure how much longer they had to keep this up. He went to glance at the large stadium screen until a sudden shout grabbed his attention. "Watch out!" The green-haired teen wasn't exactly sure who shouted to him as the world turned into a blur for a moment. Hatsume had swiftly charged in to carry the boy out of the way of a giant hand. Unfortunately, she ended up tripping when the attack ended up hitting her unused jetpack. The force made her drop Midoriya, in which the short teen broke into a roll to avoid injury. "My baby," Hatsume wailed sadly at the broken jetpack. Midoriya could only send her a sympathetic glance before having to move out of the way of another hand attack. His emerald eyes caught sight of the orange-haired girl from Class 1B who had also knocked Monoma unconscious. Can she just enlarge her hands, or does it work anywhere on her body? Midoriya pondered. Kirishima came in close with his quirk activated to help take some of the impacts, while Bakugou finally caught up to keep the girl's attacks away with his explosion. FB. Bakugou warned. Team Midoriya went to protect their eyes as another flashbang was created. The other nearby teams who were unaware were blinded as well. The sports festival audience could be heard having a mix of excited cheers and small sympathies towards those who got caught in the blonde's flashbang. Sudden bright lights were a pain to deal with. By the time Team Kendo and the other teams could see again, Team Midoriya was already at the other side of the arena. That's when it happened. Goosebumps tingling everyone's skin as a wave of ice made its way over everyone. Midoriya watched with narrowed eyes as Todoroki's team made their way towards them. The team had Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari, who seemed to be working quite well together. The second team, Midoriya noticed Yaoyorozu create an insulation sheet. They backed up as far away as they could. Midoriya prepared his quirk to absorb any electricity that got too close. The audience rang out in awe as all the frozen teams got zapped by Kaminari's electric shock. The poor students couldn't even move out of the way due to Todoroki's ice. The two-tone student even grabbed some headbands while his team passed by. Todoroki's team all wore roller skates and were occasionally hanging on to Ida to speed them up as a group. It made the entire team quite agile. Taking some points as they passed before anyone could react was simple for the cold teens team. Todoroki's gaze narrowed at the sight of Midoriya, his right side releasing a wave of ice. Midoriya's team paused when their path was blocked by a giant wall of ice. When Bakugou began hacking away at it with his quirk, it turned out it was going to take many broken layers until they could free a path up. They faced towards Todoroki's team, the leader locking eyes with Midoriya's. "I'll be taking that headband now." Then began an annoying game as Team Midoriya kept moving to the left of Todoroki. Since his ice formed from his right, it would take a little longer for his ice to reach the opposite direction. Todoroki gritted his teeth in annoyance. "We have finally entered the final minute, folks. Anything could happen. Let's see if Team Midoriya can keep that 10 million until the very end." Present Mike shouted with excitement. "I could get it for us." Ada suddenly spoke up. When the group faced Ada, they saw his eyes gain an intense focus. "I have a move that I have kept a secret from the rest of the class." "What do you mean?" Todoroki questioned with widened eyes. Ada turned to look at Yaoyorozu. "Will our roller skates be able to handle high speeds?" She looked thoughtful. "That depends. Define high speeds." "Like a race car for a few seconds." The girl looked down at their feet before facing Ada. "If it's only for a short time, they should still stay intact." "Good." There were about less than 30 seconds now. "Everyone, hold on tight to me." Everyone securely linked themselves as their hands held onto each other's wrists. They all turned to Ida and nodded as a signal to say that they were ready. Midoriya's sharp eyes caught sight of their movements and instantly predicted what the opposing team was about to do. The short teen was quick to signal the rest of his team as they began to enact their emergency plan. The audience shouted from the stands when Ida shot forward with a reciprocal burst, a large plume of smoke left behind like a trail. The second they got close to Midoriya's team, they were met with a sudden smokescreen and a barely noticed flash of green light. Everyone, both the audience and participants, stopped at the sudden sight and barely even registered that the buzzer had hit. The round has ended and Team Todoroki went for that 10 million only for everything to, literally, go up in smoke. Did Team Midoriya keep the points? "I can't even see anything." Present Mike commentated with a yell. Everyone stared at the smoke cloud, some teachers arriving to do their best to dissipate it all so they could see the result. When it finally cleared, there was a moment of silence. Ida was crouched over and panting heavy breaths from his stunt, some of his teammates checking on him. Kaminari was a little ditzy from his wattage limit. Yaoyorozu was doing her best to watch over both of them. Todoroki stood and was facing Team Midoriya. The green-haired teen's team was spread out in different directions with heavy breaths from their own exhaustion. It took a moment, but everyone finally noticed the tower's bracelet in Bakugou's grip. The 10 million headband was tied around it and no Midoriya was in sight. The camera footage zoomed in on the blonde's grip for everyone to see. Midoriya's sharp eyes caught sight of their movements and instantly predicted what the opposing team was about to do. The short teen was quick to signal the rest of his team as they began to enact their emergency plan. "Caution," he spoke up, just enough for Bakugou to hear. The boy nodded and Midoriya immediately undid the tie to the headband as he removed his bracelet with an unheard click. The short teen charged his movements with his stored electricity to perform the preparations in record time as he closed the removed bracelet and quickly tied the 10 million headband around it. Just then, it came charging towards them. Bakugou released a huge smokescreen and Midoriya transported himself within the electronic bracelet with a barely unnoticed flash. The bracelet clunked to the ground as Todoroki's team missed it entirely. Todoroki and his team's hands reaching for empty air. Hatsune was the closest to Midoriya's portion at the time and knew to memorize where he would be. She hovered to where the bracelet was and swiftly picked it up as she sped by. She then got close enough to where Bakugou was to toss it to him. Just as they planned after doing the switch, Hatsune gave a whistle as all the team members went in different directions just in case they could still be seen. The buzzer rang and they all paused in their movements. Team Todoroki didn't even realize how they were fooled. Well, would you look at that? Looks like Midoriya hid in the bracelet with his quirk at the last possible second. With all that smoke and at those high speeds, who'd ever think to try and find a tiny bracelet? Midnight just gave a smile and thumbs up. Midoriya had approached me about their emergency plan before the match started to see if it would disqualify them. Considering that he was still in the game and he was still letting the 10 million visible for grabs, I allowed it. After all, it would be no different than if he just shape-shifted into a smaller object. He technically is the bracelet. From Aizawa's seat in the booth, he hid a grin underneath all his bandages. Of course Midoriya would make such a clever backup. He's not sure if anyone had ever done anything like that in the history of the sports festival. It was certainly a one-of-a-kind performance. As Midoriya reappeared from the bracelet, the scores were being announced for which teams were advancing to the next round. "Now, let's see. We've got Team Midoriya in first," said team. All high-fived each other with shared grins, followed by Team Todoroki for second place. Yaoyorozu did her best to try and cheer Ida up when he began to apologize for his failed plan. In third, we've got Team Sero. Uraraka, Ashido, and Takoyami cheered, Dark Shadow letting out a shout of excitement. Finally, in last place we've got Team Shinsu. "Hey, I thought I saw Team Tetsu there just a second ago," Present Mike announced with confusion. Shinsu tried to not look guiltily at his team. He wasn't entirely on board with talking with them and telling what his quirk was, so he just ended up brainwashing them. The purple-haired boy walked away as Ajiro, Aoyama, and Shota, from Class 1B, began to snap out of their hypnotic daze. Ajiro stared at the retreating form of Shinsu with uncertainty. "It is time, listeners. We're about to soon enter the final round of the tournament. But first, we got our recreational activities. Everyone, go enjoy a nice break before we march back in to see some epic one-on-one matches. Midoriya, may I have a word with you?" Midoriya turned to see Todoroki standing behind him. Bakugou looked ready to push the guy over while Kirishima just looked unsure. "Sure, Kachin, Kirishima, save a spot for me. I'll be back in a bit." Kirishima slightly tugged at Bakugou's shirt to try and guide the reluctant blonde away. The green-haired teen turned back to face Todoroki. He could tell this wasn't going to be a lighthearted conversation. "Are you secretly related to All Might?" Midoriya just gave a long and slow blink. "Excuse me." That was not what he was expecting. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but no. Even though I don't know much about him personally, I can tell that he would definitely be a better dad than my own sperm donor." Todoroki seemed a little startled at the wording. "You're what?" The green-haired teen just leaned his back against the wall and crossed his arms. "Listen, I know Endeavor is your father and I don't exactly like Endeavor at all in the first place. Let me just tell you that it takes one to know one. You," Todoroki knew what the teen in front of him was saying. "You also have flaming trash as my father." "Yes." They stared at each other in silence until Midoriya let out a sigh. When he looked up, Todoroki was met with a genuinely sympathetic face. It wasn't the pity he was used to seeing. It wasn't the face of someone who says "I understand," but they had no clue. The cold teen wasn't exactly sure if he should be happy to see someone who can sympathize with him because the implications of that were grim. "Todoroki-kun, what's your story? You can keep some things to yourself or everything to yourself. I know not to pry." Heterochromatic eyes met with emerald green. "Ever heard of quirk marriages?" Midoriya Izuku has heard of quirk marriages before. When you have someone like Hisashi as a father, you tend to learn about a lot of illegal subjects. It was a practice during the early quirk era where people would marry if they had strong quirks and produce children in the hopes of having a child, or children that had their parents' strong quirk or even a stronger variant. Todoroki's fire was inherited from Endeavor while his ice was from his mother. It was a terrible tale. A man obsessed with winning that he resorted to any means to surpass All Might, even if that meant child abuse and the mental decline of a wife he pretty much purchased. when Todoroki ended up being the golden child Endeavor sought for. The man was merciless, constantly training the teen and isolating him from his other siblings. The same siblings who Endeavor deemed as failures. Then, Todoroki just happened to walk into the kitchen where his mother was at the wrong place and the wrong time. Midoriya glanced at the scar marring the left side of Todoroki's face. He couldn't blame the woman for being pushed so far. He knows he has no proof, and he could be entirely wrong, but he feels like Todoroki's mother is sorry for what she did. A part of the green-haired teen wondered if something similar would have happened to his loving mother if she were still alive. I will never use my father's fire. I will never make him satisfied by using my left side. Midoriya didn't like the look in Todoroki's eyes. They were eyes holding an inferno of resentment. Yet, that blaze of resentment was so strong that it made the teen cold like a frozen tundra. It prevented others from getting too close, as they would freeze before they could reach the core of Todoroki's mind and feeling. Midoriya was no psychiatrist, but that was an unhealthy sight to see. Then why don't you use it for yourself? Is it not your quirk? Todoroki stared as if he didn't understand what was being said. If Endeavor wanted to activate his fire quirk right now, would your left suddenly act on his command? Doesn't it only turn on if you want it on? Does it not reach wherever you want it to reach? Do you not make it move where you want it to move? You keep saying his quirk, and it sounds like he keeps saying you have his quirk, but you don't. Midoriya met Todoroki's stunned gaze. Todoroki, tell me this. Is the name of your quirk Hellflame? No, but that's right. It's half cold, half hot. I bet you can't even do a majority of what Endeavor can do either. Todoroki couldn't deny that. His flames could never reach such intense temperatures as his father's, and he couldn't do anything more than normal flames. You don't know that. I haven't truly trained with my fire. I probably could do what Endeavor can. Do you want to use your quirk that way? Todoroki blinked. Your quirk, your limits, and your choice. He can say whatever he wants and demand whatever he desires, but you are Shoto. You are nothing more than a separate individual with your own thoughts, feelings, and skills. Is it really that hard to understand? Or are you comparing your quirk so heavily to Endeavor's that you are merging your own identity with his? Midoriya could see that the teen in front of him had no response. We should return to the cafeteria. It would do no good for us to be hungry when the final event starts. We'll all need the energy. The area was full of silence as Midoriya began to turn away. Wait, the green-haired teen turned around. What about you? Midoriya held back a sad smile. You'll have to be more specific than that, Todoroki-kun. Your father. What have you been through? Todoroki struggled to choose the right words, his mind filled with the words Midoriya had brought to his head. It was like his mind was instinctively trying to find the flaws and justify why Midoriya's reasoning is wrong. He breathes fire like those dragons from those fantasy games. He's not a friendly NPC either. Todoroki knew what it meant to hide behind a mask. It just made the short teen's words all the more saddening. He could see Midoriya's emerald eyes hold back that floodgate of pain. The kind you give a single glance at and you can tell it's gone on for years. Unfortunately, I'm not at a high enough level to beat him. It's a bit annoying, you know. Midoriya turned away and began to walk to the cafeteria. It'll be fine though. All it means is that I can't progress my story. Midor, if you really want to know more, then you'll have to start making some life choices. There was a slight smile on Midoriya's face. It's like those dating simulators. You have to go towards the right path and make the right choices and changes that are needed to unlock the character's backstory. Until then, there is nothing more to say. Perhaps, if you can find your own liberation, then we could talk more. Todoroki couldn't find his voice as he watched the short teen walk away. He didn't like the cold pit in his stomach that said he just let a lone soldier go off to fight in a war entirely by himself. The recreation period soon ended and the students all gathered around to see who they would be pitted against. Many were upset and objected when Ajiro and Soda decided to drop out of the competition. They both said something similar about not remembering how they made it through the second event. It was certainly an honest response, but many thought they should stay in regardless because of the opportunity it would give. Midoriya could only hope that there were heroes out there who gave credit towards the pair for their reasoning. As the short teen read the lit-up screen, emerald eyes caught sight of his name right next to Shinsu Hitoshi. Midoriya. The said teen turned around to see a slightly nervous Shinsu. Before Midoriya could say anything, he found his mouth blocked by Ajiro's tail. By the time Midoriya got to move it out of the way, Shinsu had already walked away. The short teen could see the purple-haired teen's dejection from a mile away. Want to explain why you did that? The green-haired teen asked Ajiro. The martial artist teen just flickered an uneasy gaze towards Shinsu's figure from where they stood. I know he's our classmate, but I didn't want him to get you too. Ajiro knew he'd have explaining to do considering Midoriya's confused expression. Here it is, everyone. The first round of the final event. Get your hands together, listeners, for our resident gamer, Midoriya Izuku. On the opposite end, we've got the mysterious insomniac, Shinsu Hitoshi. Both are students of Class 1A. Got anything to say, Eraser? Present Mike could be heard saying. In the announcer's booth, Aizawa was staring at Shinsu's student profile. It is very impressive that Shinsu managed to make it into the hero course considering how biased the entrance exams are. It is illogical how those with mental quirks, or those who just don't have a battle-suitable quirk, are forced into failure because the entrance exam caters towards those with more destructive quirks. It is quite annoying. Midoriya watched his opponent across from him. The purple-haired teen held more anger in his eyes compared to when Midoriya saw him earlier. Midnight walked up as the referee, Cementos standing nearby for any stage repairs or assistance. Listen up. The round ends when one of you goes out of bounds or is incapacitated and cannot move. She watched both students nod in understanding. Midnight hummed before raising her hand up and then swiping it downwards. Start. Shinsu planned to get Midoriya to respond to him. That way, he could use his quirk to order his classmate out of the ring. Before he could say a word, though, he was interrupted by Midoriya speaking first. The short teen's soft voice seemed to sound louder in Shinsu's ears than it did in reality. I don't know why you've been acting like this, but know that I won't give up on befriending you. Shinsu paused for a second before having to grab hold of Midoriya's foot that had just tried to kick him in the abdomen. Was it just him, or was his hair frizzing up? What was that? An attempt to take me out in one go with the promise of friendship? Midoriya shook his head. No, Shinsu grinned when his classmate's emerald orbs went blank and distant. Walk out of bounds. Present Mike could be heard yelling into the microphone. Say what? What's this? All of a sudden, Midoriya is walking towards the boundary line. Is this Shinsu's true power showing? Shinsu watched his classmate's figure wander like a doll. Sorry, Midoriya, but I can't afford to lose. Then, the unexpected happened as Midoriya's limbs rubbed the fabric of his uniform in the correct manner needed in order to create a static shock. Midoriya blinked, his eyes returning to normal as he breathed heavy breaths. He supported his body as he placed his hands on his knees while standing. The mental toll of fighting against Shinsu's quirk from the inside was definitely taxing. The whole experience felt surreal and bizarre. How? That's when Shinsu realized the signs he dismissed earlier. The short teen must have used his quirk to create static in the air as a backup to snap out of Shinsu's quirk. That's why his hair felt like it was sticking up more. If that truly was the case, then that means that Midoriya knows. I know what your quirk is, Shinsu. The purple-haired boy managed to aim a punch at Midoriya's nose. There was a small grunt of pain before the green-haired teen elbowed the tired teen in the chest. Shinsu coughed as air was forced from his lungs. I can't tell what pain your quirk must have made you go through. I won't pretend to be someone who understands either. The pair began to shove at each other, using their weight and momentum to try and push each other out of the ring. When Shinsu glanced back, he noticed he was getting close to the end of his side of the arena. However, know that I think it's perfect for hero work. I think it's an incredible quirk. I'm sorry that no one else could see it that way. Despite Shinsu's best attempts, he felt as Midoriya lifted his body and flipped him over the green-haired teen's shoulder. He felt his back hit the ground with a pained groan. Shinsu is out of bounds. Midoriya is the winner. When Shinsu opened his eyes that had squeezed shut from his body impacting the ground, he expected to see a gloating Midoriya. His eyes opened and he was met with the kindest eyes he has ever seen. He doesn't remember the last time when someone looked at him like he wasn't a villain. Midoriya had offered his hand and Shinsu numbly accepted it. He barely felt the pull as he stood back up. It surprised him that someone as short as Midoriya was able to just toss his body around like his weight was equal to a teddy bear. Shinsu didn't even spot that much muscle on the short teen's visible skin. Are you all right? Shinsu almost snorted at the question considering that Midoriya was looking at him with a bleeding nose. I should be asking you that. Midoriya wiped his nose and spotted the smear of crimson on his hand. From the look on the short teen's face, Shinsu could tell that his classmate didn't even realize he had the injury. The pair had soon left the field and were making their way to Recovery Girl's office. There was an odd silence lingering between them and Shinsu just couldn't find the words he wanted to say. He rubbed the back of his neck as he finally decided on something to say. Did you really mean what you said back? Of course, Midoriya's voice left the tired teen with no doubt. That wasn't the voice of someone who was lying just to be nice. The short teen beside him was genuinely wanting to be his friend. His classmate genuinely didn't mind his villainous quirk and actually praised it as a heroic quirk. Shinsu wasn't entirely sure how to feel about it. It was so different compared to what he's been told for years. If you really don't want to be friends, or maybe you don't feel ready just yet, then that's okay. I just want you to know there are people that do care and I can see you becoming a great hero in the future. Your quirk is extremely useful for ending fights quickly and with minimal destruction to the surrounding area. It could help talk people down from doing something drastic and could save those in hostage situations that many heroes struggle with ending safely. Shinsu just nodded as he looked at Midoriya with wide eyes. Just give it some thought if you need to. Is that all right with you, Shinsu? Yeah, it is. Midoriya and Shinsu managed to return to their designated seating area for the next match despite Recovery Girl scolding them. The second the green-haired teen spotted Todoroki, his body tensed. He no longer paid attention to present Mike's commentary nor Sero's appearance on the other side of the ring. Midoriya didn't like those hateful eyes. It felt like the two-toned teen was going to murder someone. His fist clenched with concern. Bakugou's eyes narrowed as well at the sight of Todoroki's expression. He wasn't stupid. He could tell there was something very wrong going on. Midoriya and Bakugou glanced at each other before redirecting their gaze back to the match. At first, the fight was going quite normally. Sero had shot a line of tape from his elbow as it wrapped around Todoroki's still body. Before the teen could swing Todoroki out of bounds, the entire atmosphere was being consumed with a frigid cold. Midoriya and Bakugou's eyes had widened at the temperature change and the appearance of frost on Todoroki's exposed arms on the teen's right side. The rest of their class was startled at the pair's synchronized shout. Duck! A ringing noise like that of glass filled the air as everyone gasped in shock. When Midoriya finally deemed it safe, he glanced up. His eyes widened in awe at the gigantic glacier that Todoroki had created. The short teen looked around to see if everyone else was alright, only to see them staring in just as much shock as he was in. "Holy shit, you icy hot bastard," Bakugou muttered. It took some time before it was confirmed that no one else got hurt from the iceberg-like structure. Only Sero ended up trapped, and he was lucky to not get hypothermia from the frigid cold of it all. Even Midnight had parts of her body encased in shards of ice. Midoriya's gaze narrowed as Todoroki helped in finally melting the monstrosity the boy had created. The green-haired teen watched as the cold classmate walked off and out of the arena. Midoriya exchanged a few short words with Bakugou before chasing after Todoroki. He needed to know what happened. His mind kept replaying the sorrow and loneliness that he felt from watching Todoroki melt his ice to free Sero. He didn't mean to freeze Sero like that. He honestly didn't mean to. Before he left for his match, his father cornered him and made him so full of anger. If he were to describe it, he'd say it was like a match to gasoline within a box to trap it inside. Then, he had to release his ice to win the match, and that box bursted open. Todoroki knew he could create huge glaciers of ice, but it didn't sit well with him when he thought about his actions now. That ice of his could pierce flesh. It could have killed someone regardless of the freezing temperatures it would bring. A small part of his mind remembered how it went straight towards where his classmates were seated. He was glad that Midoriya and Bakugou seemed to get everyone out of the way. Were his movements so obvious that the pair were able to tell what he was about to do? As he walked through the empty halls, he glanced up at the sound of heavy footsteps and warming air. Endeavor was standing in his way, wasn't he? Shoto, that was disgraceful. I told you to use your fire. I told you that I refused to. Endeavor was met with his son's cold gaze. The man just glared back. You can't expect yourself to keep this rebellious phase up. One day you will use those flames. Todoroki felt a growl from his throat. I told you, I won't. Within a moment, Todoroki's vision whipped to the side. He slowly raised a hand to his cheek where Endeavor had backhand slapped him. My patience is running thin with you, Shoto. The teen just spat at his father's shoes with disgust. F you. He swore that Endeavor's rage caused some veins to bulge as the man's hand reeled back for another slap, or maybe even a punch. Todoroki shut his eyes, body tensing, as he waited for the inevitable impact. The teen felt nothing, but his ears did pick up on Endeavor hitting something. When he opened his eyes, he caught sight of a ripple of green light that took the form of some sort of shield. Todoroki raised a hand towards what seemed like empty air. The second his hand touched that invisible wall, another ripple of green temporarily revealed the fact that there was some sort of barrier there. His eyes recognized that color. What do you think you're doing? Todoroki and Endeavor immediately turned their heads down the hall to see Midoriya casually standing a couple of feet away. Before either of the Todorokis could make a response, Midoriya had walked over and gently grabbed his classmate's wrist. The two-tone teen just numbly followed Midoriya as the short teen pulled Todoroki away from Endeavor. You're lucky that I had enough practice with my quirk to make that shield. I didn't know you could. Midoriya just gave the teen a small smile. It was very difficult. It's hard to keep wild electricity in one spot in the air all while making it take a certain shape and form. Endeavor seemed to snap out of his stupor as he clenched his fist and stared down Midoriya. What do you think you're doing, child? You have no right to interrupt my conversation with my son. That was a conversation, Midoriya rhetorically questioned. I thought it was a round of beat the shit out of your child. I'm also pretty sure that the game is considered illegal. How long have you been playing an illegal copy of a completely illegal game? Endeavor's flames grew a little hotter from his anger. I don't know what the hell you are talking about, but that boy is my son, and if I want to speak with him, then I can speak to him. The man actually felt a part of him wanting to back down when those emerald green eyes turned toxic. When Todoroki managed to get a good look at his short classmate, he did back up a little. Midoriya's eyes were holding something like the promise of death, and his smile was so very kind but so very fake. It kind of reminded him of when people spoke about horror films involving smiling porcelain dolls. You are playing a very dangerous game, Endeavor. I hope you know that. Why you don't know damn thing. I know a lot of things, Todoroki Enji. Endeavor was at a loss for words. What have you been telling this boy, Shoto? Before Todoroki could form some sort of lie, Midoriya's voice cut through the tense atmosphere like a knife to butter. Whoever said that, Todoroki-kun said anything. After all, I don't need your son to tell me how much of a piece of shit you are. Todoroki and Endeavor both looked gobsmacked at the swear. Midoriya said it so easily and with such innocence that it was utterly jarring. It was that feeling when a parent's child uses a swear they heard from somewhere else in a sentence. While the pair were stunned, Midoriya had walked up to Endeavor and aimed a nasty kick to the man's crotch. Todoroki would have laughed if it didn't look so painful. The teen found himself standing with his legs slightly closer together as Endeavor howled. Midoriya just took hold of Todoroki's wrist and began leading the teen down the hall and past the fallen Endeavor. The green-haired teen just gave a smile and waved towards the man. Bye, you nasty, trashy, pig shit. Todoroki covered up a snort. Why did Midoriya have to say such vulgar words with the tone and innocence of a 4 or 5-year-old? He didn't even know that Midoriya was willing to swear. As Todoroki followed Midoriya, the short teen had brought them to an empty waiting room. The two-tone teen watched as his classmates searched around until the green-haired boy found some blankets that were stored away. Midoriya. The short teen seemed to not have heard him, or maybe ignored him. Eventually, a nest made of blankets was formed in the far corner of the waiting room. Todoroki then found himself being pulled towards it and forced to sit in it. Rest. You'll need it. Todoroki heard his classmate's soft voice say. What about the matches? Just rest, Todoroki-kun. I'll make sure no one disturbs you. With Midoriya's stern, but caring, gaze, Todoroki knew there was no arguing about this. Midoriya stood guard, even petting Todoroki's colorful hair. Todoroki soon found himself falling into a peaceful sleep he never realized that he needed until now. Is this what it's like to have a friend? Todoroki decided that maybe friends were an okay thing to have. The next time Todoroki woke, it wasn't due to his father shouting about training. It was just some gentle shakes to his shoulder provided by Midoriya. The two-tone teen rubbed the sleep out of his eyes as he tried to tune into what his classmate was saying. Next match is Kacchin and Uraraka. I didn't want to just leave you here. Sorry for waking you up. His gaze reached Midoriya's eyes. If you wanted to go watch the match, I'd be fine with it. Besides, I'd like some time to just stay here and think. Midoriya looked at him with hesitance before nodding and leaving the room. Before the short teen closed the door, Todoroki heard a quiet, "Call me if you need me." Once the teen stopped staring at the door his classmate just left through, he pulled out his phone to check his contacts. Of course, Midoriya added his contact information while he was asleep. With a sigh, Todoroki leaned his head against the wall behind him as he stared distantly at the ceiling. Uraraka-san. The brunette turned to see Midoriya enter her waiting room. She flashed the boy a smile, but it was obvious that it was wavering. Will you be all right? You are facing Kacchin after all. Uraraka was trembling from her nerves, doubts, and anxieties. How could someone like her ever beat someone as strong as Bakugou? I don't know if I can win. He's so strong physically. He probably doesn't even need to use his quirk to take me out, though it would give me better chances. She startled slightly when Midoriya placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Even if it's hopeless, even if the odds are against you, and even if it's clear that you won't win, you still gotta put everything you got into it. That's what this whole event is about. Even if you don't win, at least you can prove to the world that you are strong and capable. I believe in you, Uraraka-san. Don't give up hope because you think you won't win. Win or lose, you still prove something about yourself. Uraraka stared at her friend with wide eyes. Midoriya just gave her a smile. After all, if you don't try, you'll never know the results, right? Midoriya stumbled slightly when Uraraka jumped towards him with a hug, as he patted and rubbed her back comfortingly. He couldn't help himself from thinking how nice it felt to be hugged. Bakugou helped a lot with making up for Midoriya's lack of physical affection that was lost with Inko. The blonde overall wasn't very open with his emotions, so sometimes Midoriya could see his blonde friend feeling awkward about it. That didn't mean that Midoriya didn't appreciate the effort Kacchin put into caring. You should get going, Uraraka-san. It'd be bad to be late for your own match. When the girl pulled away, Midoriya could see that the brunette had cried. Uraraka wiped away the remaining tears before giving a determined expression. Midoriya gave the girl a thumbs up. Here we are with the next match, folks. Both are Class 1A students. Welcome in our explosive blonde, Bakugou Katsuki, and our resident floaty girl, Uraraka Achako. Present Mike introduced. Bakugou's red gaze honed in on the nervous form of Uraraka. The girl gulped before steeling herself for what was to come. The blonde across from her seemed to grin at the change in attitude. Both contestants were ready to go. Midnight soon raised her hand into the air before quickly swiping it downwards. Start. The second the signal was given, Uraraka charged towards Bakugou. From the start, the blonde has an advantage over her, and the only way to fix that is by making him play by her rules. Just one touch and she can make him float out of bounds. As she expected, the moment she was close enough, she was blasted back by an explosion. There was no time to worry about whether or not Bakugou had enough control over his quirk to stay in even when affected by her quirk. The current challenge to focus on was just making contact with him at least once. The crowd had dulled in their excitement as they continued watching the brutal match. No matter what the girl did, the blonde kept blasting her away. Midoriya frowned from where he sat as people began to boo and murmur about the cruelty. The teen's brows furrowed at everyone's responses. Don't they see it at all? It's not being cruel or brutal. Kacchan was acknowledging Uraraka's strength and knows how risky letting her close would be. Uraraka's plan of hiding in the smokescreen and floating her gym jacket didn't work. She just wasn't quick enough, and the blonde's reflexes and reaction time are excellent. What do you do when you're faced with an opponent who is too quick for you? Since she truly can't become faster than him, then she simply has to find a way to slow him down or delay him. A part of her desperately hopes her next plan works. She's not sure if she'll be able to continue like this if she fails. With that in mind, she continued to repeatedly dash towards Bakugou with her body crouched low. Due to all the smoke, the blonde couldn't see how her hands swiped at the debris she made him create. Midoriya's sharp eyes caught on to the brunette's next plan. The jacket trick was actually pretty clever, and the green-haired teen was mentally praising Uraraka for using the smoke of Bakugou's explosions against him. He knew that by the time she graduates, she was going to be an excellent hero one day. The short teen found his eye twitching when some random guy in the crowd stood and spoke out about Bakugou being brutal to a girl. When it comes to battles, does it really matter what gender the combatants are? If you have skills and you are strong enough to get into a school like UA, then you have strength regardless. Midoriya pouted at the blatant sexism. Sure, girls have biological restrictions, but they can still beat someone to the ground if they learned and tried. Having quirks thrown into the mix can even give potential within a weak person. The teen finally had enough when Present Mike began to commentate. His classmate startled at him suddenly standing up, the legs of the chair screeching. In a flash of green, Midoriya was gone. Everyone in the audience winced when the speakers made a loud pitched noise and crackled. That's when they heard it. Everyone went silent. Bakugou and Uraraka were still focusing on their battle, but even they were paying half of their attention to the voice of their friend. Uraraka could feel her quirk straining as she ran in again. Just a bit more. Midoriya reappeared in his seat just in time for people to finally notice Uraraka's grand plan. As he glanced up, he couldn't help himself from imagining the floating debris as some sort of asteroid field. Ah, if only the stars were out. Release. Uraraka's fingers met and it rained of stones. Bakugou glanced at his hands before taking a deep breath. This is gonna hurt like hell. He lifted his palms into the air as he began to form a large explosion. Many in the audience could feel their ears ringing as the air filled with a mix of warmth and smoke. Bakugou released a gigantic explosion that was taking on every bit of debris until it became harmless. Once it was over, Uraraka was pushed back to her side of the field, an absolutely exhausted mess. Bakugou winced as his fingers twitched. His wrists pulsed with pain from the strain of it all. That's when it happened. There were some leftover scraps that hit Bakugou, though it was mainly an annoying powder. The blonde swore as he went to wipe it off to keep it from getting in his eyes. Uraraka found a hidden energy reserve within her at the sight, and she ran as swiftly as she could. Everyone held their breaths when her hand made contact. Bakugou's eyes widened as he felt himself start to float, gravity no longer tethering him to the ground. He gritted his teeth. If only he didn't release that gigantic explosion. He would have had enough control and quirk uses to easily direct himself under Uraraka's zero gravity. The blonde thought he got rid of all the debris. The second it took for him to struggle in creating an explosion to keep him in the ring. Uraraka could tell her body was going to collapse. Using whatever strength was left, she ran and shoved Bakugou's floating form, the rest of her body hitting the ground. The blonde just blinked as he flew through the air. Well, shit. Midnight examined the situation of Bakugou's position and Uraraka's still conscious body. The hero raised her hand up in the air toward Uraraka's side of the field. Bakugou is out of bounds. Uraraka is the winner. The roars of the crowd were deafening as they cheered. Everyone in Class 1 stood with whistles, cheers, and clapping. Midoriya listened to the many different voices and gave a small smile at the encouragement given to both of his friends. Good. They at least listened to him for now. I won, Uraraka thought in a daze. She barely realized she was hoisted onto a stretcher by the medical bots. I won. The brunette let out a huff of tired laughter in a failed attempt to fist bump the air. I won. I actually won. She couldn't wait to call her parents. Midoriya decided to get up and have some time to prepare himself. After all, he was up next and so was Todoroki. The short teen hoped that Todoroki was doing well. He hasn't seen his classmate in a while. He wonders if his words had truly reached Todoroki. Before he could start his planning for his match, he made his way towards where Uraraka would be. He wanted to see how she was, even if it was going to be a brief meeting. As Midoriya wandered the empty halls, his gaze at his feet, he took a turn and realized that someone else was walking his way. He glanced up once his vision caught sight of a flaming boot. As the boy lifted his head, he was met with the flaming face of Endeavor. Midoriya noticed how the hero seemed to tense and become even angrier at the very sight of the short teen. Midoriya couldn't blame the man really. Midoriya wasn't exactly pleasant when they first met. Endeavor, what brings you here? Both of them knew that the politeness was strained. The short teen wondered if the man was ever going to speak until the hero's deep voice reached his ears. You are quite strong. You have a very powerful quirk as well. Emerald eyes narrowed. He didn't like where Endeavor was going with this. Shoto's purpose is to surpass All Might. While your quirk will never compare to that man's strength, you are a perfect trial run for my creation. Midoriya's expression soured at the wording. So, don't disappoint him by not putting in your all. Endeavor was met with cold silence. Since he said what he wanted to, he continued on and walked past Midoriya. Do you want another kick to the balls? The man tensed and looked over his shoulder with a glare. His mouth was open and ready to make a threatening response, only to falter at the sight of Midoriya's gaze. You said it yourself. I am not All Might, Endeavor huffed. Obviously you Eren. Shoto isn't you. Silence filled the air as the flaming hero stared with a wave of burning anger. Midoriya showed no fear or signs of being intimidated. I hope you are happy with the fact that you are letting a child complete your desire to be number one. The hero sucked in a deep breath at the words. Even if he does surpass All Might one day, what does that mean for you? The world would be praising and talking about Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki and G would just be on the sidelines and maybe give praise for the fact that Shoto is your son. Either way, you will never surpass All Might. In the end, it was someone else who did. Did you become so blinded by this obsession that you never even put thought into anything else? Yet, at the same time, I'm glad you did because then I would have never been able to meet someone I see as a dear friend. Midoriya continued on his way while Endeavor just stood frozen in place. I do wonder if, one day, you'll be able to climb your way out of that hell of your own making. It's a little funny how your quirk is like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Good luck with that burning and melting throne. The short teen's footsteps began to fade from Endeavor's range. Farewell. The man was left in the halls alone with his raging thoughts. On his way to Uraraka, he ended up running into Bakugou. The blonde just gave him a thumbs up. Hey, nerd. Round face had more guts than I thought. I guess we won't be able to have that match after all. Midoriya stood on his tiptoes as he ruffled Bakugou's hair. I'll try and win for the both of us then. The blonde choked out a laugh as he weakly pushed Midoriya's hand away from his hair. Yeah, even if you do get your ass kicked though. Remembered what I said during the tower defense match. We either kick ass together or get our asses kicked out of the competition together. The green-haired teen smiled. Roger that. Bakugou walked by and gave a friendly push to Midoriya's back. Round face is that way. The next time Midoriya saw Todoroki, it was across the battlefield. It was time. The short teen could see the conflict in his classmate's eyes. He could only be glad that it at least wasn't that inferno of anger and resentment that had frozen Sero. A part of him wished he could tell what Todoroki thought when the two-toned teen was in the waiting room. Hopefully, it was a good conclusion of thoughts. Midnight began the match. Start. Both contestants took a deep breath. Before Midoriya could blink, Todoroki shot a wave of ice towards him. In order to buy some time, the short teen formed a shield as he ran out of the way. Just as he expected, his shield wasn't strong enough to completely stop the ice, but it certainly paused it for a brief second before dissipating. That was all he really needed anyways. It was still pretty good considering he was still practicing on that move. Now that Midoriya knew what to expect, he charged up his body in small bursts of speed to avoid the rest of Todoroki's attempts. The teen kept trying to find a way to get in closer. He tried some electric shock waves, but they were blocked by the ice. It looks like there really was no other option than to just find a way to run up close for a hit. Midoriya dodged out of the way of another shot of ice only to notice that it seemed slower than the previous. Now that he thought about it, Todoroki's ice attacks were getting gradually slower in speed. Emerald eyes took the moment to examine Todoroki only to zoom in on the growing frost on his classmate's skin. He's not immune to the temperatures of his own quirk. Midoriya decided to try and wait for his classmate's ice to slow down enough so he could get in close. The short teen kept borrowing small bits of power from the large stadium screen and the electronics people in the audience had with them. Fortunately, Midoriya could hide the power lines that would appear whenever he took electricity from devices. While it is a pretty sight and can't be physically grabbed, it wouldn't be good to tell your opponent what you're doing. It took a little more conscious effort, but it wasn't too hard of a task since it was mostly a cosmetic effect. It was about a minute longer until Midoriya finally saw a good opening. Todoroki's body was shivering, his breaths becoming visible in the air. He knew without looking that there was frost creeping up his limbs. His eyes widened when Midoriya came charging right towards him. As he released ice to stop the green-haired teen, it ended up being too slow to do anything. The two-toned teen braced himself for the incoming kick, his mind pausing in thought as his classmate's voice reached his ears. You're freezing. Todoroki could hear the concern. He grunted in pain as the kick hit his abdomen, his body being pushed back. He tried to grab onto the foot only for his hands to flinch at the shock of static he got. Cold temperatures and dry conditions help with increasing electric shocks. Todoroki, your ice is only helping me here. The two-toned teen narrowed his eyes. He knew what Midoriya was trying to say. I told you before, I refuse to use my left side. He let Midoriya run in close, his right side trying to create smaller patches to freeze the teen in place. Midoriya's body ducked to avoid a punch. You just said my left side, did you not? Does that not mean my fire instead of his fire? Todoroki's eyes widened and his movements ceased for a split second. That was long enough for Midoriya to get close and release a shockwave. The two-toned teen found himself flying backward and made a small slope of ice to catch his body and turn it away from the boundary line. He couldn't find a response to counter Midoriya's words. Your ice is helping me and it is hurting you. If you use your fire, you could technically use your quirk indefinitely. It is a perfect balancer, yet you refuse to go all out. Midoriya could see his classmate grit his teeth in frustration. I said I won't use it. I can't afford to. Todoroki barked out. The green-haired teen ran in for another hit. He could see those heterochromatic eyes widen when Midoriya's voice became raised. I told you then it's your quirk. Why are you letting that bastard block you from using your own power? Why are you letting him be the reason why you can't grow as a person who is going to need all his strength someday to save lives? Todoroki was expecting a punch when he saw Midoriya getting close. Instead, he found himself getting slapped. Not using your own power because of this idea its endeavor's flames is shackling you. You say it's to defy him, but it sounds to me like you're still letting him use you as a prisoner. He's holding you back even though you're being rebellious towards him. Wake the F up and prove everyone wrong. Prove to that flaming trash pit that you are Shoto, your own person with his own power. Become better than Endeavor. That's what it means to be here. No. Go plus ultra. Don't hold back and spit on those who have been doing all they can to advance and win. Show the world who you are. Todoroki was hesitating. He shot out a smaller burst of ice that Midoriya easily dodged by jumping backward. The green-haired teen ran in again and Todoroki got ready to block, seeing as his right side was becoming too frozen. Instead of a hit, Midoriya had leaped as the boy's shoes hit against Todoroki's shoulders. The short teen had used his classmate as a springboard just like during the race. The two-toned teen felt a shock from the powered-up contact, his body falling forward to the ground from the force of it all. His head rang with the words Midoriya shared quietly in that brief moment of contact. Don't you want to be free, unlike me? Every single person watching had been filled with surprise as a small tornado of flames seemed to erupt from Todoroki's left side. Midoriya's body twisted in the air as he returned to the ground gracefully. When he stood up, he smiled at the sight and warm feeling of Todoroki's flames. Normally, he wouldn't be okay around the presence of fire, but this was a different case. He opened this door and he was not about to back out and close it. You're crazy, you know that. Todoroki gave his classmate a grin. Memories flashed through his mind of all the pain Endeavor had caused. It brought nothing but sorrow. However, he remembered those precious times with his mother where she encouraged him to become a hero of his own. He remembered the younger him that cried to her in fear of becoming Endeavor. She didn't agree that he would become another Endeavor. She believed he could become his own hero. Todoroki ignored the pinprick of tears forming at the corner of his eyes. To help your opponent like this, I really hope you know what you're doing, Midoriya. All he got was the green-haired teen's encouraging smile. Oh, I am fully aware of what I'm getting into. The short teen's body was beginning to glow brighter as electric green sparks began to dance rapidly around his body. Both of them completely tuned out what sounded like Endeavor's voice in the audience. Who needed him? Right. As soon as Midoriya went into a fighting stance, Todoroki released both his ice and fire at once. Midoriya gave a charged leap just as pillars and gigantic waves of ice and fire were aiming straight for him. His feet jumped and bounced off the solid ice to keep him moving, his small body constantly dodging. Before the pair knew it, they were about to come face to face. Todoroki stood, his head rising up to meet the form of Midoriya in the air who was falling towards him. Ice was destroyed and flames became a large flare and blur. Todoroki raised his hand to release one final move, Midoriya's body practically being lost in the amount of green light the short teen was about to release. Thank you, Midoriya. The rapidly cooled and warmed air created an explosion. Everyone's hair was becoming slightly fuzzy and raised. They all began to cover their face from the massive rush of wind. Meanwhile, Cementos did his best to raise concrete walls to keep the debris from hitting anyone. The teachers were too late to try and stop the fight, but Midnight and Cementos had doubts that some concrete walls would have stopped this impact at all if they made it in time. By the time it was safe to finally look at the results, the entire field was a mess. The visibility was taking a while to become clear due to a mix of kicked up dust and steam. Midnight's body leaned as she tried to get a better view of what happened to the pair of students. Eventually, the cloudy curtain cleared. The R-rated hero raised her hand to call the match results. Midoriya is out of bounds. Todoroki wins. The crowd exploded with cheers. It didn't matter who won or lost anymore due to the absolutely fantastic display of power the public saw. There were cheers aimed at both of the students and the battle in general. Todoroki panted heavily, the flames taking half of his gym shirt as he stood within the boundaries of the field. His eyes finally caught sight of Midoriya's slumped figure that had ended up launched toward the stadium wall. He swallowed and made him way over to make sure the short teen was all right. When Todoroki got close, he was glad to see that Midoriya's body was visibly showing signs of breathing despite being unconscious. It seemed to be heavy, but at least that meant Todoroki didn't go too far and kill his classmate. It was when Todoroki crouched down to check for injuries did he notice something strange. Due to his flames, it was obvious that something as flammable as fabric would burn away, but he was expecting to see the expected muscular chest. Instead, he saw female breasts and noticed some broken straps to a couple of layers of sports bras. With the broken supports, the articles of clothing weren't able to keep Midoriya's chest as flattened. Todoroki was confused. Midoriya was a male, wasn't he? The two-tone teen looked around and noticed some medical bots making their way over. He had a feeling that this was supposed to be private information. Thankfully, Midoriya's side of the ring was the farthest away from all the reporters. That then made Todoroki panic a little. If Midoriya was hiding his hurt gender, then that means everyone would see it if she had to be put onto the medical stretcher. It wouldn't make sense if everyone saw Midoriya be put face down onto the stretcher. The two-tone teen sighed before using his remaining energy to at least carry Midoriya to Recovery Girl. There was only one way of holding her that he could think of that would keep her chest out of view. Todoroki ended up holding her as if he was cradling a baby to his chest, but it was instead a short teen girl. He adjusted her legs that hung around his waist and did his best to keep her front hidden as he made his way back into those empty halls. The nearest exit was on Midoriya's side of the field. He briefly heard Midnight cooing about his sportsmanship behavior and how caring of a fellow classmate he was being. Todoroki was taught enough about the news though to know that carrying Midoriya so strangely like this was bound to get some rumors and gossip out. He hoped it wouldn't get too out of hand. The teen tensed when he heard two pairs of rapidly approaching footsteps. A panicked Bakugou and worried Kirishima rounded the corner, running over when they saw those familiar green curls. "Is Izu okay?" Bakugou growled out. The two-tone teen blinked. He never saw the blonde so out of it. "She's fine." He didn't realize what he said until it was out. Bakugou roughly grabbed Todoroki's only free shoulder, red gaze narrowly. "You know how?" Todoroki slightly moved Midoriya away from his chest so they could see. Kirishima was looking between the blonde and Todoroki with slight anxiety and awkwardness. "So, Todoroki knows now." The redhead spoke up. "You better not effing say a damn word. Got it, you icy hot bastard?" Bakugou hissed. The teen just nodded. "I didn't plan to tell the moment I found out. I could tell it was supposed to be something Midoriya kept to herself. Besides," he looked down at Midoriya, "I think we became friends or something now. Is that how friendship works?" Bakugou just face-palmed as Kirishima looked at Todoroki with confusion. "Dude, have you, ever had friends or something?" Kirishima just stared at the causal no. "Why?" Todoroki had given him. Bakugou just gave a long sigh as he stared at the ceiling in disbelief at how he is surrounded by idiots. All right. We'll discuss this with Izu later as a group. She gets the final say now that you know." The blonde began to walk away, his head looking his shoulder. "Well, are you gonna follow or not? Recovery Girl is this way. Also, you better keep calling Izu a guy with the pronouns and stuff unless there's absolutely no one else to hear." Recovery Girl had her office door open to reveal 4 teens, 2 who actually needed medical attention. She could only sigh at the amount of trouble the youth get into these days. By the time the rest of Midoriya's friends had arrived to check up on him, Todoroki was already cleared to go. "Shoto, I'm proud to see that you have finally broken that rebellious phase of yours." Todoroki turned to see his father. He aimed an apathetic expression at the hero. "So, what do you mean so? That left side of yours does need work since you refused to train it. But I am proud to finally see you make progress for once. By the time you graduate UA, you'll be working by my side." "I never needed you." Endeavor froze at the words, the burning feeling of irritation and confusion beginning to appear. "What are you talking about, boy? I only used my fire because I was told it never had anything to do with you. In fact, they were right. When I used my flames, I didn't even have you in a single one of my thoughts." Todoroki walked past the stunned Endeavor. "I'm not exactly sure what this means moving forward, but for now, I'm glad. I'll become my own hero and this is just a step in the right direction. I never needed you in the first place." Endeavor was left standing in those halls alone. The next time Midoriya woke, his eyes had to squeeze shut at the sight of shining lights. He took some deep breaths and tried to figure out what was happening. The last thing he could recall was fighting Todoroki. did I black out? A few rapid blinks later, his emerald eyes began to finally adjust to the bright world. His back was being cushioned and he realized he was lying down. He sat up sluggishly as he turned to look around. Ah, he was in Recovery Girl's office. Did that mean he lost? How long has he been out? You're awake, I see. Midoriya then noticed Recovery Girl at her computer. She must have been busy doing medical work. A part of his mind wondered what type of work she does as a healing hero. That then just brought a lot of saddening thoughts. After all, time catches up to everyone eventually. He wonders what awaits the future once Recovery Girl and her amazing talents have left this existence. Even at her age, many heroes recognize her and respect her work as a healer. There are plenty of people in the world though, and there would no doubt be more people out there already who have healing quirks just as good as Recovery Girls in their own way. Yet, that just left a sour taste in his mouth at the thought. It felt too much like throwing Recovery Girl away and simply replacing her. Midoriya decided to start making her some small gifts to thank her. The woman deserves it for all the years she served. The short teen snapped out of his thoughts when he felt his hand being lifted. He felt the small figures of gummies being placed in his palm. You look like you're thinking way too hard, dearie. Anyways, you seem to be doing well, so if you wish to return to your friends, you can. That's when Midoriya panicked slightly as a part of his memory returned. He remembered faintly feeling part of his clothes being burnt. He quickly checked his chest only to see it looking flat again. Recovery Girl seemed to notice and was quick to calm the teen down. That Bakugou friend of yours brought them from your bag. Don't worry, no one else saw. The ones that brought you here already knew. I may not know what it is like to be trans, but I do know it can be mentally taxing for many. Oh, that's right. Considering that Recovery Girl was the nurse of UA, his father made sure to tell the old woman that he was trans to explain being a girl. The man usually told everyone to keep it quiet because of how difficult it is for my son. Too bad it was a lie. A lie that Midoriya had to live. He really wished he could have his hair long again and wear those nice hair clips he collected, but never could wear. Sometimes he wished he really was doing this because of wanting to transition. In that scenario, it at least meant it was by choice and not force. Yet, when did Midoriya ever truly have a choice? Midoriya just blinked and changed the topic. How long have I been out? The hero glanced at the clock. If you get back to your seat now, you'll be able to make it to the finals. The finals? The green-haired teen thought in surprise. He's slept through that many matches. He carefully slid off the bed and began making his way out. He didn't want to rush and be scolded about not taking care of himself. Thank you, Recovery Girl. Take care, dearie, and please try to take better care of yourself. I was getting a little worried about how much you needed to sleep. The woman watched as Midoriya exited her office before returning her gaze back to her computer. When Class 1 saw those familiar green curls enter their vision, everyone turned to see Midoriya all healed up. The teen actually winced a little at everyone talking at once about how worried they were. Bakugou finally shut everyone up with some small explosions and led his friend to an empty seat by the rest of Midoriya's friends, who made it to the finals. The blonde glanced back at Midoriya before turning back to the arena. Glasses won his match against Class 1B's Vine Hair. Bird Face won against Raccoon Eyes, and Shitty Hair won against Round Face. In the semifinals, Glasses lost to Half and Half while Bird Face lost to Shitty Hair. That now leaves Half and Half against Shitty Hair. Their classmates who heard the blonde's explanation could just blink and stare. Did that guy literally not remember anyone's name? They really didn't understand how Midoriya just nodded his head with complete understanding. I guess that is what it means to grow up with someone. Midoriya glanced around though and realized someone wasn't there. Where's Ada? I expected him to give me a lesson about being careful as soon as I recovered. He turned to see an unsure Uraraka who had tapped his shoulder. He left for a phone call sometime after returning from his match. Then, he came back to tell us he had to leave for a family emergency. I really hope everything is alright. It sounded kinda serious. Midoriya's brows furrowed with concern. I see. He'll have to text Ida later to see if his friend was doing okay. Anyways, how did the matches end? Uraraka seemed to brighten up at the topic change. Well, Ida sped up and pushed that Shizaki girl from Class 1B out of bounds. Takoyami managed to use Dark Shadow to back Ashido up until she fell out of bounds. The brunette seemed to become a little sheepish. As for my match against Kirishima, well, I managed to make him float, but he kinda used his quirk on his arms and anchored himself to the ground by stabbing it. He was really sturdy to try and push or kick, and I'm not very strong physically. It wasn't really going anywhere, so I forfeited. Besides, I kinda was too nervous at the thought of going up against Todoroki. I had enough nerves just going against Bakugou. Asui, who sat nearby, just patted Uraraka's back to comfort the girl. Anyways, Ada had his engine pipes frozen by Todoroki, and Kirishima was sturdy enough to get past Dark Shadow. Takoyami didn't seem to be that skilled at close combat yet. Everyone's attention was soon brought back to the arena as the final match was about to start. Midoriya would have liked to cheer for Kirishima, but considering Todoroki's abilities, the redhead felt quite doomed. The fifth only lasted about a minute, which was honestly pretty impressive. In the end, though, Kirishima ended up frozen with parts of his body encased in ice. At least the boy lasted longer than Sero had. Midoriya felt a little saddened that no fire was used. He couldn't blame Todoroki for that though. It was a pretty big decision for the teen. Besides, at least Todoroki tried to use his fire. The two-tone teen became hesitant out of the blue and the flames died down. But it was something at least. Before anyone knew it, all the students were gathered at the field, the podium dramatically rising from the ground. Todoroki stood on first with Kirishima taking second. Takoyami was on the third-place podium. Edo would have been there too if the team didn't have to leave. Bakugou raised a hand for a high five and Midoriya was quick to answer it. Neither of them may have won the sports festival or got to really fight each other, but that was okay. Between the two of them, they had their own silent and private celebration for trying their best while the public cheered for the displayed winners. All Might had jumped in, giving the winners medals and words of encouragement before the ceremony came to a close. Thus, the UA Sports Festival was over before they knew it. Izu, there's something you have to know. Midoriya turned from his game. His clothes finally changed from the gym uniform into his casual clothes. As he stared at Bakugou, he tilted his head in confusion. The icy hot bastard knows. Midoriya immediately paused his game. How? Bakugou just sighed, looking around to make sure no one was going to walk into the boys' locker room. The only people still around were Kirishima and Todoroki, who were waiting outside the locker room for Midoriya and Bakugou. You know how you got to Recovery, girl? The blonde watched as his friend shook his head. Well, half and half ended up carrying you like a baby to his chest to keep your gender a secret. That sperm donor of yours would have been absolutely pissed if you were revealed to be a girl on national television. Both of them shivered at the very thought of such a horrible scenario. Midoriya's fingers took a second to stop trembling. Where's Todoroki-kun now? The blonde's head gestured to the room's door. Shitty hair and half are waiting out there for us. I planned for us to all meet up at my place like we did with Shitty Hair. Midoriya could only sigh. It was a little pressuring to see more people become too close to his secrets. If more people find out, he wonders how much longer he can hide the truth about his living conditions. The pair soon left the locker room and began to travel to Bakugou's home. Is this about Midoriya being a girl? Todoroki spoke up from a beanbag chair. Midoriya seemed to keep herself busy by setting up a game for the group of 4 to play. Bakugou just relaxed on his bed. Yeah, what are your thoughts about it, ICH? Todoroki. The two-tone teen's eyes widened slightly at the use of his actual name before responding with a short moment of silence. I honestly don't see the point in making a big deal about it. Midoriya is still Midoriya, right? Due to Midoriya's back being turned towards the group, no one noticed how she seemed to smile a little. It was nice to know this secret wasn't causing her classmates to judge her so far. It was nice to feel accepted as herself. Good to know. Bakugou's red gaze then caught sight of the game disc Midoriya had put in. Kirishima and Todoroki just looked at the blonde with confusion as Bakugou muffled a yell in his pillow. Since there's 4 of us, I thought this would be perfect to play. Midoriya had spoken up. Izu, Bakugou growled. You know what happens every time we play that forbidden party game. Midoriya just shrugs in response, ignoring the blonde's internal suffering. What's wrong with this game? Todoroki questioned. To be honest, he never actually got to play video games for obvious reasons. Kirishima looked on at the new game that seemed to be displaying an intro full of colorful themed boards that looked like digital board games and a bunch of strange characters. Todoroki actually walked up and seemed to stare at the game console. It said something about N64. Either way, Kirishima and Todoroki could tell it was a very old game, especially once they saw the publishing date for it. Yup, a really old game. Though, it does look fun. Midoriya had finished passing the very strange fork-like shaped controllers around. She gave a small fist pump to the air. It's a Midoriya party. Once Midoriya and Bakugou managed to get the other 2 more informed about how to play, that's when the true chaos began. In the end, Midoriya was peacefully chilling in front of the TV while Bakugou locked himself in his bathroom to scream his frustration out. Todoroki just blinked with absolute confusion while Kirishima was lying on the floor like a corpse. You could see the pain on his face. The screen had a midget-sized character that looked to have a giant mushroom as a head, displayed as the winner. Todoroki just glanced around. That's my character, right? So, I won. Why is everyone upset though? It's just a game, is it not? Kirishima could be seen face-palming at Todoroki's cluelessness. Dude, you really don't understand the pain. This game ends friendships. The two-tone teen just stared at Midoriya. Then, how are we all still friends? Midoriya could only sigh as she tried to explain. Todoroki had a lot to learn about the art of gaming. Due to the sports festival, All students were given some time off before normal classes returned. Midoriya wasn't very excited about it though. Hisashi had mainly broken things around the house a day or so before the event began instead of hurting her. After all, she was going to be on live national television. It wouldn't be good if she walked out and was injured before anything even happened. The second Midoriya had opened their apartment door, she knew Hisashi was home. The teen was surprised that her father didn't throw something as soon as she closed the door behind her. Hisashi turned away from the TV, which was showing a recording of the sports festival. His eyes bore into hers. He stood up with an unnatural silence as he made his way towards her. Midoriya instinctively tried to back up, only to wince at the hand that tugged at her hair. "What the hell do you think you were doing with Endeavor's son?" He forced her into a kneel, his hand still gripping tightly to her scalp. "Are you that much of a beach that you didn't mind asking for your clothes to be burned off?" The man's other hand wrapped around her throat. It wasn't enough that she couldn't breathe, but it was just enough to make it feel like she could barely breathe. "Are you trying to defy me on live television? Does that boy know? I don't care if he's the son of Endeavor. I will make sure you know he'll be hurt if he tells a single soul. I refuse to lose all the progress I've made with you because you decided to foolishly burn yourself on a live broadcast." His hands removed themselves as he stood up from his crouch. Midoriya found her body being kicked in the back from behind. A heavy foot began to crush her as she struggled to get up from the floor. Her ribs began to hurt and she was still recovering from the near suffocation. "If you really wanted to let the world see you in such a state on national television, then maybe we should start making some new options when I bring you out at night. If that's what you really wanted, then you didn't have to be so shy about it." Midoriya only had a few moments of relief when Hisashi had left. The teen then had to cry out in pain as something smashed onto her back. The stench of alcohol began to fill the air. "Students after the festival get a short break before normal classes? No, that's good for me." The back of Midoriya's clothes was raised, some glass shards falling onto her bare back as Hisashi stepped on where those pieces were. She did her best not to squirm as those shards wiggled and sliced at her skin. "You don't know how much I've been holding back because of that effing stupid event." Before her many hours of hell began, Midoriya could only hold on to the good that the sports festival brought. Her mind tried to focus on the possible befriending of Shinsu and the newfound friendship with Todoroki. Midoriya could do this. She was strong enough to endure being trapped with Hisashi. After all, he was used to knowing his place. "Daddy," the little child called out. Her parents' room was dark as she opened up the partially closed door. There was only the glow of a computer screen to act as a light. In the chair in front of it was the hunched figure of her father. There were strange bottles that smelled gross surrounding the desk surface. The child also noticed many old family photo albums that were carefully placed on the untouched bed. Her father hadn't been sleeping well lately and had always avoided sleeping in this room ever since. "Well, Daddy." The man seemed to blink a few times, barely noticing the small steps that made their way closer to him. The young girl couldn't read very well yet, but she was able to tell what the man was looking at. It was an article about the pharmacy that was set on fire. "What do you want? Can't you just go play somewhere else in the house?" His voice was groggy, his eyes red from his many tears. I wanted to see if you're okay. Why, you haven't really been." The man growled as the girl's pitcher voice grated on his intoxicated mind. "Shut the F up. Of course, I'm not fine, damn it." He blinked when he felt something leave his hand. Did his body move? He doesn't remember moving. Following the vague feeling was the shriek of a little girl. When he actually looked, he noticed how his daughter's arm bled. The girl sobbed as she tried to move, only to accidentally step on top of the glass shards that were scattered on the floor. The liquid that was inside burned and stung her wounds as she suffered. The man blinked a few times before rushing in to pick his daughter up from hurting herself further. Shit, oh F, damn it all. He rushed her to the bathroom where the first aid was and did his best to fix up his daughter's wounds despite the migraine in his head. As the child cried, she barely took note of how her father spat out rapid and sloppily pronounced apologizes. Meanwhile, the man could only think of how his child was in agony because of him. His chest felt heavy and not even his hangover could block the guilt that tormented him. If it really hurt that bad to see his child suffer like that because of him, then why did a small part of him feel satisfied? The man was scared to let this feeling grow. What would his sweetheart think if she were here? If she were still alive and well? It was the alcohol he blamed. He decided that he should stop it. A few weeks later, the grief became too much. The child watched as her father came home one day with packages full of those gross-smelling bottles that hurt her so badly. She was scared of them and decided to stay away from her father until she was sure the bottles were gone for good. The man, so lost in grief, began to feel lonely. Then he began to feel frustrated at how his child avoided him like the plague. Frustration blossomed into anger as his mind began to form ideas as to why his dear child stayed away from him. She hates you, she blames you, it's her fault. That feeling from when he first hurt her then began to creep back up. He finally managed to confront his daughter. She looked like a frightened animal ready to bolt. Why was she making him suffer like this? Can't she see he's already suffering enough? He lost his wife, his sweet, lovely, and beautiful wife that shined a light on his life. His child was isolating him and making him suffer. Why was she making his pain worse? Did she want him to die from loneliness? The next time he heard his daughter, the guilt crawled back. However, another feeling appeared. As he watched the curled-up figure of his child, who cried from the harsh kicks he had given, he felt a little less lonely. He didn't want to be lonely anymore. Why was he stuck in his own grief while his child still managed to smile and play and go outside like normal? He didn't want to suffer in his dark corner all alone to perish. He'll carry his daughter with him to that pit of misery so he can have her comfort. If they suffer together, then they won't have to be so far apart anymore. After all, misery loves company. Even if he drowns in guilt, he's just too desperate. He hates being lonely. He remembers the days where he was nothing but lonely. Oh, he hurt himself again. Some family time with his daughter will help fix that. The child cried that day with no one to hear but her father. Oof. There was a loud rustling as the grocery bags fell to the ground. The products scattered as they fell out, some containers, unfortunately, breaking open on impact. A small game console could be heard clattering against the concrete. So sorry. I mean can I Amajiki instantly knew this day was not going to turn out as well as he hoped. His friends had pestered him to go out and meet up with them at a nice cafe that was a bit far from where he lived. It was supposed to be some sort of cute cat cafe that was known for its good treats and drinks. Najire was the one who got Mirio on board, and he couldn't exactly refuse them when they insisted that he came along as well. Yet here he was, on his way to meet his friends, all while causing problems for another person. Why couldn't he catch a break? He can't even speak properly right now. He must look and sound like such a moron. Amajiki wouldn't be surprised if the boy in front of him gets angry. Are you okay? The boy's soft voice had asked. Amajiki had to blink at the lack of irritation. When he really got a look at who he bumped into, he began to vaguely remember those viridian curls that framed the boy's face. Did he meet this boy before? I think we've met. The teen in front of him had responded. Amajiki's body froze when he realized he must have spoken his thoughts out loud. Good going, Amajiki. He can imagine a slow clap echoing in his mind. This boy that he doesn't even remember that well probably thinks he's a weirdo. Amajiki really didn't trust his words right now, which wasn't really much of a problem since he couldn't find his voice anyway. He just silently crouched to help collect the fallen groceries. He tried to salvage whatever could be saved. You're one of the seniors I met on my first day. The elvish teen glanced towards the boy as he tried to remember. The first day. Oh, shoot. What was this kid's name again? It had something to do with meeting Green, right? It looks like he didn't have to rack his brain too much for the boy's name. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Sorry, I can't exactly remember yours. The Amajiki Tamaki. He really wishes he wasn't so socially awkward. Where were those social butterfly friends of his when you need them? As long as they were around, he could try and fade away into the background. He watched those emerald eyes light up with recognition. So the teen actually remembers him. Amajiki wasn't exactly sure if that is considered a good thing or a bad thing. The elvish teen looked down at the grocery bags. He did his best to recover. Most of the stuff was okay. It would just need some rinsing. However, there were some drinks in fragile containers that were unable to be saved. Midoriya carefully grabbed the bags from his senior with gratefulness for the help. Amajiki went still at the brief skin-on-skin contact with Midoriya as the short teen took hold of the grocery. Oh, how he wished his friends were here. He was absolutely hopeless all alone. All the short teen did was get his groceries back. Yet, he's finding it difficult to find the right words to say and the right actions to do. Amajiki kinda wishes he could just run to the train and go back home. I'm his senior, so that means I should stay around and help him, right? Am I not supposed to stay around though? What if I'm only supposed to stick around when we're at school in a professional environment? Should I just leave, or is that too rude? I really don't want to just run off after ruining his groceries. Amajiki didn't even realize how his mouth moved and his words were already betraying him. I can help you get why you dropped. I mean go to the store and help pay. What are you saying? He mentally screeched. The older teen felt like he was withering away on the inside when Midoriya nodded with a smile. Really? Are you sure? I don't want to waste your time if you're busy. Again, his voice spoke for him. It's fine. Together, they kept each other company as Midoriya led his senior back to the store he just left from. Despite the green-haired teen insisting he pay for his stuff, Amajiki found himself unwilling to let the younger pay. The glass doors slid open as the pair left and returned to the sidewalk of the busy street. For the majority of their time together, they were pretty silent. It was bordering on comfortable to uncomfortable, probably because both of them were a bit socially awkward and weren't sure what to really say. I'm actually meeting up with some friends at a cafe around here. If you'd like, You can join us. Amajiki felt curious at the slight pang in his chest when the green-haired teen shook his head with a somewhat sad smile. I'd love to, and it does sound really nice, but I really have to get back home. I'm kind of on a timer, you could say. Maybe another time. As sure, the elvish teen found himself saying. But sorry to have kept you. Amajiki felt the urge to cover his eyes when Midoriya passed him a sunshine smile. The older teen watched as the green-haired teen crossed a street and disappeared from his view. It felt a little lonelier now. How strange. Tamaki. Hado could be seen standing from the booth seat with a cheerful expression and rapidly waving hands. Over here. Amajiki hunched as he began walking over to where his friends were seated. He could feel the wandering eyes of some of the other customers. Why'd his friend have to call so much attention? When he finally slid into the booth, he felt something in one of his pockets shift and clatter to the floor. He blinked in confusion, feeling around only to figure out it wasn't his phone that fell out. Amajiki was confused when it didn't turn out to be his wallet either. I didn't know you played video games, Tamaki. Tagada had chimed in. The elvish teen decided to finally stop guessing what he dropped and actually look to see what he dropped. He felt silly for not doing that earlier. His dark eyes widened when he saw a handheld video game system. His fingers curled around it as he picked it up with care. When he examined it, it said, Game Boy with a text saying color underneath. It looked really old. This isn't mine. That's when Amajiki became startled. This belonged to Midoriya, didn't it? His friend stared at him with curiosity as he face planted onto the table. There was a muffled whine. Hado poked at his shoulder. Hey, what's wrong? He slowly lifted his head, his arms folded in front of him as he hunched over in his seat. His chin barely touched the table surface. I think I accidentally stole this from someone. Tagada and Hado glanced at each other with surprise. Amajiki stealing something, even if it was accidental, sounded like quite the story. The elvish teen began to fear the blue-haired girl when he noticed that excited glint in her eyes. When did this happen? Did it happen before you got here? It had to have been. What happened? Who'd you meet and steal from? Was it a girl or a boy? Did you make a friend? What about? Amajiki groaned with the sound of misery as Tagada chuckled and did his best to lift the anxious teen's spirits. Eventually, the elvish teen managed to finally tell what happened. Hado's eyes seemed to sparkle with interest. Too much interest for Amajiki's liking. Tagada just seemed to smile at him like a proud parent. The elvish teen jumped slightly when Tagada gave an encouraging pat on the back. Well, at least he'll be easy to find again. Normal classes are about to come back, so you can just return it to him. Besides, from what I remember and what you told me, he sounds like a really kind and understanding guy. I'm sure he won't be mad or think you stole it. Say, Amajiki. The said teen that Hado was looking at tried to scoot away at the girl's gaze. Which way do you swing? Nejire, Amajiki had hissed with a whisper. He glanced around, was glad to notice that the few customers who had overheard returned to what they were doing. The girl giggled a little sheepishly. Whoopsies, she seemed to lean a little now that she got back on track. Anyways, like I said, which way do you swing? Is this really important? The blue-haired girl nodded. I need to know because I need to know. How can I be your wing girl if I don't know if you found a love interest? The elvish boy froze. Love interest. I don't even know anything about that. He really never thought about relationships, especially romantic ones. Amajiki knew he was too nervous approaching even a stranger. It was a wonder how he even had these two as friends. There was no way he could ever develop a romantic relationship. Even if he did manage to, there was no way anyone would want to stay with him. People like to be together with someone who can do things together or for each other. Or maybe they like to be with someone who has confidence in something. Amajiki doesn't have any romantic traits or qualities to him. Besides, he isn't even sure if he has any kind of, what others call, a type. The rest of his day was spent with Hado trying to, not very sneakily, get more info about the green-haired teen. Tagada just did his best to give the elvish teen encouragement and suggestions. Neither of the boys tried to stop Hado. Once she had her mind on something, she was going to poke at it. Amajiki could only sigh as a hand went into his pocket. His hand seemed to grip onto that old game system as a way to comfort him. It surprisingly seemed to work, and Amajiki isn't quite sure why. The apartment filled with snores as Hisashi slept. There were recently opened bottles surrounding him as he lied on the couch. Midoriya could only sigh. Freshly placed bandages on the teen's newly acquired wounds. The man was squeezing the short teen's torso like a teddy bear, and the boy didn't dare to try and escape the man's hold. Midoriya was quick to figure out the strange mood swings Hisashi would have. The man would act how he usually does, only to have some sort of internal meter tell him he somehow went too far. Sometimes, it looked like some sort of internal trigger went off in Hisashi. When that happened, Midoriya felt like he was going to have whiplash when Hisashi would suddenly begin to act like an actual caring father. The man would bandage his wounds as best as he could, and he'd become possessive of the teen. Sometimes Midoriya witnessed his father fall into crying fits, and the teen couldn't remove himself from Hisashi's grasp. When Midoriya had finally come home and set aside the groceries, Hisashi had continued the usual routine. Then Midoriya ended up hitting the wall, his head smacking against it a bit too hard. A green-haired teen watched as his father's dark eyes seemed to freeze. The man would continue to wrap his head, give him an ice pack, and show lots of affection. This was the one thing Midoriya could never find a pattern in. He's been smacked around plenty of times. Yet why did this trigger the man? It felt completely random. It was confusing and only served to make Midoriya wonder at times what exactly is happening in Hisashi's mind. And Midoriya ended up sitting on the couch next to Hisashi while the man drank away and rambled on about the small things and big things in life. Before Midoriya knew it, he ended up being cuddled as Hisashi cried himself to sleep. Now, all the teen was trapped like this until his father woke up as if nothing happened. With nothing to do, the green-haired teen began to think about his time with Amajiki-senpai. Midoriya knew he had some social awkwardness, but never to the extent his senior seemed to be going through. The elvish teen was literally turning into a statue and struggling to say basic sentences. Midoriya wondered if he could give his senior tips or advice to help lessen that high level of anxiety. That's when Midoriya realized he was missing something. He remembered picking up those groceries but completely forgot about his game. That had never happened before. The short teen would always remember where he put his games and if he dropped it or not. He always mentally kept track of it like he had a sensor built into his brain. It was instinct, really. Yet here he was, at home and spending all that time walking around without even giving it a single thought. Did Amajiki's company really distract him that much? That then brought him to another conflicting experience. When he told Amajiki-senpai that he couldn't join the older teen, Midoriya actually felt a bit sad. It was different though. He normally felt sad when he had to deny any kind of hangouts, but this time he felt more sorrowful and regretful about it. Somewhere in his mind, he actually really wanted to spend more time with Amajiki and he couldn't fathom why. Midoriya tried to push the thoughts away when it began to make his heart ache. Why did he feel so strongly about wanting to spend more time with his senior? Was it simply because the older teen was relatable and Midoriya just wanted to naturally become close friends? Was it something else? Either way, Midoriya wanted to meet Amajiki again. He wanted to spend time and actually get to know his senior. Midoriya felt a burning determination to befriend Amajiki. You won't leave me, right? The woman looks down at her loving fiancé. He looked a lot like a scared child at that moment. The man was comforted by the loving smile he received. Inko held Hisashi's hands carefully in her own. I love you, so don't you ever worry about me leaving you. I won't be like them. Inko couldn't imagine herself as cruel enough to leave Hisashi. Her heart truly swells for the man and she was determined to give the man the love he was not given. Inko's mind flashed back to that terrifying scene during their final year of high school. No, she couldn't afford to leave Hisashi alone. If she left him, the man would likely die from the heartbreak. They'll be happy together and she'll make sure that happens. The short break was over before anyone knew it, the school becoming full of UA students. With the return of regular classes, Class 1 wasn't quite sure what to expect next. Midoriya glanced over at where Ada sat. It was sometime after the sports festival when the green-haired teen was able to hear the news. Apparently, Ingenium had encountered the hero killer Stain and was currently hospitalized. Midoriya couldn't imagine what Ada must be going through, especially when considering a media leak that Ingenium would likely be unable to return to hero work. He really needs to find some time to confront Ada about this. Ada's brother may not have been killed, but it was a painful process to see someone you care for get hurt so drastically. Midoriya just couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Ada just seemed to have this strange aura that was familiar to the short teen. It was almost like whenever Hisashi was silently thinking of something bad. No words or hints were given, but Midoriya could just sense it. Emerald eyes looked away from Ada and back to the game screen. Midoriya really hoped that Ada wasn't planning something stupid. When Aizawa finally arrived, many mentally sighed with relief that the man wasn't looking like a mummy anymore. Seeing their teacher in so many badges and even casts was a sight for sure. The classroom board soon began to show a list of their names on the left with a varying number value to the right. Now that the sports festival is over, it's time for the next step. You will begin attending hero internships. On the board are your names and the number of offers you have received from different heroes depending on your performance during the sports festival. Many instantly noticed the top 3 on the board. Todoroki was first with 4,123, followed by Midoriya with 3,764, and Bakugou with 3,556. Aizawa's voice caught their attention as he continued speaking. For those of you who didn't get any offers, you must still take part in the internships. There are plenty of hero agencies who volunteer to take students who gain no offers. The class became confused when the man seemed to sigh. It's also important to note that you may very likely participate in light hero work during your internships. That's why it is important that the classroom door slid open as Midnight strolled in. We establish your hero names. It is important that you have something to call yourself while on the job after all. However, think carefully about your name. Even if it is subject to change at the moment, the name you make for yourself even now could embarrass you in the far future. Aizawa just slumped over into the corner, curled up in his sleeping bag. He appeared to be asleep, but his mind was really just flashing back to how he got his hero name. One loud and yellow-haired cockatoo later, and he was being called Eraserhead. One by one, everyone eventually held a whiteboard and marker. Every student seemed to retreat into their own thoughts as they tried to think of their hero name. Midoriya stared blankly at the board. He never even thought about it, to be honest. Maybe as a child, he had those silly All Might-based names, but those were certainly not viable here. What did he want the world to know him as? The green-haired teen could only sigh. Maybe a name based off of his quirk. Maybe one based off a theme. Perhaps even a name based on his hobby or interests. Emerald orbs focused as the short teen pulled the cap off of the marker and began to write. It was a small idea, but it was something at least. Once he finally wrote down his name, he glanced around. The teen noticed how some of the students around him seemed to really be struggling. Some seemed to be writing down their name with uncertainty. Midoriya may not be confident in his own hero name, but he sure was confident in helping others. He knew these names could be changed later on, but first impressions meant a lot as a future hero, and he wanted to help his classmates get off on the right foot. Midnight hadn't even realized the green-haired teen had left his seat until she noticed Midoriya standing by Ajiro's desk. The pair of students seemed to discuss something before Ajiro began to hastily erase his board before writing something new on it. Midoriya nodded and continued to silently make his way to other struggling students. Midnight watched on silently as the boy seemed to almost mask his presence as the green-haired teen aided the others. Something told the woman that the Midoriya kid was about to have his fellow classmates go out with interesting names. Eventually, enough time had passed and every single one of the students became nervous at Midnight's next words. We're sharing them. Aoyama was up first, his name literally making everyone want to anime fall. It was a sentence. An actual sentence. Midnight's help in making it shorter didn't really help much either. Eventually, Midoriya's soft voice had spoken up with a suggestion and everyone was ready to support it. That seems a bit long, Aoyama-kun. It is good to have a name that speaks to you, but on a battlefield, try and have a name that isn't so difficult and long-winded to say. How about something like Ever Twinkling? It's kind of like Evermore, but with that twinkle theme you have. The entire class swore that the teen was going to hug the life out of Midoriya. Midoriya-kun. That sounds absolutely stunning. I shall be the shining hero, Ever Twinkling. All of the students were relieved at the much easier name. Thank goodness for Midoriya fixing that hot mess. Next was Ashido with Alien Queen. Unfortunately, Midnight deemed it as too frightening, which left the girl with Pinky. Midoriya had come to save the day again though. How about Acidic Pink? It has her quirk and your appearance. It also has quite a bit of nickname material as well. Ashido practically skipped back to her seat, fully accepting the name. Mido, you're a lifesaver, you know that. Everyone began to have a little more confidence once Asui presented her name as Froppy. It was a really pleasant name in all honesty. Ida ended up just going with his given name. Midoriya kept himself silent. He could tell Ida had too much in his mind. It wasn't the time for giving him a hero name. Maybe after the glasses teen's problems have passed. Uraraka ended up with Uravity, which everyone loved. Ajiro came up with Tail Whip, all while giving credit to Midoriya. By now, the class has realized that Midoriya was a pretty decent namer. Kaminari had come up with Charge Bolt, Ijiro with Red Riot, and Koda with Faunus. Midoriya could see the silent boy sign a thank you towards the green-haired teen. Anima was nice, but Midoriya felt like Koda could have a name more closely relating to animals. What better than to use Faunus for fauna? Not to mention some themes that came from the word's origin of a Roman god by the same name. Besides, there was something about the name that could be said with a gentle and soft voice. Koda was a quiet person, so Midoriya thought it would fit. Sato had then announced himself as Candy Rush as he gave credit towards Midoriya. The green-haired teen wanted it to include Sugar Rush, but since Sato's quirk involved candy and sweets, why not make it Candy Rush? Besides, there was an app where you can crush candy, and since consuming sugar made Sato stronger, why not add it into the mix? Shoji had chosen to be Tentacle. Gyro was Earphone Jack. Sero called himself Cellophane. Takoyami came up with Tsukayomi, and Todoroki had just gone with his given name of Shoto, much like how Ada had done. Midoriya left it be. He was sure that his words for the two-tone teen during the sports festival was giving Todoroki a lot of thoughts and choices. He decided to try and think of possible hero names for Todoroki for the future. Then, there was Hagakure with Prism, which was also a suggestion from Midoriya. When the green-haired teen discussed an alternative for Invisible Girl, he had decided that Prism would be nice. After all, light could pass through a prism and it could also refract light. Hagakure was confused at the refracting light part. The girl understood the first part since having light pass through her is why she's invisible, but she didn't understand the refracting part. That then led to her intensely listening to Midoriya's analysis of her quirk and the possibility that she could refract light since it passes through her. The invisible girl was excited as she decided to test Midoriya's theory in the future. Either way, Prism sounded really pretty and she couldn't pass that up considering how plain Invisible Girl was. Bakugo had gone with Ground Zero thanks to Midoriya. The green-haired teen could only sigh when he checked to see what the blonde initially wrote. What was it again? King Explosion Murder, or something like that. Finally, it was time for Midoriya to present. The short teen was a bit nervous because of how many positively accepted name changes he had done with his classmate. It kind of made him wonder if the class would even like the name he had picked for himself. Midoriya didn't mean to raise potential expectations for his hero name. The whiteboard turned. Everyone's gaze focused on the words. The virtual hero, Lockdown. Midoriya initially was going to choose Firewall, but something stopped him. He really didn't want to have fire in his hero name considering what fire has done to his life. It took his mother and was part of his father's quirk. Instead, he went with an old pre-quirk era firewall system called Lockdown. Besides, being called Lock as a nickname versus Fire or Wall was definitely better sounding. Midoriya didn't want to drop the firewall idea since that's pretty much what he can do within electronics. But he didn't feel comfortable using the exact term. He was fine with this and was glad that the others agreed as well. He didn't tell the class the true reason why he didn't just go with Firewall. Only Bakugo could understand why. I didn't go with Firewall because it just felt too straightforward. Lockdown was an old firewall system anyways, so in the end, it all still means Firewall. Besides, I'd rather be called Lock for short than Fire or Wall. The class agreed. Then came the final two classmates with Shinsu being the puppeteer hero, Hypnosis, and Yaoyorozu as the everything hero, Creati. With that done, everyone officially had gotten hero names. Many sighed with relief that the hero name process was done. As exciting as it was also pretty pressuring. After all, these were going to be their real hero names, not just some random thing you came up with as a kid and constantly changed. Everyone was given forms to fill out as well as their list of hero agencies they could intern with. They were to submit them in a couple of days and were warned to choose carefully. As the day continued on, the bell finally rang for lunch. Bakugo was a little surprised when Midoriya had approached him with a serious expression. Before the blonde could ask what was wrong, that soft voice spoke with that slightly commanding edge. Katsuki, follow me. There's something you should know. When Yagi got the text from Midoriya that the teen had made a decision, he was expecting Midoriya to arrive in the empty lounge room and say either yes or no and why. What he didn't expect was for the door to slide open and have Bakugo trailing after the green-haired teen. Yagi was sipping his tea only to cough and choke on it. Okay then, young Midoriya probably has a reasonable explanation for this. Maybe, young Bakugo just was being insistent on tagging along. They do seem very close. I'm in my normal form so I don't have to worry about being revealed as All Might. I made my decision. Yagi felt like he was going to choke on his tea again. But, young Midoriya. What about? Kachin is here because he's an important part of what I want to say. Besides, he has the right to know what I'm getting into. When Midoriya and Yagi turned to Bakugo, the blonde was looking between the pair with absolute confusion. Alright, what in the F is happening right now? It took some tea, sitting on the couch, and a long story and explanation until Bakugo had caught up. Yagi was initially very confused and wary of stretching his secret to another person. By the end of it all, Bakugo was slouched on the couch, his gaze lingering on the ceiling above. Midoriya and Yagi swore the teen had mumbled a holy shit. The blonde teen had straightened his posture, his body hunched as his arms rested on his knees. Midoriya was met with his friend's red gaze. So, this is what All Might pulled you over for with the excuse of just lunch together. Midoriya nodded. Yes. Yagi stared at Midoriya, making sure to meet the teen's eyes. You said you had made your decision. The green-haired teen sighed. Yes, I have. Midoriya took a deep breath. I have decided to deny the offer. The skeletal man had nodded with understanding. Any specific reasons as to why? I am not against your decision. You have every right to choose, but I wondered if there's any reason why you refused. The short teen seemed to think for a second. I think I'm fine where I am. I am already gifted with a powerful quirk, and while I do plan to be a daytime hero, and maybe that will change, I don't feel like I should take it. I would love to be someone to inspire hope in people like you, but I think I am able to do that as I am. Popularity never mattered to me anyway. I just want to do as much as I can for everyone. Taking some legendary power won't change that goal. Sure, it will give me more power and abilities to save others, but in the end, there will always be people we cannot save. Bakugo raised a brow when Midoriya's eyes met his. That's why I brought someone you should consider taking on the mantle. Yagi didn't know much about Bakugo in all honesty. He knew the blonde teen could be aggressive and that the boy was gifted with a powerful quirk as well. Yet, despite Bakugou's rather crude language, there was obviously an emptiness to it when directed towards others. He could tell that Bakugou was that type who was prickly on the outside but had a good heart. The type who was tough, but actually did try to subtly convey good-natured actions and feelings to help others. Sometimes those types would also solve things in their own ways that may or may not end up blowing up in the person's face. Either way, Yagi could tell that Bakugou would be the type to be a fierce protector. If that teen ended up being a symbol like him one day, Yagi could tell it wouldn't be like the pillar he had built as All Might. Yet, it could still work. I see. So that's why you brought young Bakugou. You think he is a good potential candidate? Midoriya nodded while Bakugou watched on with wide eyes. Nerd. Izu, are you sure? I don't even know if I'm even a good choice. I'm not going to be like All Might who has a comforting smile and is some goody two-shoes, golden boy. You have better chances of being a symbol for the people than I do. Katsuki. The blonde's attention was practically hyper-focused on Midoriya's words now. You don't have to imitate All Might. No one has to imitate anyone. As time goes on, the next generation will end up taking the role of the people we see today. Do they have to be exactly like their predecessors? No. Do they manage to still fulfill the role? Yes. Katsuki, I believe you can be a pillar who comforts people with your strength versus a smile. After all, there is comfort in seeing a strong leader who can live up to the role. You are fierce, but kind in your own way. I can see you warding off the enemies and providing the public that safety they'll need alive once All Might eventually leaves the stage. Bakugou felt Midoriya's small hand grasp his own. If you do end up with All Might's power, I'm sure you can be even more of an amazing hero. You could maybe even be, like, society's guardian in the future. Midoriya looked between Yagi and Bakugou. Please, consider it. The choice doesn't have to be now and you can still think about it, but I think this could work out. I've known Katsuki all my life and I know how he is. I'm sure he could be the hero that many will want one day. The room was full of contemplative silence. Yagi couldn't help himself from mentally agreeing with all that was said. Besides, he trusts Midoriya and he could tell that the green-haired teen knows what he's saying. The fact that Bakugou was actually hesitant and being self-aware of his own personality instead of jumping at the prospect of having All Might's power spoke for itself. A fierce, but loyal and strong protector. A pillar. A guardian for the people. Someone who comforts the people and ensures they are safe by pure strength and ability. Yagi thought as he imagined what that could be like. A part of the man liked it. It was different. He didn't want another All Might imitator like Midoriya had said. Yagi wanted someone to grow in their own way and still provide the people that protection and hope they'll always need. Yagi faced the pair of teens with an understanding expression, a small smile gracing his lips. I see. That is definitely something I can imagine. That is certainly a future I wouldn't mind seeing. Besides, it's like you said, young Midoriya, I don't want an impersonator. The skeletal man directed his attention towards Bakugou, meeting that red gaze head-on. Young Bakugou, I would be pleased to have you as my successor. I trust Midoriya and my time is wearing thin. I have also paid attention to everyone in your class for a successor, not just in Midoriya. That means that I have paid attention to you as well. I could tell there's more to you than you let on. If you wish to accept my power, I will do my best to train you. Bakugou felt lost. He so wanted to accept, but was he really worthy of it? He had no problem stating how he is the best. But to have All Might's power and to have this lofty responsibility and goal, is he really able to do it? Do they really see that much potential in him? Yet, he can see it in Midoriya and All Might's eyes. That confidence that this is a good decision and that it can work. Bakugou wants to be a hero. He wants to be a great pillar that won't crumble in the face of villains. This was an opportunity meant for Midoriya. Yet the explosive blonde was being vouched for as a candidate. A future where he can protect society with even more power to do so. Midoriya and Yagi had watched as the blonde's red gaze gained a determined glint. You're both crazy, you know that. Giving a ticking time bomb even more power. This is a effing hasty decision too. The blonde gave a small chuckle. So, Bakugou began. Where do I start? It was the end of the school day and Ida had planned to leave early. He didn't wish to avoid his friends, but he just needed some time to himself. When he closed the small door of the shoe rack, he startled at the sight of Midoriya. The green-haired teen was just casually standing there and playing his game. It was like the short teen didn't even realize he was just waiting there and scaring. Midoriya, you startled me. I apologize for not realizing you were there sooner. It's okay. Those emerald eyes glanced up to meet Ida's. Mind if we walk home together? I have to get going anyways. Ida blinked and then sighed. Together, the two began making their way home side by side with nothing but the natural sounds around them. How are you holding up? Midoriya's soft voice had spoken up. Ida wasn't even expecting his friend to say anything with how quiet it had been. In fact, Midoriya's voice was so quiet that Ida had almost missed what the short teen was saying. I'm managing, but I assure you I'll be fine. Ida felt nervous when those emerald eyes stared at him in disbelief. I could be better. It felt like Midoriya could see right through him. Yet, despite not being completely truthful, Midoriya just nodded and seemed to accept the change in answer. Maybe the green-haired teen knew that was the most he'd get for an answer. I can't really say that I know exactly what you're going through. I still can't say it because I can't truly know what you're feeling and thinking. After all, everyone can react differently to the same or similar scenarios. Those emerald eyes seemed to catch Ada's. The tall teen froze at the sight. However, I am one of those who have been through something very similar. I can only imagine that you must be incredibly angry, sad, and frustrated, right? Ada couldn't exactly deny his friend's words because that is how he feels. He's looked up to his brother for years, and he always admired the work Tensei has done for the family and for society. It's too cruel that he had to be injured so horribly. His brother can't go out and save lives anymore. Tensei can't even stand anymore. It was horribly depressing, but it was increasingly unfair. Stain's motivations and ideas weren't new. Stain was one to hunt down false heroes. What about Tensei was false? His brother was loving and did all he could to be a real hero. Tensei didn't let the fame get into his head. The more Ada thought about Stain, the more that rage was fueled. He was always calm and logical. He always managed to keep things orderly and did his best to encourage others. Ada did his best to encourage a safe environment for those around him. Yet, never had he experienced such a wave of absolute molten hatred. It swelled inside his heart and mind to the point of being painful. Ada didn't know a way to make this feeling go away. He didn't know anything, and that just made it even more frustrating. The pair of teens had ended up pausing in their walk at some point, Ada's internal thoughts quietly making their way past his lips. Midoriya was always a good listener, so he had no issues hearing Ada's spoken-out thoughts and feelings. It was just as bad as Midoriya expected. Ada was trapped with a wave of growing insatiable anger. If nothing is done, that anger will just grow. If it grows, then the chances of it being acted upon just increase. Midoriya knows from experience what people are willing to do with that type of anger. A type of anger that branches from the unfairness of life. It usually grows into the desire to fight back against something or someone. Emerald eyes narrowed in thought. As much as Midoriya would like to think that Ada wouldn't go after Stain, it wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibilities. It's a stupid revenge scheme. Of course, it was, but it was something that could be acted upon. Stain is the source of all of this, and no doubt Ada would, or already has, come to that conclusion. Since the tall teen doesn't even know how to healthily handle these feelings, there is no doubt that Ada will think of revenge, to get back at who or what has wronged you in some way. The green-haired teen so hoped that wasn't the case, that Ada wouldn't do that. Yet, it could happen. When one gets lost in their emotions like this, even someone like that of a gentle lamb would be willing to do the unthinkable. Desperation, rage, revenge, sides of humanity that can create a terrifying being. If Ada went after Stain, it was going to end in tears. This Midoriya knows for sure. He can't let that happen. Not just because Ada is his friend, but also because Ada still has a family that loves him and a brother who is fortunate to be alive. Midoriya doesn't want to find out what would happen if Ada died at the hands of the hero killer. The Ada family would no doubt suffer. Midoriya had to prevent it. No matter what, Ada had frozen when Midoriya gained a slightly firm grip on the glasses teen's arm. When the Ada looked down, he swore those emerald orbs were pleading something from him. I know it's not easy. Those feelings will refuse to go away, but no matter what, Ada, don't ever act on them. Those who do will be met with disaster in some way. No matter how it ends, it will be at a point of no return. Think about your family. They are there for you. They love you. Don't hide away and avoid everyone who cares about you and is willing to help. The glasses teen was still as Midoriya had hesitatingly let go. The pair had already reached where they would branch paths. No matter what, Ada, think of those that love you. Don't continue to add more strife with whatever is going on in your mind. The green-haired teen's fist clenched. If not for friends like me or at school, follow my advice for the sake of your family. Before the short teen left, Ada numbly observed as his friend ran over to quickly embrace him. Please, don't do anything stupid. Midoriya knew that there was not much more he could do for Ada directly. Hopefully, the next step to his plan works. As Ada watched Midoriya's retreating form, he could only feel a mix of sorrow and frustration. He felt his teeth and fist clenching, eyes narrowing in thought. Midoriya, what you're asking of me, I'm afraid it's too difficult, even for me. Midoriya actually wasn't heading home. He didn't need to leave early like he told Ada either. He just took an alternative route that would loop him around back to UA. If he's correct, the teachers must still be there. He really hoped a certain teacher was still there. He needed this plan to work for Ada's sake and for the sake of Ada's family. Midoriya knew it'd be a miracle if his words to his friend actually got through. Yet, he knew the likelihood of it was very low. That's why he needed this to work in his favor. The halls to UA were mostly empty as the green-haired teen made his way to the teacher's lounge. He grasped the handle and the door slid open. Of all the things Aizawa Shouto was expecting in life, this wasn't one of them. He had to stay behind for a little bit longer due to work, but he really wasn't expecting anyone to come to the teacher's lounge. There were only a few other heroes who had to stay behind as well, papers shuffling and keyboards clicking. So imagine his surprise when Midoriya Izuku ended up standing beside his chair. He put the papers down to look at the kid. "Midoriya, what brings you here?" A part of the man was internally startled and concerned by the look in those emerald eyes. "Aizawa-sensei, there is something urgent to discuss. Is there a room where we may speak privately?" Aizawa Shoto was not paid enough for this. Midoriya watched as the Aizawa just slumped down as if the man was trying to absorb himself into the couch. "Let me get this straight." Aizawa let out a deep sigh. "You want to intern with me, but make it so we stay nearby Hasu for patrols because there is a high chance that Ida is hunting after the hero killer who is also the one who crippled Ingenium." He just watched as Midoriya shrugged with a nod. "I don't ever recall the teacher's manual saying anything about how to deal with this. You really are a problem child, you know that, right?" The man just got another shrug from the teen. "Will you help me?" Aizawa knew that if he didn't watch over this kid, Midoriya was going to go off on his own. Internship of choice be damned, and go after Ida. The least he could do as a pro hero and teacher was make sure that this kid didn't go and get killed by creating some sort of convoluted scheme to stop Ida from hunting a hero killer. Literally. The man pinched the bridge of his nose as he took a deep breath. "Fine, I'll help you, but only because I don't want you to do something stupid and possibly illegal." Aizawa wasn't sure if he should be happy or upset at the sparkles that seemed to light up in Midoriya's eyes. It was an expression full of determination and hope. What has he gotten himself into? Tagata rubbed Amajiki's back to comfort the anxious teen. Hato was using her words, as usual, to try and cheer the elvish teen up. "Hey, I'm sure that Midoriya kid isn't trying to avoid you. After all, classes have just begun again and I'm sure he was just busy." All Hato and Tagata got was a half-hearted shrug. Amajiki had waited around and tried to see if he could spot the green-haired teen at the beginning of the school day. That ended up a failure. A part of him wondered if Midoriya was already in class. He certainly wasn't about to walk into a room full of unknown first years, so he just continued to his class of 3A. Then, the lunch period came and he thought he'd find that mop of viridian curls in the lunchroom. Still no luck. Eventually, classes returned and he wasn't able to do anything but focus on his classes. Now, it was the end of the day and he still couldn't find the short teen. He could feel his mind begin to make untrue assumptions about why Midoriya wasn't around wherever the short teen should have been. One of the thoughts was that the teen must have written the Amajiki off as a thief and was now avoiding him. The dark-haired teen could only sigh, the weight of the game device becoming heavier in his pocket. He honestly was ready to just hand this thing to a teacher to pass along to Midoriya. Yet, his friends kept telling him it would be better if he confronted Midoriya himself. As Amajiki made his way home that afternoon, he pulled the device from his pocket out of pure curiosity. When he looked it up online, it turned out to be an incredibly old handheld device during the pre-Quirk era. Amajiki noticed that many used ones were still up for sale and checked out how much it was worth. The amount of money was insane and just made Amajiki feel even worse. Not only was he holding on to something that Midoriya very likely held a personal attachment to, but it was pretty much like an expensive relic. His bed creaked as he carelessly lied down on it. Holding the device in his view, he began to think. Sure, he's played video games before, though it was more modern stuff. Not things that were so old that they weren't even being mass-produced anymore. While video games were fun, he never really got too into them. Eventually, many games were just too much alike, especially with the hero theme, and he just kind of fell out of it. When he turned the device around, there was a strange-looking chip or card inserted into a slot. It seemed really unnecessarily bulky compared to the incredibly skinny chips made today. What game was Midoriya even playing? It had to have been just as old as this device, right? Were games any different back then, and if they were, how much have they changed compared to now? Amajiki didn't even realize what he was doing until the bright screen turned on and sound began to play. He slightly panicked at the fact he turned it on. Oh, he was so in trouble. Midoriya would surely know he messed with it now. He doesn't want to give the green-haired teen more of a reason to hate him. Yet, he calmed down slightly due to his confusion. A yellow mouse or rat-like creature with a lightning bolt tail appeared on screen for a moment. Was it the game's mascot? Maybe a company mascot? Before he knew it, he was already entering the single save file that was on there. Amajiki just maybe wanted to satisfy his curiosity by messing around a little bit. Only a little bit. Eventually, he kept panicking with those random encounters, the declining health, items, and all those weird power move names. He decided to look it up online and was able to find very old sites that managed to explain the basics of how to play. Amajiki made sure to not do too much as he didn't want to screw up whatever progress Midoriya had made. Everything was incredibly high-leveled and there was maxed out money and items galore. Midoriya must have put so much time into this, and he didn't want to do anything more than just those random battle encounters. No trainers or anything, just walking around in circles for small fights and playing around with the many different creatures Midoriya had caught. If healing was needed, he would just go back to the center for free healing. He didn't want to try and spend any of the game's money or use any of the hard-earned items. Even if they were cheap and easy to regain items, he still didn't want to mess around with it. Time passed, and before he knew it, a light was dimming in brightness, which he learned meant a low battery, and he hasn't done his school work. He just turned the game off and stored it away. That's when he realized he actually ended up saving what progress he made. It was just pure habit to save a game, but he really should have just turned it off without saving. Now there's no way Midoriya won't notice. Amajiki hid his face within his pillow. Oh, he was so hopeless. Midoriya was surely going to be upset with him now. The internships were approaching fast, and that left a lot on Midoriya's mind. At least he got Aizawa to agree with the internship and the patrols nearby Hasu. Both of them were going to make it a secret mission to keep an eye out for Ida. He could only sigh and hope life can continue on smoothly. Yet, when does it ever? That's what brought him to spend some time at a nearby local park, his bag resting beside him on the wooden bench. The short teen's gaze stayed on his DS screen. It was an old one with three-dimensional functions and themes. Currently, Midoriya was concentrating on adding more stuff to the museum. He spent lots of time building his town, but there were still things he needed to collect in order to 100% it. Due to his intense focus, the short teen didn't even realize someone was making their way over. Hi Midoriya. Emerald eyes took a moment before looking past the screen. Midoriya blinked, the only sign that the short teen was surprised. Oh, hello Amajiki-senpai. Midoriya looked on in confusion when his senior suddenly bowed, both hands held out to present the carefully held Game Boy. I meant to give this back to you, but I forgot when I bumped into you. Sorry again about that. Then I was talking with you and helping you out, not that it was a problem. And no, not at all. TR tried to find you at school, but then I couldn't find you anywhere, and I thought you must have written me off as a thief or something, and I really should have just given it to a teacher so you could have gotten it back sooner. I'm such an idiot for not thinking that, and well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steal something valuable to you. The green-haired teen could only blink. That was some bad anxiety. Amajiki's anxiety was definitely worse than his own. Midoriya was quick to save his game and close the device so it would be in its sleep mode. With careful hands, the green-haired teen took hold of the Game Boy with an awkward silence. Amajiki felt so stupid right now. He got his hopes up when he was wandering around the area that Midoriya seemed to live in and saw that mop of curls at a park bench. When he actually ended up approaching the gaming teen, Amajiki was feeling himself slowly clam up. All he managed to get out was a sloppily said greeting before doing the only thing his mind could think of. Of course, that ended up bowing out of apology, giving the younger teen's device back, and giving a horribly choppy explanation. Where was that confidence he felt before when he first noticed Midoriya sitting here? As the green-haired teen took the device back, Amajiki's hands were quick to go to his sides. His eyes stayed clenched shut as his body filled with nervous trembling. He quietly gulped when their fingers made brief contact and the sound of the device turning on reached his ears. Now, here it was, the moment Midoriya would find out he messed with the younger's game. What kind of elder is he to go poking around Midoriya's things? Amajiki was bracing himself for the eventual lashing of words. Did you like it? H-ho. Amajiki took the risk as he opened his eyes, his head tilting up to view Midoriya's expression. The young teen's gaze was focused on the Game Boy's screen but seemed to be absolutely expressionless. He didn't like the fact that he couldn't tell what Midoriya was feeling right now. The short teen spoke up again. Did you like the game? Amajiki did actually, not that he would have needed to lie. Even if he did, he found that it would be best to be honest. He's just lucky that he actually did have fun. He couldn't imagine having to say it was good when he actually didn't like it. He wasn't sure if Midoriya would be mad at him. Why yeah, I found it really fun. Amajiki's dark eyes watched nervously, his body slowly going back to standing up normally, as Midoriya seemed to search through his bunny-like backpack. The elvish teen waited patiently until his eyes caught sight of a very familiar game card. Midoriya had pulled out an exact copy of the game that was already in the Game Boy. Why did the teen own two? Midoriya seemed to take one look at Amajiki before answering the question in the elvish teen's mind. Due to the amount of content in these games, they often only have a single save file. If you really want more than one save, you have to buy another. It's a little annoying, but it's understandable even though it might just be a way to gain more money from buyers. It's easy to tell that you played on my game file. Before Amajiki could apologize, he paused as Midoriya held a hand up as a way to silence him. The elvish teen blinked once and he already found the Game Boy back in his hands along with a charger and that second copy of that creature game. Amajiki couldn't get a word in when Midoriya suddenly spoke up again. That's one of the very old versions of the game. There are a lot of sequels. A lot of people like getting introduced to the series by playing the older and more original versions first before getting into the more modern ones. To be honest, that's not too bad to start with since you don't seem like the type to play video games a lot. If you really enjoy playing that, then next time I could bring you a pick from the Game Boy Advanced ones. Those honestly have some of my favorite versions. The modern ones are nice, but I really like what the GB Advanced has to offer. You're just giving it to me. The short teen just shrugged. I would say it's more like borrowing, but I guess I am pretty much giving it to you. Games like those can go on for a while depending on if you're trying to speed run it. But I want you to have the time to truly enjoy it and learn how it works. If you ever are curious about any other GB Color games, I could bring some to show you. Amajiki was expecting a lot of negative things to happen. This shattered his expectations, but he couldn't exactly say it was a bad outcome. Did this officially make them friends? Friends usually shared these types of things, right? A part of his heart swelled with the hope that Midoriya saw him as a friend. Yet, he kept that question quiet. He didn't want to sound weird and ask if they were friends if it was obvious. Amajiki decided to just accept it as it was with no complaints. Midoriya moved his backpack, his body sliding to the side to make room. The elvish teen watched as Midoriya patted the now empty spot on the bench. Wanna play it here? I'll be focusing on my own game, but at least I'll be here to help give you pointers. Amajiki never found himself as excitable. There was very little in life that made him feel like a kid on Christmas morning. Yet, this invitation and an unexpected amount of kindness was something that brought him lots of joy. Is this the kind of feeling that makes up Nejire and Mirio? This excitement and joy towards hanging out with a friend? Do they feel like this when they finally convince him to hang out with them? If so, maybe he should be less reluctant to spend time with them in public. It was a unique and wonderful feeling. It was nothing like that crippling anxiety and uncertainty that plagues him constantly wherever he goes. Together, Midoriya and Amajiki had sat on that park bench with their focus on their own games. Due to the green-haired teen's quirk, the low battery was not an issue. Midoriya occasionally answered some of Amajiki's questions and sometimes paused his Animal Crossing game to look over at Amajiki's screen. Other than the exchange of a few gaming-related words, it was relatively silent between them. Despite that silence, though, it felt like both of them had talked for hours. Midoriya snuck another look at the progress Amajiki had made. The elder was surprisingly a quick learner with it and was making quick progress. The short teen had to look away before he got caught staring. He never experienced something like this before. Sure, there was Bakugou, and now Kirishima and Todoroki, who he played games with, but it wasn't anything like this. Amajiki was truly enjoying that old game that many would scoff at due to its age. Midoriya knows his friends enjoy playing his games, but it just wasn't the same. Playing party games or multiplayer games were different from focusing on an actual series. Midoriya could tell that neither of his friends would enjoy playing a single-player game like the Pokémon series. Sure, there would be fun, but there wouldn't be a lot of dedication. All of the short teen's friends had their own hobbies or never paid too much attention to learning more about games. Yet, Amajiki, emerald eyes glanced to see that elvish teen from his peripherals. Amajiki looked so peaceful. His senior was truly appreciating and enjoying such an old game that pretty much had to be played alone. Midoriya never had met someone who seemed to enjoy a game as much as he did. Amajiki was the first to outwardly look calm, but have that happy glint in his eyes. It was a lot like how the green-haired teen enjoyed his games. The short teen enjoyed it in silence, and it seems that's how Amajiki enjoyed his games too. Seeing someone focus on the screen of a game, especially an old classic, was a pure and rare sight for Midoriya. His chest felt giddy whenever he turned to see what Amajiki was doing next. Midoriya had never felt such a fulfilling sense of elation and pure happiness. It was like Amajiki was that friend he just connected with on some sort of spiritual level. Midoriya's cheeks gained a light dusting of pink as he turned back to his DS screen. Midoriya was so glad to have befriended Amajiki. He hopes that Amajiki feels the same. For the next few hours that Midoriya had free time with, the short teen could completely forget about Ada, Stain, and the upcoming internships. Remember, you are permitted to wear your costumes in public when on duty. You are representing our school, so I expect the best behavior from all of you. You got it, sensei. Ashido cheered. The girl sighed at the glare she got. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa's gaze gave one last sweep of his class who had gathered at the station, costume cases in hand along with their own luggage. Other than that, remember to stay safe. That applies to every single one of you. Don't go and do something stupid, and remember to listen to your instructor. They are there to help guide you into gaining more hero work experience, not to put you in unnecessary danger. Everyone stood in silent acknowledgement, which left Aizawa to nod at them with satisfaction. You are dismissed. Midoriya and Uraraka had walked up towards Ida, the tall teen turning to see his friends going him concerned expression. Ida, if you ever need to talk to someone, we're always here to listen, you know. Uraraka had spoken up, her fingers nervously weaving together. Yet again, those emerald eyes had locked onto Ida's. "Please," Midoriya had spoken. "Stay safe and don't get yourself hurt, okay? We're all worried." A part of Midoriya felt his heart freeze and drop with sorrow when Ida had flashed a fake smile and spoke empty reassurance. Uraraka soon had to leave, as did Midoriya. As everyone went their separate ways, Uraraka and Midoriya had given their own glance back at Ida's retreating form. Midoriya's heart filled with worry. He really wished he could spend time playing games by Amajiki's side. Aizawa was an underground hero, so it really just left him to bring Midoriya to his unimpressive apartment. He had no fancy or expensive hero agency of his own that he could bring the kid to, and that was fine with him. He was sure that Midoriya would be fine with a simple and comfortable environment as well. The second he had unlocked the door to his apartment, there was the smell of cats and a chorus of meows. Midoriya's face had taken a confused expression. "Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to come in, problem child?" Midoriya took his first steps into his teacher's apartment. It was a little bit cluttered, but it was not too bad considering what Aizawa was like. What really caught the green-haired teen's attention though were the 3 cats that were wandering around the room. One appeared to be a calico whose fur pattern resembled that of a tiger. The second cat seemed to be a light-haired Maine Coon with very messy and fluffy fur that reminded Midoriya of the colors in that special coffee art. Was it latte art? Midoriya wasn't sure since he wasn't too big of a fan of those types of drinks. He was more of a tea person. As the cat's head turned towards the teen, Midoriya honestly felt like the cat was constantly pissed off. In a way, it reminded him of Aizawa when the teen had told his teacher his plan to keep Ida from getting killed. It was that sort of "I'm done" expression. It was also a tad on the chubbier side. There was a small voice in the back of Midoriya's head that whispered extra thick at the sight of the moody creature. The teen was quick to move on to the next cat after that. The third cat was a simple tabby cat with different shades of orange and blonde. Midoriya noticed how it had a scar on its left eye that left the animal half-blind, as well as a small chunk that was missing on the right ear. It was way less noticeable on the left since a very tiny bit was missing there. Maybe Aizawa found this one in a bad place within an alley. "Welcome to my home, problem child." When Aizawa saw Midoriya look at the cats with curiously, the man sighed as he introduced his pets. The calico is called Stripes, the tabby is Espresso, and the Maine Coon is Mood. I was shot down when I wanted to name him a hole or bastard. They're all males. Midoriya blinked at the last one. I guess everyone had to have some way of expressing humor. Aizawa rubbed the back of his neck as he began to lead Midoriya around his apartment. "Come on, kid, I'll give you the grand tour. Don't expect it to be like the fancy stuff on TV though. You can set your costume case by the door." That is how Midoriya found himself beginning his internship with Aizawa Shota. The internship seemed to be progressing smoothly so far. Well, as smoothly as they could really. Midoriya was sure that he wasn't the only one figuring out new things, all while taking down small-time villains and criminals. In all honesty, he was enjoying his internship with Aizawa. While the teen had a strong feeling that Aizawa would be flexible enough to follow Midoriya's plan to watch over Ida, the teen actually did want to intern with the man. There were many reasons why, and one of them happened to be how Aizawa works. Due to being an underground hero, his teacher didn't have to worry about some big agency or media. The man worked in silence and dealt with the crimes that occurred during the night. Midoriya didn't care about fame, and he knew that there were fewer patrols on the streets during the night than the day. All he wanted to do was save people. There was also Aizawa's personality. The man was stern and strict, but Midoriya could tell his teacher cares a lot. Aizawa was very truthful as well, which was a trait Midoriya appreciated. If Aizawa was going to say something, he wouldn't bother with pleasantries unless he really needed to. Both of them have the desire to focus on the job and save lives without interference. If Midoriya had the choice, he'd be an underground hero as well. However, his quirk wasn't exactly the best for stealth since it lets off light. They were small amounts of light, but would surely be noticeable when it's dark outside. Yet, despite that, Midoriya was quite compatible with Aizawa's battle style. His quirk was perfect for causing distractions and stunning enemies. Meanwhile, Aizawa would be able to swoop in and finish the fight. It was working pretty well for both of them. Aizawa wouldn't ever admit it, but fighting alongside Midoriya did make his job a bit easier. He'd typically have to wait for that one good opening, and then he'd just have to end the fight as quickly as he could. There was always the risk of a fight being drawn out, and if that happened, then Aizawa would slowly fall into a dangerous position. His style was like a snake. Wait for the moment, strike, and it's done. With Midoriya's quirk, it was easier to gain multiple openings during a fight for the man to charge in. That electricity would make the criminals turn their backs to him, and it could stun the villains long enough for Aizawa to capture them. It was perfect really, despite the small flashiness Midoriya's quirk emitted. There was also the fact that Midoriya's more combative quirk made up for Aizawa's less combative erasure. Aizawa was an observant person too, so he could tell that Midoriya was genuinely enjoying the internship with a hero like him. Kids usually like the popular and fancy heroes, not a man who is tired and lives in a slightly messy apartment surrounded by cats. Yet, a part of him was glad towards the fact that Midoriya wasn't just interning with him to keep Ida out of trouble. The green-haired teen was sure to let Aizawa know that Midoriya was an interesting kid. The teen loved his video games and randomly sleeping around his apartment when there was no hero work to worry about. Aizawa has, admittedly, been startled when he would turn a corner and find the kid fast asleep while standing up. How the kid did that was beyond him. Midoriya was also very helpful when it came to chores. Aizawa would always tell the kid to not bother with it, but he would still find the short teen doing the chores anyway. There was also the fact that Midoriya wasn't an arrogant kid or a very disobedient one that got into lots of trouble. Aizawa never really took on internships because teenagers could be a chore to handle, yet Midoriya was quiet, efficient, and kind. Despite the amount of obedience and silence, Aizawa could tell that Midoriya did have a bit of a free spirit and an easygoing personality. In the first couple of days, Aizawa learned that the kid was very quick to adjust to new schedules as well. It was interesting to see how flawlessly Midoriya was in adjusting and adapting. It certainly would make many things easier for the teen in the future since hero work could put heroes on a fluctuating schedule. Not to mention that fights were full of changes and inconsistencies. However, there was something in the back of Aizawa's mind that was bothering him about Midoriya's personality. It was mainly the ease that Midoriya adjusted to change and the amount of obedience. Aizawa wasn't shackling the kid and Midoriya seemed to go with the flow. It was obvious that Midoriya was relaxed and freely doing what the teen wished during the hours where they had no hero work. Yet, why did it feel like there was a wrongness to it? Aizawa trusted the instincts he had built up as a hero. His hero instincts actually saved him many times even though they just made him dread for the worst scenarios. If his instincts were picking up something wrong about how Midoriya acted, then he should listen, right? The kid could just be well-behaved and lived life by taking things with ease. It wouldn't be the first time Aizawa has seen adults and kids alike act like that. There were absolutely zero alarming signs too. Despite the lack of evidence, every day passed with his instincts saying there was something wrong. For once in his life, he was starting to doubt his instincts on this. Midoriya showed no signs of anything bad and held a behavior and personality that would be pretty desirable among many parents. So why? The man was snapped out of his thoughts at the sound of something breaking. He sighed before investigating the noise. It was there that he found Midoriya sitting on the couch, a tiny plant with a broken pot lying on the table in front of the TV. The kid's expression seemed slightly irritated. "What did you do now?" Midoriya turned, his expression becoming neutral as he looked at Aizawa. "I was trying to put the plant in the TV. It didn't go too well. My quirk kind of broke it." When the teen's eyes examined the plant, there were some charred leaves. It may have also tried to cook it. Aizawa knew that the kid was experimenting with that VR quirk. That was one of the things Aizawa was asked to help with. The man was definitely glad to see that Midoriya was working hard to improve and experiment with the limits of the teen's quirk. However, it did lead to small mishaps like this. The kid was trying to transport living organisms into electronic devices. After all, if Midoriya could transport himself, then it could be possible to transport others. If that was the case, then a lot more opportunities could open up. The ability to transport others, even if there are limitations, are incredibly useful and rare abilities to have. Well, it is definitely possible that your quirk can't transport anyone other than you in inanimate objects. However, if it is possible, then what do you think is going wrong? Aizawa opened a small storage closet and brought out a broom and dustpan to help clean the mess. Together, the pair carefully cleaned up the shattered clay pot and scattered soil. "I think that I'm accidentally just charging electricity into it to the point it, somehow, blows up from the inside. What I'm trying to do is replicate what I do with myself." "What exactly does it feel like for you to transport yourself into electronics?" Aizawa was actually a bit curious. All anyone saw was a small and brief flash of light and Midoriya would be gone from sight. It would happen again and Midoriya would just be there. The teen seemed to actually think about it. "I think it's a little hard to describe, but I would say it's like my body turns into sand." Aizawa raised a brow as he emptied the dustpan into the trash. "Sand? Yeah, it's like my body quickly turns into bits of code. Or maybe electricity. It deconstructs my form and carries it into an electronic device. Once those grains are there, I reform within the device. It's all a very quick process and isn't painful at all despite how it sounds. It's actually a rather peaceful feeling." Midoriya turned to see his teacher just staring with slight confusion. The teen couldn't help himself from giving Aizawa a small smile. "It must sound weird for you, right? I think it would sound weird to anyone because Kachin always told me that it was a small light and I'm gone. A small light again and I'm back. It's nothing like how I describe it. So, you were pretty much trying to recreate that deconstructing process with the plan. Aizawa noticed the teen give a nod. Yeah, it's easy to do it with objects and myself, but I guess living things have too many fragile functions and parts to transport safely. That doesn't mean it's not impossible though. It could just mean that I need to learn more control and care. The man checked the time and sighed. Well, how about you take a break for now? I got some paperwork to do so you can spend time playing with the cats or something. After, we can start practicing on that shield of yours. The team nodded and the rest of the day continued as usual. When the pair didn't have hero work, they just hung around at the apartment. Sometimes Aizawa had chores that required him to leave the house, so he left Midoriya in charge. Sometimes, Midoriya would end up tagging along, especially when Aizawa had to visit the grocery store. At first, Midoriya was stunned at the lack of food and seemed to just stare at Aizawa when the man said he lived off his juice packs. Before Aizawa knew it, the kid had chosen food at the store and had been making them both actual meals. The hero remembered the first time Midoriya got groceries and left Aizawa to cook. Aizawa wasn't the best chef around, but he thinks he made Midoriya understand why Aizawa lived off juice packs. What can he say? He's a tired pro who works all night, now has a teaching job, 3 cats, and is surrounded by annoying friends and, sometimes, annoying fellow heroes. You can't really blame him for not being in the mood or having the time to cook actual decent meals. At best, the man would order takeout food. Even then, Midoriya just stared at him, feeling unimpressed. Aizawa learned to just give up fighting Midoriya about it. A part of the man wondered if Midoriya developed that intensity himself or if the kid inherited it from one of the kid's parents. If Aizawa had to describe it, he'd say that Midoriya was mother-henning him. This was the cycle they made for themselves, and Aizawa had nothing but minor complaints, like when Midoriya became too reckless during patrols, especially if a civilian was involved in a fight, or when Aizawa told Midoriya to not help him, and yet the kid was helping Aizawa anyways. The pro hero could easily see himself getting used to this routine if it was permanent. Midoriya just fits right into his life without much trouble. The dark alley filled with curses and slight green sparks could be seen from outside of it. The sound of something impacting against another could be heard as bodies fell unconscious. Other than that, it was a peaceful night beside the fact that there was a swift takedown. Midoriya and Aizawa were quick to tie up the criminals they caught before contacting the police. The criminals were taken care of before they knew it. Midoriya glanced at his teacher. One more sweep before we take off for Hasu. Aizawa nodded. The pair worked perfectly together as they leaped across the rooftops, watching for danger below them in the dark of the night. The moon shone brightly among the stars. Emerald eyes watched the scenery pass on by from the train's window. The teen glanced back at his phone, disappointed at the lack of response from Ada. Everything all right, kid? Midoriya turned to Aizawa with a shrug. Ada still hasn't been responding to my texts. He's usually very punctual and responds within the first minute or two when he reads a text. It's concerning. His teacher just pinched the bridge of his nose, slightly slumping in his seat. Don't worry too much, problem child. We're gonna check up on him again. I'll try and see if I can sneak a conversation with Manuel while we're at it. The short teen could only give a silent sigh. There wasn't much else they could do as they waited for the train to arrive at Hasu. It wasn't until a few minutes later did the kid cause Aizawa to become alarmed. Midoriya was just sitting there normally while playing a game on his phone until the teen suddenly jolted up in his chair. Midoriya, what's wrong? Aizawa placed a firm hand on the kid's shoulder. The green-haired teen had those emerald eyes narrowed in focus. There are too many broken things nearby. Couldn't Midoriya sense when something was wrong with electronics? That was causing some concern. You mean electronic devices, right? How many are damaged? Aizawa didn't like the ominous answer as those emerald orbs gained a tint of worry. Too many. The civilians on the train began to gain the pair's attention. What is that? Are those fires? Isn't that Hasu? What's going on? When the two looked out the window, their bodies tensed at the sight of rising flames. A part of Hasu City was ablaze, the orange glow lighting up the city in the darkness of the night. No one liked the ominous dark shadows that were created due to the flames. Before the pair could do anything, the train let out an announcement about staying seated before the train just jolted to a sudden stop. Midoriya felt one of Aizawa's arms wrap around his waist to keep the teen from barreling forwards. The man himself used his other hand to grip the seat to try and keep him and the kid from falling over. A chorus of screams was accompanied by the left side of the train being torn open to create a hole. Midoriya and Aizawa only saw a bleeding hero try and get up before a nightmarish sight appeared before them. A Namu. There was another Namu. It was just like the USJ, except this one didn't seem to be as bulky and strong as the one they saw in the USJ. It was still an abomination to look at, but it was skinnier and had less muscle to it. Stay here. Midoriya couldn't even protest as Aizawa immediately went into action. The man charged, flying forward with a strong kick, and his quirk activated as his scarf hovered around him. Aizawa and the Namu ended up flying out of the train. Midoriya quickly gripped the sides of the train's broken wall as he tried to see where Aizawa went. He briefly noticed the man's scarf disappear into the night and towards the buildings. The teen leaped out of the train, ignoring the civilians behind him that tried to tell him to stay. Midoriya carefully landed thanks to his quirk and was swift to find a functioning camera within the city. Once he found one, he was quick to switch around and examine the situation. It wasn't just that one Namu on the train. There were multiple Nomis. Midoriya at least saw 3 or 2 more wandering around and causing chaos. The short teen was about to exit the cameras to go help the other heroes, but stopped when he noticed a camera pick up a moving figure. Midoriya replayed and slowed down the footage he saw and was stunned to see the form of Ida running in the opposite direction of the fighting. Ida wasn't going to, was he? Midoriya mentally apologized to Aizawa and the heroes who were fighting right now. As the teen exited the cameras, he ran towards the direction he saw Ida. The hero killer Stain. That man attacked in alleyways. That was Midoriya's best bet. Sorry everyone, but if Ida is doing what I feared, then I have to go to him. Everyone, please hold on. Midoriya could only hope that this night would not end with many causalities and bloodshed. The moment the hero killer entered his sight, Ida had ignored every instinct of his that screamed at him about how deadly this was. Ida couldn't care. All that he knew was that Stain was here in Hasu and he couldn't afford to let that criminal get away. Stain was called elusive for a reason. I finally found you, hero killer. Stain looked up, surprised to see a child in armor suddenly appear on the scene. The man was able to follow his instincts and avoided the powered kick that was aimed at his face. Stain's gaze narrowed at the armored teen before him. He didn't even need that helmet removed to tell that this child was full of resentment. What brings you here, kid? Ada's gaze was like that of steel. I am here to stop you in the name of Ingenium. The hero killer was more unimpressed by the second. So, this was all about the turbo hero, Ingenium. Stain instantly knew that the main purpose of this teen was revenge. It was also obvious that this teen was also a hero in training. Stain could feel the rising disgust within him. Here was another fake hero in the making. Ingenium, eh? He's the one I attacked more recently. No. Why you? You disabled him. He was an incredible hero and you crippled him. He can't even save lives anymore. Why? Why did you do that to him? He didn't deserve it at all. The villain before the teen just huffed. I needed to send a message. You're fortunate that I didn't end up killing him instead. The glasses teen felt himself go still at the words. At the same time though, those very words just acted as more fuel for the fire that was trying to claw its way out of his chest. Fortunate. It shouldn't have even happened at all. He was a true hero and you ended his time as Ingenium. Ada had spat out in disbelief. That's why his brother was hurt. Tensei was just a message. Did it even matter in the first place if Ingenium was seen as a true or fake hero? Ada felt tears prickle the corners of his eyes as he gained a burst of speed. Stain immediately brought his swords out to parry the swift attack. Ada's helmet being knocked off of his head. There was nothing but pure emotional pain on Ada's face. He looked so very sorrowful, yet he was so very vengeful. How dare you? How dare you act like I should be grateful? Ada could feel his voice breaking, his throat pulsing with pain as he shouted. The tears began to fall, his vision becoming blurry. I'll stop you here so you can never hurt anyone like Tensei again. Tusk. Stain ended up pointing one of his blades towards a slumped-over figure. You think you're being a hero, yet the only reason you came here is to get revenge on me. Not once did you even think of the victim who needs saving. When Ada's gaze followed where Stain pointed, he felt himself freeze at the injured hero who was being supported by the brick wall of the alley. The hero, native, had blood running from his wounds. This hero was no doubt the hero killer's next target. I didn't even notice him, Ada thought with growing horror. The teen didn't even give the injured hero a second thought. In fact, he should have known that Stain was targeting someone in the first place. The hero killer wouldn't just be in an alley with his weapons out for no reason. Ada's mind was full of conflict. One part of him was just full of grief, another was full of volcanic anger, and another was beginning to fill with doubt and regret. It was so very easy to despise Stain for what the villain did. He made it so Tensei can no longer be a hero. He made it so Tensei can't save a life and smile about it. He made it so Tensei can't even stand anymore. Even if the hero killer only meant for Tensei's injuries to be a message, Tensei nearly died anyway. If the paramedics were even a second too late. Stain is right. What kind of hero is he? What kind of hero lets these harmful feelings drive them to selfishly seek revenge? There was nothing wrong with wanting to put a villain behind bars, but Ada wasn't thinking about others. He was only thinking about harming the hero killer just because the villain harmed Tensei. It had nothing to do with protecting others. It wasn't for some selfless reason or self-defense. No, Ada charged headfirst towards a villain who had killed and crippled multiple experienced and licensed pros. Yet, here he was, a mere first-year student, thinking he could put this man behind bars. In the end, the source of this whole situation was simply because Ada desired revenge against the hero killer. Ada wasn't even given permission to engage in a fight with a villain. Technically, Ada was performing vigilantism, and vigilantism was illegal. Ada, the one who was always so strict about following the rules, was breaking the law. He was breaking the law because he couldn't deal with these negative feelings. No, Ada wasn't in the wrong. He couldn't be. Stain deserved this. All of it. The man was a villain, and you shouldn't be so easily swayed by the words of a villain. Ada can't be wrong about this. He just couldn't be. Ada didn't want. He didn't want to acknowledge that the hero killer was right. So right. The teen could only helplessly watch with wide eyes as the hero killer stabbed him. With a single lick of Ada's blood, the glasses teen found himself paralyzed on the ground. The hero killer, as expected, was beyond experienced in combat. The way Stain had moved so swiftly, his blades moving with such precision. How did Ada think he could ever stand a chance? Now, because of his foolishness, he was going to die. His friends, his family, his brother, all Ada did, in the end, was hurt them. He didn't want it to end like this. No, not at all. Ada couldn't even pay attention to any of the hero killer's words anymore. The world became soundless to him. He could only let himself be lost within the torrent of emotions that plagued him. In a few distant memories, a freckled face with viridian curls entered his mind. Midoriya, Ada thought with a growing despair. I can't really say that I know exactly what you're going through. I still can't say it because I can't truly know what you're feeling and thinking. After all, everyone can react differently to the same or similar scenarios. Those emerald eyes seemed to catch Ada's. The tall teen froze at the sight. However, I am one of those who have been through something very similar. I can only imagine that you must be incredibly angry, sad, and frustrated, right? I know it's not easy. Those feelings will refuse to go away. But no matter what, Ada, don't ever act on them. Those who do will be met with disaster in some way. No matter how it ends, it will be at a point of no return. Think about your family. They are there for you. They love you. Don't hide away and avoid everyone who cares about you and is willing to help. No matter what, Ada, think of those that love you. Don't continue to add more strife with whatever is going on in your mind. The green-haired teen's fist clenched. If not for friends like me or at school, follow my advice for the sake of your family. Please, Midoriya had spoken. Stay safe and don't get yourself hurt, okay? We're all worried. You knew what I was planning since the beginning. Ada's mind began to create an imaginary vision. An imaginary vision of the world that will continue on without him. He could see his parents, his brother, absolutely heartbroken. He could hear the news claiming he was a victim, never knowing that he was the one to pursue Stain. He could see his class glancing at his seat with sorrow in their eyes, a vase of flowers on his desk. He could see Midoriya, living wherever his friend lives, mourning him all while wondering why Ada never listened to his warnings. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Everyone, please. Ada squeezed his eyes shut as the blade came down. Forgive the selfish me. He faintly heard the crackling of electricity off in the distance. Within seconds, Ada felt an unimaginable pain stab through an opening of his armor. The blade stabbed through at an angle and pierced the flesh on his back. He could feel himself gasping, pained wheezing escaping past his lips as it burned and stung. Every nerve was on fire, and even the briefest intakes of breath felt like he was being stabbed again and again. Ada could barely make his senses acknowledge the fact that someone else entered the scene. He struggled to make out the sounds around him, but it was just too much. Ada couldn't even have the time to think about the dark liquid that leaked from underneath his body. It was warm and even. Red. That wasn't good. Red. What's red and warm again? Oh, he's bleeding. That's what it's called. No. Bleeding meant bad things. Ada then saw sparks of light moving around. It was a green light. Green lights meant good things. At least, that's what he thinks. Green means good things unless you're feeling sick. The color green means lots of things. But he thinks this time it means only good things. Ada's eyes became heavy, his mind becoming hazier. He couldn't even really tell what he was thinking anymore. The thoughts came and then were gone before he could remember what he was just thinking about. Tired. He was tired. It was dark out, so that means it's nighttime. It's nighttime and he's tired. That means it's also bedtime like his parents and Tensei always said, as Ada's consciousness slipped away. He felt like he was a child again. Where was he? There was no need to worry. What's happening? He'll wake up in the morning like always. Ada will see the smiles of his family at breakfast and wish his brother good luck on patrol, just like it always should be. In the midst of the raging fires and the chaotic battles, a primal scream filled the night air. The origin of the desperate cry was too far away. It cut through the air only to be left unheard. Ada. Daddy, where did Mommy go? A young child in her small raven-colored dress walked beside her father who was dressed in a dark tuxedo. The girl noticed how everyone at the gathering wore dark clothing and owned beautiful flowers. She didn't really understand a lot of what was happening. The only real details she remembers are the lighting of the candles and the picture of her smiling mother that was placed within a frame decorated by a ribbon. Before she knew it, The pair had to leave the place that emitted that mournful atmosphere to return to their small apartment. The man couldn't help but stop and glance down at the child with such sorrow. Eventually, every child will learn about the mortality of life. Everyone will grow up and learn about life and death. Yet, he looked at his daughter and couldn't help but want to cry for the millionth time. The lesson was an inevitable one, but he wished this wasn't how he had to tell her. Hell, she hasn't even reached 5 years of age. Despite that, he remembered when his own mother passed when he was young. He asked his father, only to find out years later that it was a lie he was told. His mother was dead and it was nothing like how his father explained it to him. Sometimes, the truth hurts and it can be extraordinarily painful. However, leaving someone to live with that lie only to find that truth on their own hurt even worse. The man couldn't lie to his daughter as he crouched down and hugged her close to his chest. Sometimes, at random, people just end up being taken away. Every day there are people who go and leave this place behind. Every day there are people just as sad as you and me. Those emerald eyes looked confused. Where do they go? If you don't want to go somewhere, then can't you just not go? Why did mommy have to go? Not everyone has a choice. His hand messed with those viridian curls. Some go away early and some don't go away until they are really old. Some even leave willingly. Once they go though, they can't ever come back. I am sorry. If I had a choice, if your mother had a choice, she wouldn't have gone. The pair sat on the dirty ground, not caring about the possible stains in their formal and expensive clothing. Tears were shed and cries were left unheard. Why can't she be here? That's just how life is, sweetie. None of us can truly control it. I don't get it. What is it? Why is it taking away people? The dam broke and the man couldn't stay strong. He was weak. He was weak like always. You'll hear it a lot when you get older. We call it death. It's when living things like you and me just stop talking, breathing, and feeling. Though, they do say that those who go are brought somewhere. Is that place a happy place? No one is really sure. The man sighed and glanced at the sky. However, everyone likes to believe that it's a very nice place where pain and hurting don't exist. It's what many are taught too. So, mommy is safe and happy, even without us. The man just blinked as his daughter became concerned at the distant look in her father's eyes. He just kept staring desperately at the sky. I hope so. I really hope so, because she deserves that and more. Inko deserves so much more. He deserves so much more. His rapid steps were beating against the ground below him, his legs being charged up in order to move faster. Midoriya could care less if he forced this quiet area into having a power outage. The teen was searching every alleyway he could as he zipped by. Midoriya couldn't waste time. He needed to find Ida now. Who knows what his friend is getting himself into? Besides, he needed the electricity so he had enough to keep up this quick pace. He also needed more just in case he needed to fight as well. His quirk was allowing it to be possible to move incredibly fast, but it still didn't feel fast enough. The teen's breaths were heavy and he swore he could hear his heart beating throughout his entire body. Ida, where is Ida? He had already run by many different alleyways, all of them so far coming up short. He needed to find Ida soon. He couldn't keep wasting time like this. Midoriya felt his mind freeze when the sound of metal reached his ears from a distance. His body immediately headed in that direction, hoping that it was not a red herring, that it was Ida and not some random person or animal. The teen turned towards the alley ahead of him, the one that let out another clash of metal. He turned and quickly examined the alley. Midoriya felt like the world froze as time was sent into a crawl. Ida was on the ground, a long-bladed sword sticking out of his body at an angle as if someone pulled a lever on the floor. It looked like nothing but incredibly painful, and Midoriya wasn't quite sure how far that blade has made it to the other side of Ida's body. Nearby was a hero whose back was leaning against the wall. There were 2 severely injured people in this alley, and not a single hero in this city knows about it. Midoriya has seen a lot of painful and sickening things throughout his life. Yet, this was one of the worst sights he had ever had to see. Ida. His gaze locked onto the form of the hero killer who stood in front of the collapsed form of Ida. Midoriya wasted no time, zigzagging off the alley walls to finally land a well-aimed kick to the villain's face. The teen was satisfied with the distance he created between himself and Stain. Midoriya took the risk to turn towards Ida. There was already a growing puddle of crimson. It was too much blood. Too much. There was the sound of someone moving and Midoriya was instantly on guard. He pulled his phone out discreetly, keeping it behind his back as he sent his location to all known contacts. He managed to type out sauce before sending it. Midoriya was glad that he had the layout and buttons of his phone memorized perfectly. Are you perhaps here for revenge too? The man had asked. Stain looked prepared to cut Midoriya down if the teen did not give the correct answer. This was no time to be scared. This was no time to let his guard down. Midoriya stood feet away before the hero killer but showed no signs of hesitation. Stain could tell this child was different. In fact, the aura of the kid was too mature to be considered a child. The look in those emerald orbs was full of pain, and yet the short teen was not letting it take control. Stain had a strong feeling that those pained eyes weren't from just these injured and dying fakes within the alley. No, I'm not here for revenge. I was actually trying to stop it from happening. Midoriya glanced behind him at Ida. Those distant and unfocused eyes scared the green-haired teen so much. I knew it. I knew he must have thought of doing this stupid thing. I tried the best I could to stop him without making it obvious. Yet, I wonder, should I have just made it more direct? I don't know. Either way, there's nothing I can do about it now. Stain could only observe. The teens was obviously creating a barrier to prevent too much emotion from spilling out. Yet, the kid was announcing a strength that was unexpected. If Stain had to describe it, he'd say this kid was a predator wearing the skin of prey. However, it was not like that in a bad way. It was protective, determined, and confident. Those emerald eyes were haunted by something. And yet here that child stood bravely like a soldier. Your eyes speak of something dark. Yet, I do not see any villainous traits within you so far. Most at your age or younger usually turn to villainy or lose their way in some form when they go through such experiences. Enough about me. Why did you stab Ida with the intent to kill? The man sighed. He was nothing but a fake being raised by society. The second I saw him, I knew he was not worth keeping alive. I would rather snip the bud before society has the chance to make it flourish. The people don't need any more fakes in this world. If I gave him the chance to kill me, I could tell he'd take it without a single thought. Midoriya's fist clenched. We're still children. Ada is still a child. We both are. You have no right to judge those who are still in an important stage of their life. Children are more likely to constantly change versus adults. So why couldn't you let him live to think about his foolishness? You don't know Ada as I do. I know for sure that he would improve for the better after this. Of course, if he even lives. How can you be so confident that the boy would change? Even if you are close to someone, you can never be them. You can never truly know their motivations, feelings, or thoughts. It was for the best that I put the kid down before more people suffer because of his foolishness. The hero killer's hair raised and he used his swords to block another kick from a charged-up Midoriya. He felt himself freeze slightly at the intense aura the kid let out. Your ideals. What you seek is a form of perfection within heroes. Heroes are human and humanity is far from perfect. We can never be perfect. We will all make mistakes. We will all be given the chance to face the consequences of our actions. Whether we choose to learn from them or not is up to us. Don't write off people so easily when humanity is constantly in flux. Some people will never get the chance to learn because they die. If your goal is to purge the fakes, then you might as well say you wish to exterminate humanity. Midoriya ducked to avoid a blade. I even met All Might himself. And even he has made terrible mistakes. Mistakes he admitted to and knows he can never undo. Yet, here he is still trying his best. The hero killer went to back up only to feel a barrier block his way. It was letting off harmless amounts of static. Midoriya came from above with green arcs of electricity at the teen's fingertips. When the teen was in range, Stain swung his swords only to be caught off guard. Midoriya had grasped those two sharp blades, blood emerging from the wounds. Before Stain could do anything, he saw the teen give a small grin before the hero killer's body was electrified. He immediately released his weapons and rammed his back against the barrier behind him. The villain managed to hit it enough for it to shatter and dissipate. The man's body was still stiff from the electricity, his body tense and locking up. Midoriya had to swiftly avoid the many knives that were thrown his way. You, Stain had spoken with heavy breaths. You speak with such conviction. You truly speak your mind and heart like it's an absolute truth. Your absolute truth. Midoriya was not comforted in the slightest by the grin that made its way on Stain's face. You are on your way to becoming a true hero. The hero killer brought new blades out as he charged towards Midoriya. The teen quickly brought out his ranged Wii gun to shoot at the villain. Midoriya was able to witness just how swift Stain was. It was incredible in its own way how the man moved so skillfully. It kind of put his reputation in the news reports to shame. Midoriya found himself lucky enough to shoot Stain's left arm and ribs. He tried to aim at the legs, but it was too late and led to many missed shots. The short teen quickly brought out his Wii baton to block the incoming slash. The worst of the damage was a small chip, but Stain's blade thankfully didn't slice right through. Midoriya let out a small wave of electricity so he didn't accidentally hurt the injured bodies behind him. It worked, but soon Midoriya found his body frozen. The green-haired teen collapsed to the ground, unable to even twitch his body. He still had control of his sight and voice though. Yet, that wasn't going to do anything. Stain wasn't going to be so easily swayed. You don't have to worry, kid. You are worth keeping alive. Midoriya found himself tearing up and pleading as the hero killer made his way over to the still breathing native. The teen's body had fallen on his back, his head and eyes able to see Native and Ida who were behind him at the time. Now, his body was stuck like this and he couldn't do a single thing. The boy went silent, tears falling down when Stain swiftly stabbed Native in the chest, a slice across the throat just to make sure the kill was successful. Midoriya felt like he was going to be sick. The teen watched the blood take its sweet time to trickle out of the chest wound, the fabric darkening. He couldn't remove his eyes from how that dripping crimson seemed to make a collar of blood around Native's neck. The hero, he was pleading. His words were raspy and Midoriya couldn't exactly hear what the man was saying exactly. But that hero pleaded. Native had pleaded for his life before he was mercilessly killed. Midoriya was the only one who could have saved the man. Yet, here the teen was, paralyzed and unable to keep his eyes away from the hero's final moments. Native's eyes were stuck in an open state. Emerald Eyes just watched with panic as Stain moved on to the form of Ida. The hero killer didn't even have the respect to close Native's eyes. Now Ida was. If Ida wasn't already a corpse, then he was sure going to become one now. And no, please, Ida. Midoriya thought about how pathetic he must be right now. He was just a helpless, paralyzed body who was desperately begging for Ida to live. He didn't care about the fact that Ida was probably already dead or at least unconscious. His friend wouldn't be able to magically run away to safety. Yet, Midoriya was so very desperate. A miracle. Please, don't let death take Ida away as it did with Inko. The alley glowed with an orange hue, the air becoming warm as a stream of fire forced Stain to move back further into the alley. At the entrance was the form of Todoroki Shoto. Midoriya. Todoroki's gaze swept over the bloody scene before him. He felt himself gulp at the dead hero and the corpse-like form of Ida. I got your message, but it seems I'm too late. Midoriya was trying his best to hold back his sobs. Shoto, please, at least save him. Please save him. Todoroki tensed at the sudden use of his given name. As far as he knew, the only person Midoriya has ever called on a first-name basis was Bakugou, and even then, Midoriya called the blonde Kachin. It just solidified how serious this situation already was if the bleeding bodies and infamous villain weren't a strong enough indicator. The teen ran forward, using his ice and fire to keep the hero killer at bay. Midoriya, can you move? And no, I think it's his quirk. It causes paralysis. Midoriya's gaze wandered to blood on his hands and the blood that ran down the weapons he held after grabbing Stain's blades. Blood. I think he has to ingest blood for it to work. I don't know about its limits though. Don't worry. Todoroki instantly regretted those words when Stain had leaped above his ice and the cold teen was too slow to avoid the knives that became embedded in his arm. He bit back a shout of pain as he gritted his teeth. Heroes should be on their way. He let out another burst of flames. Midoriya hated how he could only watch Todoroki fight all alone. That's when Midoriya blinked in surprise at the fact his fingers moved. It wasn't much and he still felt sluggish, but he was regaining feeling in his body. He was regaining movement. As Todoroki fought the hero killer, Midoriya kept himself in the background. He continued to slowly check on how much of his body could move without alerting Stain. A painfully long few minutes had passed and Midoriya felt confident that he could move his entire body with ease. Todoroki. Midoriya winced at how his throat croaked with pain. He was overusing his voice. Take Ida and go. What? Midoriya quickly stood, something that stunned Todoroki, dashing towards Stain as he absorbed as much electricity as he could from nearby devices. Trust me. Todoroki still felt hesitant, but the way Midoriya had commanded him with such confidence made him listen. He didn't like this at all, but he trusted Midoriya. Todoroki was quick to carry Ida out of the alley, hoping his friend will be okay. What do you think you're trying to accomplish? Stain questioned. Fighting someone like me by yourself is a reckless mistake. Instead of going for a hit as Stain had expected, Midoriya had jumped over him and latched onto his back. Before Stain could react, Midoriya had grasped whatever visible metal weaponry there was and glowed with green electricity. Todoroki paused as he carefully put Ida down. His gaze stared at the alley he had moved a good many feet away from. There was a damn beacon of green light and electric sparks. He barely could pick up the sounds of the hero killer's pain shouts. By the time a couple of heroes had arrived, the light show ended and the air felt full of static. It was like the world's most dangerous lightning storm became condensed in one small alley and just set off like a bomb. Todoroki and the heroes quickly ran to see what had happened, only to see a passed-out hero killer collapsed on the ground and an exhausted Midoriya whose body had ended up rolling a little farther away. Those emerald eyes seemed to be in a daze as Midoriya locked eyes with Todoroki. As safe, Todoroki could barely hear his friend's voice. Midoriya found himself passing out, his body still letting out tiny electric sparks and occasionally twitching. Midoriya had never attempted to release so much electricity at once, but at least it meant the hero killer was taken out. The short teen made sure he didn't kill the man, but it was certainly more than enough electricity to keep Stain from being a danger. The green-haired teen's last conscious thoughts were if Ida was alive. Midoriya's world went dark. The world was a void, his body weightless within the abyss. He wasn't entirely sure how long he has been floating here. In fact, he had very little thoughts and very little feelings. There was an emptiness that accompanied him here and he had no real way to respond to it. Then, it felt like he was being cushioned, as if the ground finally faded into existence. He could feel his body lying on something somewhat soft. More feeling returned to him and he found that he didn't particularly like it. The next sensation he felt was pain. There was pain and something sticking to his body in different areas. They were slightly hugging the areas where he could only feel that hurt. Then, he began to feel his eyelids move. It was like an irresistible tug. Midoriya Izuku has opened his eyes only to be met with bright surroundings in an equally brightly painted room. Midoriya, the green-haired teen, groaned as he tried to adjust to the light. He eventually could keep his eyes open, though they were still forced to squint. Someone spoke to him. He knows that voice. Todoroki. Midoriya turned his head to the right side of his bed. Todoroki was there sitting on his own hospital bed nearby Midoriya's. The cold teen had bandages wrapped around him but looked relatively fine. Midoriya's eyes decided to try and look at the state of his own body. There was an IV and he did have a lot more bandage wrappings than Todoroki did. The green-haired teen winced when he tried to move. His wounds did not like that. Todoroki watched as Midoriya tried to examine the injuries. "You had some burns. The doctor said that they were electrical burns. They likely came from your light show stunt back in the alley." Midoriya nodded absent-mindedly before weakly lifting an arm to lift his shirt. There were bandages wrapped all around his abdomen and, her chest was wearing an actual bra. Usually, she wore a couple of layers of sports bras and a binder. She wore them so there'd be a sports bra, binder, then another sports bra. It was never comfortable forcing her chest to flatten like that, but at least she didn't have to make it too tight on herself. When wearing clothing, she definitely could still see a slight bust since the binder was very slightly loose, but it could thankfully be mistaken as muscle. Midoriya found herself lucky to not have a huge chest. When Midoriya glanced over towards Todoroki, she noticed that her classmate had turned his head away. The green-haired teen could only blink in confusion. She was covered, wasn't she? It's not like her chest was bare, so what was the problem? Todoroki, was he embarrassed? Midoriya, give a warning next time. If you say so. Sorry, it's fine. I don't get how you managed to hide that. Todoroki didn't mean to get a glance. Midoriya just lifted her shirt all the way without a word. From what he saw though, Midoriya's chest wasn't that big. However, it wasn't exactly small. The cold teen wasn't the best judge at female chests since he never paid it any attention, but he'd take a guess and say that Midoriya was slightly larger than average. Either way, the green-haired teen definitely had a noticeable chest that society would label as attractive. Much to Todoroki's embarrassment, a lot about Midoriya was considered desirable. He bet Midoriya would look even better with longer hair. Todoroki had no romantic feelings towards Midoriya, but he sure hopes that no one takes advantage of the girl for her looks and personality. The cold teen decided to leave those thoughts behind. It wasn't exactly the time to think about Midoriya's possible love life and the possible suitor Todoroki will have to threaten. "Why is my abdomen wrapped up?" Midoriya's soft voice has questioned. The green-haired teen could tell this injury was different from the others because of how there were small red splotches bleeding through the wrappings. Todoroki shivered at the memory. The moment when they were so close to losing. Endeavor was chasing a Namu and it happened to come our way. We almost lost you. It just picked you up and was carrying you away. So if the thing had claws, that would explain it. How'd I get down? Believe it or not, Stain had somehow woken up. He managed to save you, though it was pretty sloppy work. No one could really blame him since you electrified him to hell and back. He passed out afterward though. I see. Midoriya could only stare at the ceiling with a sigh as she tried her best to remember what happened. Her eyes went wide as she jolted upright, Todoroki getting up to help her lie back down. Ida. What about Ida? Did he? As far as I know, he's alive. I think he's still in surgery though, Todoroki had answered, a sorrowful glint in his eyes. The green-haired teen gritted her teeth. I could have stopped all that from ever happening. I would have. Ida wouldn't have. She stopped at the Todoroki's concerned expression. For most of the year, many of Class 1 had seen very little emotion on Todoroki's face, so Midoriya couldn't help but pause at the look her classmate had given her. She allowed the boy to help her lie back down. Todoroki also managed to adjust her bed so she was at least elevated into a more upright position. You did what you could, Midoriya. What's done is done, and all we can do now is hope Ada makes it through this. Midoriya could only stare at her lap in silence. It was about a minute longer until their room door opened. Those that entered the room were a tall figure with the head of a dog and Aizawa. Midoriya turned to face her teacher only to get a sigh from the man and a "we'll talk later" expression. The green-haired teen wasn't surprised. She was told to stay on that train. Aizawa cleared his throat before speaking up. This is Hasu's chief of police, Tsuragami. Please listen to what he has to say until the end. Todoroki and Midoriya switched their gaze to the chief with wide eyes. Todoroki stood up from his bed, Midoriya attempting to do the same before Tsuragami spoke up. You may stay seated, woof. The two teens blinked. Woof. Tsuragami's eyes seemed to take their appearance in before nodding. You must be the UA students who brought down the hero killer, correct? There is something I must say regarding the hero killer we arrested. He had fairly serious injuries, which were mostly horrendous electrical burns as well as burns caused by fire. He is now receiving treatment under strict guard. Woof. Since you are UA students, I'm sure you have already been taught about the time when quirks were still becoming the norm. The police had to attach high importance to leadership and standards in order to make sure quirks were not used as weapons. That is what then brought the profession of hero to fill that gap. Woof. To now be in a society where an individual's use of force and power that can easily kill others, actions that normally would be appropriate to denounce, to now be accepted officially is thanks to the efforts of early heroes who followed the ethics and rules of the profession. Woof. Even when up against the hero killer, having uncertified individuals cause injuries with their quirks without specific instruction from their guardians or supervisors is a clear violation of the rules. Both of you and your fellow student, as well as Manual and Eraserhead, must receive strict punishment as a consequence. Excuse me. Midoriya turned to see Todoroki begin his march towards the chief. Todoroki, plea. No, the damn mud is saying that we should have followed the rules and let Ida die. By the time I got there, we already lost Native and we possibly could lose Ida. Isn't our jobs as heroes to save as many lives as we can? Who the hell would just watch those two bleed to death and die at the hands of a serial killer? Surigami could only sigh. That is why you have yet to become fully fledged heroes. To be taught by UA and Endeavor, I expected more understanding from you, Todoroki Shoto. Before the cold teen could retort back, he was stopped Aizawa's red glare. Quiet. I thought I told you to listen to what he had to say until the very end. Midoriya watched as Todoroki reluctantly backed off to let the chief speak again. That was the official opinion of the police. However, to face such consequences for your actions would only be needed if the truth of this whole incident were made public. Woof. If this were made public, you would very likely be applauded by the people for your brave actions, but you would not be able to escape the consequences that come with it. On the other hand, though this is a bit underhanded, if it is not made public, the burn scars would help support Endeavor as the hero who defeated the hero killer, and it would end there. Detailed imagery of the hero killer's wounds will obviously not make it to the public, so the information of the electrical burns can be mixed in with the burns caused by flames. Fortunately, there were very few witnesses, which means this violation could end here. Woof. Do note, however, that this would also mean that no one would know about your good judgment or achievements. It is an unfortunate fact, but it is what it is. Woof. The pair of teens could only listen with stunned silence. Which do you prefer? Personally, I don't wish to jeopardize a youth's chances of becoming a hero over a single big mistake. Woof. Midoriya looked pleadingly at Todoroki, the cold teen sighing. It would be a shame, especially since his trash of a father would be getting the credit. But at least it meant they could still continue their paths as heroes. The teens glanced at each other before bowing, Midoriya doing his best considering her body's position. Thank you and please, take care of it, Todoroki had answered. The chief gave them an apologetic expression. Many things in life are unfair, and due to this you will not be able to receive the praise you would probably have gotten, but at least, as someone who also protects the peace, I can say thank you. It is because of your efforts that the hero killer can no longer take more lives and that the streets are now a bit safer. Everyone stared at Surigami with surprise as the chief bowed to them all. Midoriya could only fall back onto the hospital bed with a sigh. This entire situation was stressful, and Ida was likely still in surgery too. She could honestly care less about the credit. All Midoriya wants is for everyone to be safe. The next few days would be full of nothing but recovery. Todoroki ended up being discharged from the hospital a day or so before she was given the green light, so she had to spend some time in that hospital room alone. Midoriya did manage to get updates about Ida though. The glasses teen is still due for more surgery but has been resting at the moment. The green-haired teen was scared when she was notified that Ida's heart had stopped during the hospital ride that awful night for over a minute, possibly nearing 2. There is also the chance that part of her classmate's body is paralyzed as well. Whether it would be repairable or permanent had yet to be seen, though the doctors reassured her that any parts of her friend's body that may be affected by this paralyzation would not prevent Ida from being a hero. There would be some obvious difficulties, but it relieved Midoriya that it wouldn't be as drastic as Tensei's injuries. Eventually, Midoriya was told she could leave the hospital. Aizawa had brought the teen back to his apartment so she could continue to rest. Both of them knew they would be having words to share with each other when the time came. It's been about a day since Aizawa brought Midoriya back from the hospital, the teen's bag of stuff being left by the table in front of the TV. The kid was resting on his couch, which could fold out into a bed. Aizawa decided to get one of those bed couches just in case he didn't feel like making it to his actual bed. It also helped whenever he had to deal with a certain persistent and loud blonde cockatoo who just didn't know when to leave. The man grabbed his freshly made coffee before making his way over to where Midoriya rested. Aizawa settled down on the unoccupied space next to the short teen, all while thinking about how to approach the Midoriya on his. Her recklessness. Screw it. He'll just do it like he always has. You do realize that what you did could have gotten you killed as well, right? Midoriya inhaled deeply. Yes, I know it was risky. More than just Ida and Native could have died that night. Damn problem child. Have some self-preservation. You ran in there knowing you could very well die and only sent back up at the last possible moment. Midoriya's eyes were met with the man's phone, the screen showing the location Midoriya had sent within that alley, a small sauce written below. I'm sorry, sensei. Just Aizawa ran a hand through his messy locks. Don't apologize to me, problem child. All I want is for you to understand how damn reckless you were and to promise me you won't put yourself in such danger again. The thing is that it's not just me who has to worry about your safety, but every single classmate of yours in UA. All of us teachers have to worry about all of our students' health. I don't know if you've seen it or not yet, but you've been slowly worming your way into the hearts of all your classmates. Did you even think about how they'd be affected if they lost you as well? Midoriya just kept her gaze stuck on her lap, her eyes not having the courage to meet with her teacher's eyes. People worry about you, problem child. I don't want to have to attend a funeral because my students decided to go get themselves killed. Besides, you made this plan so we could deal with the whole Ida issue together. Yet, you just ran off all alone and could have died. What were you thinking? Thinking you could go against someone who had killed multiple experienced and licensed pros. All of you are only first-year students. Powerful Quirk or not, you should have at least brought someone. I swear, they're gonna give me gray hairs before I even reach 32. Aizawa had taken a deep breath, pinching the bridge of his nose. He eventually took a sip of his coffee to try and relax. When he turned to check on Midoriya, the girl was refusing to meet his eyes. It would take an absolutely brain-dead moron to not tell she was full of guilt. Okay, so maybe he was being a bit harsh, but it wasn't like anything he said was false. They got into this mess together and Midoriya decided to run off and break her own plan. He was being genuine about the funeral part. Aizawa never wished to visit the funeral of a student he taught. He never wants to see a reality where the first class he has had in a while breaks down. He sees potential within all of them and he does care about keeping them alive and well. At least, as alive and well one can get in the hero profession. He kept this class and he sure as hell was going to make sure every single one of the problem brats makes it to graduation. Midoriya, the teen still refused to look at him. She was like the epitome of submissive. It was, actually, a little disturbing. Aizawa has seen children become quiet like Midoriya. He has seen them respond in that guilty way where they refuse to lift their heads up, while Midoriya seemed to replicate those exact same signs and body language. There was just an aura to it that didn't feel normal. Aizawa could feel those instincts of his flare up a little at the sight. Midoriya seemed just too submissive to be normal. If he had to describe it, Aizawa would say that Midoriya was expecting something more to happen. Something more than just his scolding. Midoriya, the man blinked when he finally heard her say something. But it was too quiet. I couldn't hear you. Mind repeating that? I'm sorry, Midoriya. I know. I just want you to not put yourself in danger like that, all right? The same goes for every single one of my students. Besides, even though I told you to stay on the train, a part me knew you'd jump off it because that's just how you are. The tired hero stared at his ceiling, his posture slightly slouching down. I should have been there. I'm your teacher and supervisor, and I couldn't make it back to you in time. There was the Namu. Then there turned out to be more than one. All anybody knew about them was that they were highly dangerous and full of unknowns. Then I had to find a way to return to that train that was on a bridge just as high as some of the tall buildings. And then I had to find out you were gone. Every single damn thing was an issue, an obstacle. Meanwhile, you chased Ida and were fighting for your life. Todoroki ending up dragged into the mess as well. All I want is for you to stay safe. All I want is for all of you to stay safe whether I'm there to help you or not. Those emerald eyes finally revealed themselves, staring into Aizawa's with what looked like surprise. That's all. Aizawa just raised a brow. Pretty much. Why? I just thought you'd give me some sort of repercussion for what I did. She watched her teacher sigh. I think you've been through more than enough considering what you had to go through that night. All I can do is hope that such an incident won't be repeated by you or anyone else in your class. A silence emerged between them, Aizawa sipping at his coffee all while trying to think of something to break the award atmosphere. Well, he was wondering about something. So, you're biologically female? Midoriya startled slightly at the topic. Yeah. Any particular reason? Trans. The response came out so naturally past her lips. Midoriya knew what to say and she couldn't help but feel strange at the fact that she was used to using that as an explanation. In the end, though, it would only ever be an excuse. The lie. Aizawa just hummed in acknowledgement. That was fine. He really had no issues with that. Everyone comes from different backgrounds with different lifestyles. So it wasn't an issue for Aizawa. The man wasn't one to judge someone for those types of life decisions either. If being trans is what Midoriya wants in life, then that's fine as long as it didn't stop the teen from keeping up in his schoolwork. However, excuse him if he was a bit surprised when he walked into his student's hospital room only to see she obviously had noticeable female breasts that certainly weren't there before, especially when he was absolutely sure the file he read on Midoriya clearly stated the teen was male. In all honesty, it was the first time he ever learned that a supposedly male student was a girl. Aizawa has seen many things in life, a lot he would like to bleach out of his memory due to hero work cases, but this was certainly a first for him. He had a feeling that Nezu and Recovery Girl knew about the teen's gender though. At least this means he can help protect Midoriya's secret as the teen's teacher. Is it weird to you? Aizawa looked back at Midoriya, who seemed to be a bit nervous, an emotion that the man was not used to seeing on the green-haired teen's face. I'm not going to go and discriminate you for it if that's what you're worried about. I may be a strict teacher, but I'm not some hole on the streets. If that's what you want, then I have no right to tell you to be anything else. Just keep up your work as a student of UA and it's perfectly fine. I could care less. Either way, you're still my student. No. Midoriya silently sighed with relief. Well, at least Aizawa was supportive like Kirishima and Todoroki. That was at least one less thing to worry about. In all honesty, she didn't know why she even worried about it in the first place. Her teacher wasn't anything like she feared when it came to his response to her gender. Aizawa was just, well, Aizawa, the strict but caring teacher who happened to like cats, can't cook and is tired all the time. The green-haired teen then thought back on Aizawa's previous words. If that's what you want, she couldn't blame her teacher for saying that. When someone says they're trans, then that typically means that the person did it by choice. With the information that Aizawa has, Midoriya couldn't be upset at the man for not knowing that she wasn't trans. He couldn't know that she wants to be a girl. He couldn't know that she never had a choice. Yet, he could. Midoriya swept those thoughts away. That was dangerous territory her mind was treading in. Besides, ever since her father found out she was attending UA, Bakugou's life has been on the line. Her friend's entire family were at risk of being killed. She isn't sure if she could ever recover or forgive herself if something happened to the Bakugous. While she was lost in her thoughts, Aizawa's hero instincts just screamed at him to at least ask one last question. Whether the response he got was satisfactory or not didn't matter. He just needs to ask. He just needed some kind of response. Midoriya, if you don't mind, may I ask you one last thing? The girl tilted her head at him with confusion. Aizawa sucked in a breath. Here goes nothing. Is everything okay at home? Midoriya internally froze while she looked completely calm on the outside. Aizawa-sensei knows? No, that wasn't the face of someone who knows, but the look within Aizawa's eyes were full of suspicion. He didn't know, but he suspected. That didn't comfort Midoriya in the slightest. He can't know. He can't. Yet, a part of her brain was begging her to spill every little secret out to Aizawa. Her mind so desperately wanted to finally release these terrible secrets that have been hidden for months and years. He's a pro hero. He knows how to fight back. That little voice in her mind whispered to her. He's not like them. He's not like the others. He won't end up like them. Midoriya shoved those words away. Stop treating him like some sort of god. Like he can just solve every little problem. He's still human, pro hero or not. He has feelings. He has friends. He has a life and people to protect. He's still human. He isn't some sort of cure. It felt like minutes have passed when it really was just a couple of seconds. She needed to answer now. The green-haired teen knew what she had to say. After all, she learned the hard way what happens when she tells. Midoriya didn't want anyone to suffer because of her. She didn't want the reason to be because of her own desires to be whisked away from Hisashi. The teen couldn't bear it if those around her suffered because of that selfish desire. As she calmly stared into her teacher's calculative gaze, she could tell Aizawa would listen to her if she approached this to him seriously. Yet, it was too risky. If she really wanted to escape, she would have to wait for the perfect moment like any other prisoner. Choose the wrong moment to strike and you can find yourself paying a hefty price. Everything's fine. Aizawa watched as Midoriya gave a genuine look of confusion, her head tilting slightly as her brows furrowed in thought. Why do you ask? Eventually, the end of the week had arrived and the internships have been completed. Midoriya knew she'd have a lot of explanation to do once she finally reunites with Bakugou. There is the rest of their classmates who have no doubt heard the news. But it was Kacchan she was worried about. The blonde had sent her so many angry and worried texts that she tried to answer back to only for the blonde to read it and begin spamming her about self-preservation. Needless to say, anything she texted would fly up and off the screen into the message history. The rest of her classmates were a little better about it. They texted their concern and she was able to assure them that they'd be seeing her back in class. By the time she answered all of them, she almost missed the text from Amajiki. Midoriya kind of forgot they had traded numbers back in that park. She hopes her anxious senior wasn't driving himself crazy with worry. Anxiety and Amajiki didn't seem to clash so well. Midoriya had simply responded to him and their conversation was surprisingly short. It seemed that Amajiki just needed some confirmation that she was okay. A part of her wondered if he didn't keep texting her because of his social anxiety. She definitely planned to meet up with him during the lunch period. If All Might needed to speak with Bakugou and her, then she'd have to decline. Midoriya really wanted to spend time with Amajiki after surviving all of this chaos. It was when the teen was fully dressed normally and walking into the classroom when it happened. "There you are, you trouble finder magnet F." Bakugou had yelled once his gaze spotted those familiar viridian curls. Some of the students startled when the boy suddenly stood with his booming voice, the chair screeching and his hands releasing small explosions on his desk. Just as I expected, Midoriya thought, sweat dropping when Kacchan marched over to check her for injuries. The short teen could hear how some of her classmates were warning Bakugou to be careful since she was known to be injured. If she had the chance to say anything, which she couldn't with Kacchan fussing over her, she'd let her class know that the blonde was actually being very careful with her. Though, it did kind of look like he was ready to wrestle with her. Her green gaze caught sight of Todoroki, who seemed to be doing much better. He gave her a small wave which she did her best to return. Before she knew it, Kacchan embraced her in a soft hug, ignoring some of the many surprised expressions from the others. Midoriya expected that kind of reaction. Not many saw Kacchan be polite, kind, or affectionate. "Damn it, Izu, what the hell were you thinking?" "You know what, scratch that, cause I know for sure you weren't using that smart as hell brain of yours when you decided to follow Glass's effing Hansel and Gretel crumb trail to the effing hero killer. I already gave a stern talking to the half and half bastard. But do you even have a single clue how worried I was during my whole internship? Best Jeanist had to give me this stupid effing fancy haircut to try and distract me." Now that she actually got a look at Kacchan, she did see something that was not quite right. Bakugou's spiky hair was combed and tamed. It was definitely something Ada would have approved of. She tried not to laugh at him, yet something must have shone in her eyes. "Oh, now you two, go effing ahead and laugh to your heart's content. I already had to deal with effing Giggle Chew and Tape Dispenser over there." The blonde had a thumb pointing behind him towards Cavalry and Sero. The mentioned classmates seemed to snicker, only to try and shut up when Bakugou glared at them. However, that hairstyle wasn't making it easy and the pair found themselves snickering again. For FS sake, Midoriya blinked as Bakugou messed with his hair until it went back to being spiky only for it to spring back into being neat. Midoriya had no words. But it certainly explained why Kacchan didn't just fix his hair and end this issue. "Midoriya." The short teen turned to see Asui looking at her. "Yes, Sue." The frog-like girl's expression had twisted into concern. "I'm glad to see that you and Todoroki are doing well, but how about Ada? Is he all right, Kiro?" Midoriya wasn't sure how to respond. "From what I last heard, he's alive, but still recovering. He got hurt really bad, so I'm not sure when he'll be able to return." The rest of the class had tuned into the conversation Asui had started, many wanting to know what happened to Ada. "I see," Asui had mumbled. "Oh," Uraraka had let out sadly. Well, at least he's alive. Until he comes back, I'll be sure to copy down notes for him. I can't imagine what it was like to confront the hero killer in person. That must have been terrifying." Speaking of the hero killer, have you guys seen the video that's been floating around? Kaminari piped up. "Video?" Jiru questioned, a finger twirling around one of her ear jacks. "It's all over the internet and the police are struggling to remove it. It's on the hero killer's arrest and ideals and all that stuff. On top of the Hasu incident. This is pretty much the next hot topic," Kaminari explained. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck, uncomfortable with the current subject. "Dude, I don't think we're supposed to be watching that stuff. I mean, the police are trying so hard to take it down for a reason. You know, I guess." Kaminari shrugged. "But don't you think the dude is a pretty cool villain? He has a reputation after all." The class went silent at that. Gyro gave the electric blonde a shock with her ear jack as she hissed at him. "Kaminari, you shouldn't go saying things like that when a hero died and we almost lost 3 of our classmates." Kaminari blinked and looked at Midoriya and Todoroki with a guilty expression. Sorry, I really didn't mean it in a bad way. It's just, you're not exactly wrong." Everyone turned when Midoriya spoke up. "While I'm sure none of us can approve of what Stain did, he definitely was interesting. When I confronted him, I got to hear his voice and see how he fought in person. He had such certainty in his tone and moved so skillfully. He truly knew what he was doing." I'm sure Kaminari didn't mean to praise the hero killer for the bloodshed and murder that man has caused, but I will agree that the hero killer was right and impressive in many other ways. I feel like you can still call a villain impressive or interesting all while disapproving of their actions. It's like when you disagree with something, but you can still point out the pros to it. I think it's fine to point out the interesting parts of the bad things or people in life. The class had no words for that as an awkward silence settled within the room. Midoriya certainly wasn't wrong. Even when they didn't like some idea or person in life, There was always some sort of small quality that could be acknowledged with a positive attitude. The hero killer was a villain who was feared and committed bloodshed, something no one in the class could support. Yet, there were parts of Stain that were impressive. After all, how else would Stain become so popular, especially as of late? The contemplative silence was finally broken when Aizawa opened the classroom door. "All right, get in your seats. Class is starting." It was time for lunch, and Amajiki's body was twitching as his gaze desperately sought for those viridian curls. He knows that the younger texted back and said everything was fine. But Amajiki just needed to see it for himself. Tagata and Hado were hiding their concern as they tried to cheer their anxious friend up. The only time the pair had ever seen Amajiki like this was when either of them got hurt pretty badly during a mission. It was both worrying and comforting to see Amajiki having trust and care for someone else outside of their small trio. They watched as Amajiki's eyes seemed to lock onto something they hadn't noticed yet. Before they could do anything, Amajiki had bolted somewhere into the lunchroom. Tagata and Hado glanced at each other before deciding to leave Amajiki alone. Their friend likely found that Midoriya kid, and they both knew that Amajiki would like some privacy to speak with the younger student. And Midoriya, the green-haired teen, startled when she felt someone run into her, arms wrapping around her in a hug. She winced very slightly when some of her injuries got aggravated by the motion. Her wounds were all pretty much healed, but the areas where she gave herself minor electrical burns still were tender spots. Amajiki. Midoriya felt like she was going to have whiplash when Amajiki suddenly pulled away, both of his hands still firmly holding onto her shoulders as her body was turned to face him. When she looked onto his eyes, she felt bad at the amount of worry and concern. She was glad that Kachin had to speak with All Might today. The blonde would certainly say something along the lines of "What the hell do you think you're doing, Fr?" and pull Amajiki away. I was so worried when I saw the news about Hasu, and I remembered that's where you were patrolling near for your internship, and I got so worried when you didn't answer your texts. And then the news said something about UA students and the hero killer, and I thought you could have gotten K killed. You still didn't answer my texts, then you finally did it." The older teen could feel his lips jittering from all the emotion. He paused in his rambling when one of Midoriya's hands had gently taken hold of his right wrist. "Amajiki, how about we get our lunch and talk somewhere less crowded?" The dark-haired teen could only nod in agreement. The pair decided to settle down on the roof, which was thankfully empty of any people. There was fresh air and a gentle breeze, the bright blue sky being partially cloudy. It was perfect, really. Both were sitting on one of the roof's benches, silently eating lunch together, all while playing their own video games. The pair spent their time as they had back at the park, enjoying the silence between them and the causal subject of how far they've made it in their games. "I'm sorry to have worried you." Amajiki looked a bit sheepish. It's fine. I should be apologizing for surprising you like that. Someone probably saw us and I probably just embarrassed you." All he got was a shrug from the green-haired teen. "If someone saw, then they saw. I don't really care if they think something rude or weird. All that matters is that I know why you did it. What it means to anyone else who saw is meaningless and not worth worrying about." "All right," Amajiki stuttered in response. And so, they spent their lunch period on that quiet rooftop where they played their games and ate their food. It was peaceful and exactly what both of them needed after the chaos that came with Hasu. Midoriya and Amajiki had never felt such a calming peace that seemed impossible to break. For now, they were both happy. "Everyone, I am sorry to have worried you, but I have now returned." Everyone turned to see Ida bowing at the entrance of the classroom. They were all quick to crowd around the glasses teen once he made it back to his seat. Ida felt a little overwhelmed by the amount of attention his absence has caused, but it made him feel charmed that his fellow classmates cared so much about his well-being. "Ida, what? Did something happen to your hand?" Uraraka had questioned, her eyes following the tall teen's limp left hand. Ida used his right hand to adjust his glasses, silently gulping with nervousness. About that. I appear to be suffering paralysis in my left hand. I also have phases of numbness in my left arm as well. The doctor had informed me that I was lucky it was just my hand and not my entire arm that ended up paralyzed. I am sorry if it is a worrying sight for all of you." "Hey man, it's fine. It's a little bit strange, but at least you're here with us." Kirishima attempted to chime in. Everyone in the class murmured agreement. "Is it ever going to get better?" Shinsu had quietly asked from his seat. The purple-haired teen wasn't quite used to talking to Midoriya's other friends, despite sitting with them at lunch now, but he at least wanted to say something. "I was told that there was a possible chance it could recover, but I was told it was slim. However, the occasional and minor numbness throughout my arm does have a better chance of improving. Other than that, please do not worry. This may limit me in some ways, but it will not become a major obstacle when it comes to becoming a hero with the rest of you. Again, I apologize greatly for worrying you all and causing such disturbance." Through a small gap in the crowd of his classmates, He managed to spot those familiar viridian curls. Ada felt a small part of him shrink sadly when he noticed that Midoriya wasn't even looking towards him. It was like his friend was completely ignoring him. In all honesty, Ada can think of many reasons why that is. As the tall teen glanced around at the expressions of his classmates and listened to their words towards him, it really made him wonder why he ever thought that risking his life was a good idea. He couldn't imagine trading any of this for the hero killer. He couldn't imagine trading away any of the love and care given by his family and friends. Ada truly was foolish, wasn't he? Midoriya. The green-haired teen paused in her steps, turning to see Ada approaching her. The girl sighed before turning away, her eyes returning to her game screen before beginning to walk to their next class. Midoriya, wait. Please stop. Ada froze, his outreached arm returning to his side. Midoriya seemed to hesitate before deciding to turn her head back to face the taller teen. Ada felt a pang in his chest when his gaze caught the pain glint in his friend's eyes. He couldn't find the words to say. Midoriya was looking at him like that because of what he did that night. It had to be. Ada, I'm glad you're here. I truly am. I'm glad you're here with us and alive. However, I just need some time to myself. Once I finally finish sorting my thoughts, then I'll talk to you. The whole incident has just been too much for me. I hope you can understand that. I understand. I'm so sorry about your brother. I'm sorry that you felt like you had to resort to hunting down the hero killer. I'm sorry I couldn't stop you even though I knew what you were planning. Ada just stood there in silence. He felt like he didn't have the right to speak nor interrupt his friend's words. Even if Ingenium can't stand, even if Ingenium can't be a hero anymore, at least you have a brother who is alive. That's what truly upset me with what you did. People like me don't have such fortune. Midoriya began to walk away. You and Ingenium can still speak to each other and tell one another how much you care. People like me can only stand in front of a stone that will never speak, nor will there be the warmth of a living person when that stone is touched. Ada stood in that hallway alone with his thoughts. He didn't even realize the moment when Midoriya was out of his sight. The teen could only think about how much his actions have attacked his friend so personally. No wonder Midoriya was so desperate to stop him. No wonder Midoriya had such an understanding of what he was feeling. No wonder Midoriya needs to part ways with him to think. Ada found himself full of even more regrets, his feet hurrying once the ringing of the bell reached his ears. He could only hope that once Midoriya returned to him, he could make their friendship stronger than ever. Ada never wants to hurt Midoriya like that ever again. He will make sure he will do his best to never cause Midoriya to be pained like that again. He makes a promise to himself to never make any of his loved ones so pain. As the tall teen made his way to his next class, his mind haunted him with the memories of his friends and family. The tearful expressions on his mother and father's face, the worry and fear in Tensei's voice, the continuous concern from his classmates, and the pain in Midoriya's eyes. Ada will do his best to never cause such feelings again. He will do his best because he cares about them all. He will do his best because none of them deserved it. He was so very foolish, like Midoriya had said. Maybe he still is foolish, but he can try to prevent it from repeating. Yes, Ada will use this mistake in order to learn and do better in the future. He will become a great hero with nothing but the smiles and happiness of his family and friends. Ada refuses to let this stop him. Hey, Midoriya-kun. The school day had finally ended, Midoriya and Bakugou packing their things when Ashido had suddenly called out. The pair watched as the girls skipped over Kaminari, Sero, and Kirishima following their energetic classmate. Midoriya blinked out of confusion. Huh, you like to play games and stuff, right? I was wondering if you and Bakugou would like to walk to a nearby arcade together. Bakugou sighed, his eyes glancing over to the green-haired teen. As he expected, his childhood friend had a peak of interests reflecting in those emerald orbs. Arcade, Ashido nodded cheerfully. Yup, there's a pretty decent one we can get to by train. Thankfully, it's not too long of a trip, but I thought it'd be fun. Midoriya whipped her head towards Bakugou with a pleading look. When the blonde looked down on his friend, he couldn't help himself from comparing the short teen to a begging child. Midoriya was staring at him with those puppy eyes and even giving a tiny tug at his uniform sleeve. Ugh, fine, let's just effing go. He could hear Midoriya's soft voice let out a tiny yay. Bakugou couldn't help but cackle at the extras who thought that it was a smart idea to invite Midoriya on a trip to an arcade. Needless to say, the innocent green bunny had kicked ass. Ashido, Kaminari, and Sero looked like they were ready to dig a hole and never emerge from it. Kirishima had a hand to his chest, knowing the feeling all too well whenever he played games with Midoriya at Bakugou's house. How did you do it, Midoriya-kun? Ashido had wailed dramatically. Midoriya could only tilt her head in confusion as the pink girl shook the short teen by the shoulders. I knew you had to be good because you always seem to be playing video games. But I didn't know you were a gaming god. Kaminari ran his fingers through his sweaty hair. There's no way someone could dance so fast so perfectly. It's not human. Midoriya, how? Just how? They all remembered challenging their resident green bean to a dancing game where you had to step on the correct tile by following the music's rhythm. Everyone got either bad or average scores except for Midoriya. While they were all ready to collapse, their bodies all sweaty, the green-haired teen was still effortlessly dancing away with only some minor signs of exhaustion. The only person who could last the longest against Midoriya was Bakugou. Apparently, the blonde's challenging nature had kicked in when the childhood pair were kids and Bakugou practiced to hell and back just to try and beat Midoriya. The blonde apparently tried to improve himself in practically every arcade game he could. The green-haired teen still won in the end, but it was an impressive sight. In fact, Midoriya was so impressive that she set new high scores for every single game within the arcade. The group could remember watching the numbers rise higher and higher until they literally could not go any higher. After they were done, all of them had to drag Midoriya away because of the huge crowd that was watching the highly skilled classmate of theirs. Midoriya isn't even a licensed hero yet and she was already creating possible fans. Sero remembered how many of those strangers had their phones out as well. It was pretty safe to say that Midoriya was likely going to be a huge hit on the internet. That specific arcade may end up gaining more customers as well in the future. I don't get it. I just did what I always have, play the game. They weren't that hard. Ashido, Kaminari, and Sero had just gone rigid as they stared at Midoriya who had spoken those words so innocently. What do you mean the games weren't that hard? They exclaimed in unison, disbelief lacing their voices. Bakugou snickered at the trio's misfortune. Get used to it, you extras. When it comes to games, digital or not, he'll kick your ass. Kirishima went over to the three, parting their backs and trying to comfort them. I know the feeling, dudes. The feeling you get when Midoriya wrecks you at a game is not a very manly feeling. However, you got to admit that his skills are manly as hell. As they all walked together to the train station, they noticed how Midoriya seemed to have a bounce in her steps. Eventually, the green-haired teen turned to look at them. We should do this again sometime. Even though they could all feel that lingering taste of defeat, they couldn't help themselves from agreeing. It was a very painful but enjoyable time. Were you texting, nerd? The pair had finally parted ways with the others, the both of them now heading home. Thankfully, they would at least have some time together before being forced to part ways. Midoriya glanced up at Bakugou. Oh, it's a new friend I've made at school. Which one? He's not in our class. Actually, he's one of the hero course's third years. Hey, so, who is it? Bakugou watched in interest when Midoriya seemed to become shy. His name is Amajiki. He seems to have pretty bad anxiety, especially when socializing. It turns out that he also likes games. Maybe not as much as me, but I let him borrow my old GB Color. He seems to be having lots of fun with it and I've been hanging out with him too. I think he's really glad to have me give him pointers and tips on how to play. The blonde just smirked as he ruffled Midoriya's curls. He ignored the quiet squeak she made in response. So that's where you've been disappearing to during lunch. Yeah. There was a small silence between them as Bakugou thought to himself. Midoriya perked up when she suddenly heard her blonde friend speak up again. What exactly are your thoughts on him? She took a moment to think over her words. I think he's a very nice person at heart who struggles at social interaction. He may not seem like the bravest, but I have a feeling he knows what to do when it's necessary. After all, he has made it this far towards graduation. I also think he is very considerate despite him being the type to overthink things. I really want to help him with that. I guess I also feel really happy when spending time with him, especially since he really enjoys the games I own. No offense, but the games he is enjoying are different from those competitive multiplayer games I play with you and our classmate. It feels exciting as I look forward to what decisions he decides to make in a specific game series. It's interesting when I see him choose his own strategies. Even though we don't speak much at all, it seems like we have been talking for hours. I'm actually really happy to have him as my friend. Bakugou listened closely, his gaze lingering on Midoriya as she spoke. He felt a small swell of pride in hearing the green-haired teen's opinions of this Amajiki. To think that before UA, all Midoriya had was him. Now, his friend was slowly gaining more and more friends besides just him. The blonde couldn't help the feelings of jealousy that sprouted in his heart, but he guessed that was only natural since it had only been Izu and him for years. Bakugou would never admit it, but he was so glad, so proud, and so ecstatic that Midoriya was gaining more friends and people to care for. He was grateful to see how their classmates all cared for Izu. He was grateful that Izu now had more than just him to trust, to lean on. Amajiki, a third-year hero course student, Bakugou didn't know much about emotions. Emotions were something he pretty much sucked at. However, as he watched Izu ramble on about Amajiki, he couldn't help himself from wondering if that was what the beginning of a romantic love looked like. If his friend was finding someone to love at such an intimate level, he would fully support the relationship. Of course, after he made sure to threaten this Amajiki guy. Either way, a healthy romantic relationship was something Bakugou would be grateful to see for his friend. Izu really does need love, and romantic love was different from the love provided by friends and family. It was a unique form of love that with its own direction. It was certainly something Izu would need in her life. Midoriya paused in her muttering when Bakugou had come to a sudden stop. Before she could get a word in, the blonde had pulled her in for a warm embrace. Izu, I hope you know that I'm proud of you. The blonde could feel Midoriya smiling from where her face was hiding on his chest. I know. Time flew by like a passing breeze, and before anyone knew it, it was time for the final exam of their first term. They were entering the last week of June, doing their best to study and train. The exam was made of 2 parts, a written portion and a practical portion. There were a certain few in the class who were not excited about the written portion for obvious reason. Arazu was kind enough though to act as a tutor, something that Midoriya decided to do as well. Kirishima, Uraraka, Ida, and Shinsu would either met up with Bakugou and Midoriya at the explosive blonde's house or at a quiet cafe. Todoroki sometimes joined as well. Either way, all of them got to witness Bakugou and Midoriya's good cop, bad cop dynamic when it came to teaching. The blonde would roll up his own work and smack them over the heads with it all while complaining about them not understanding. Meanwhile, Midoriya calmly and easily aided them with any questions or issues. It was a much nicer treatment compared to Bakugou. A small part of their minds wondered how Midoriya and Bakugou got along at all. After many hours sitting, their wrists aching from writing many words, Class 1 gathered outside in their hero costumes for the practical. Instead of the robots they were supposedly going to fight, it ended up being their teachers. We're supposed to win against the teachers. All of the students tensed at the sadistic gleam in Nezu's eyes as the principal smiles from his place in Aizawa's capture gear. The tired hero looked so done with life, a single paw on his cheek which was tilting the man's head to the side. Due to the recent rise in villainous activity, UA has been working to increase security as well as the challenge level of the exercises we give you. All of you will be broken up into pairs and assigned a teacher to face. The battlefield for each fight will not be the same and will take place in various terrain. Do not worry too much, however. The teachers will all be wearing specialized weights created by the support department to act as their handicap. While you fight them, they will be carrying around half of their total body weight. That still didn't make the students feel any better. Do note that there is more than just one way to win. Nezu held up a bulky pair of handcuffs. At the end of each arena will be an escape gate. You may pass through there to simulate getting back up. As a hero, you will not always be able to win every battle you face. You will find that it is sometimes best to run and get help. However, you can also win if you manage to place these cuffs on your assigned teacher. This will mean that you have captured them in battle. Wearing a teacher down until they surrender is also a viable way to win. I expect you all to do your best, Aizawa spoke up. Midoriya wasn't even listening to the matchups, the girl lost in her thoughts. She knew she had a strong quirk, she knew she was skilled, and she knew she was a capable individual. She never usually let herself be consumed by doubt when it came to her ability to fight. But as she stared at the line of teachers, she couldn't help herself from feeling overwhelmed. Class 1 has gone through things no other class in UA had ever gone through, and she had a feeling her class was one of a kind in many ways. Yet, despite that, she couldn't help herself from wondering if they could truly do this. Were all of them truly ready for such a challenge? The practical for why your end-of-term exam is today, right? Midoriya looked up from her screen in wonder. Amajiki rarely imitated a conversation that didn't relate to their gains. The elvish teen seemed to notice her attention and turned away, his face beginning to gain a slight blush and embarrassment. I just wanted to wish you good luck. I don't really know a lot about what you can do, but I bet you can pass. Midoriya swore her heart was swelling to the point of becoming painful at the sound of Amajiki's mini pep talk. She had never heard her senior take such initiative before, nor had she ever heard him say something so encouraging. It was different from his more shy and pessimistic approach to things. A part of Midoriya wondered if this new development was because Amajiki had been hanging out with her. Even if it's not because of her, it was still very sweet and a wonderful improvement to witness. Amajiki felt like he needed to protect his sight when Midoriya gave him such a bright and pure smile. Thank you, Amajiki-senpai. No problem. Anyways, any tips for the next gym leader battle? Midoriya stood awkwardly at the entrance gate to her assigned battlefield. Beside her was an equally awkward Ida. From what the green-haired teen had observed, all the student pairs had some sort of reason behind them. Whether it was due to abilities or relationships, Midoriya had been able to find reasonable pros and cons to each pair of students and the teacher they were assigned to fight. She had a feeling that she was paired with Ida because of how she's suddenly been distant towards the taller teen. She didn't really mind having to work with Ida, but she kind of wanted to be paired up with Kacchan despite the fact that the blonde and Shinsu have to fight against All Might. Kirishima and Sato had both lost to Cementos, and Isui and Takoyami had both won against Ectoplasm. Now it was Midoriya and Ada against Power Loader on a clear dirt field. It looked a lot like a construction site, which was kind of fitting for Power Loader, especially considering the man's quirk and his role as the support course's teacher. So, have any plans? Ada suddenly asked. Midoriya played around with the large handcuffs they were provided with before securing them on her belt. Stay together and don't rush forward unless we need to. Power Loader is sure to have some sort of major support gear considering his skills. I also have a feeling that he has made plenty of traps. I haven't seen a single hint of him so far, and there has to be a reason that the arena we are given is flat, but made of dirt. Ada just nodded, not really sure what to say. And Midoriya, start. A pre-recorded voice rang out through the speakers. The short teen's emerald eyes narrowed as they examined the terrain before them. That's our cue. When the pair stepped onto the field, it was absolutely empty and encased in silence. Across from them at a distance was the escape gate that seemed to be baiting them to come forth. Before they knew it, the entire area became a desert storm, dust clouds appearing from out of nowhere at a continuous pace, the ground beneath them shaking and rumbling. The pair of students did their best to protect their face as the dust flew into the air. Ada didn't remove his gaze from the field as he spoke. See any signs of him? Not yet. However, if the shaking has anything to say about it, I think he's underground. Midoriya replied quietly. Power Loader had to emerge eventually if he really wants to stop them himself. The man was clever, she'll give him that. With all these thick dust clouds in the air, she can't just look at the exit gate and transport herself there. No, Power Loader was aware of her ability to teleport inside electronic systems and devices. This dust storm was all an obstacle to keep her from earning an easy win. Ada, stay here. If something happens, use your quirk. I'm gonna test something. Before Ada could respond, Midoriya ran a couple of feet forward, her quirk speeding up her movements. The moment she went a little too far into the field, a large pitfall appeared beneath her. Just as I thought. He dug traps underneath us. The green-haired teen was quick to bounce off the curved wall in front of her. As she launched backward, her hands latched onto the rim of the pitfall as she pulled herself up. Midoriya, are you all right? Her friend had shouted with worry. I'm fine. Her eyes stayed glued to the ground, her quirk acting like a detector until she felt something moving around. Careful. This whole field must be rigged with pitfalls. I can feel the support gear Power Loader Sensei is using as well. Does that mean you'll be able to guide us around him? Possibly. I'm not entirely sure if the teachers were aware that I can sense electric devices like some sort of detector. Either way, him hiding away in the ground is actually muffling my ability to sense him clearly. I should be able to tell you where he is coming from, but I won't be able to pinpoint his exact location. I see. Ada responded thoughtfully. Midoriya, do you think it would work if I carry you to outrun the pitfalls? I think it's the best bet we got. There's nothing I can do from here with such poor visibility, and you're faster than me. Just be careful. Ada nodded in understanding before crouching. Midoriya climbing onto the teen's back. Hold on tight, I don't want to drop you. Like a rocket, Midoriya felt the wind whipping past her as Ada shot off with a burst of speed. Both of them could barely see, but they could definitely hear the sound of more pitfalls being triggered just as they ran by. Both of them were making sure they remembered where the exit gate was. The green-haired teen did her best to keep track of Power Loader, eyes widening when she felt the man's support gear coming nearer. Careful, I'm sensing him coming somewhere from the east. Just as Ada prepared himself to avoid the teacher, Power Loader had finally emerged from under the ground, the hero seated on a large mechanism. When Midoriya saw it, she could see how the hero had managed to move so quickly underground. It was like a literal digging machine. When a claw from it aimed for them, Ada managed to dodge despite his balance being slightly thrown off. Midoriya, only one of us needs to make it to the gate. Use my reciprocal burst to get ahead. The green-haired teen already had a feeling about what she'd have to do as she leapt off Ada, her body in a horizontal position as it ended up ahead of his. At around the same time, Ada swiftly jumped into the air at Midoriya's level, one of his legs activating reciprocal burst and heading towards the short teen who was in front of him. Midoriya felt her feet come into contact with the armor plating on Ada's leg that was swinging at her, and she used it as a super-powered springboard. She crouched midair, the metal armor beneath her feet in that seconds-long moment in time, the reciprocal burst plus her own quirk powering her legs, causing her to shoot off like a bullet towards the exit gate. In a way, their stunt reminded her of baseball. Midoriya Izuku and Ida Tenya have passed the exam. The gate announced, a sign with Nezu lighting up in congratulations. The girl winced when she fell into a roll, her momentum struggling to slow down as she felt her body scrape against the hard ground. She took a few moments to breathe before getting up and jogging back towards the arena to check on Ida. Midoriya blinked, the field's air returning to clarity to reveal the sight of Ida buried in the ground. Only his head was free from the dirt, Power Loader doing his best to dig the tall teen out. She was quick to run over and help in digging Ida out of the ground. Before they knew it, the pair of students were making their way to the observation room where Recovery Girl was. The trip, so far, was silent. Sorry. Ada turned to her with a stunned expression. Why are you apologizing? I'm sorry for being so distant towards you lately. Even if we hung out with the others during our study groups, we still had this. Well, Midoriya, I think you had every right to distance yourself. My actions during the internships had hurt everyone, especially you. My actions hurt you in a personal way. Besides, it's not like you were being rude to me. You were just trying to take some time for yourself to sort through your own thoughts and feelings. It's really me who should be apologizing. The two fell into another silence, a little more comfortable than the last. Her name was Inko. The taller teen's gaze whipped over towards Midoriya, his friend looking everywhere but at him. That's a nice name. Thank you, Inko. So that must be the person Midoriya had lost. Ida thought to himself. If you don't mind me asking, what was Inko like? For a second, Ida thought he went too far. Sorry, I shouldn't press if you. She was a rarity from what I remember. I was really young when I knew her. It's quite unfortunate really. Midoriya sighed, her gaze locking onto his shoes. Inko was an incredibly kind person who would do her best to care for others. She knew when to be bossy and take the initiative, but she still managed to be so sweet even during those stern moments. She was bright like the sun, always making sure others saw the brighter side to things. A true optimist from what I know. Inko sounds like a wonderful person. I would have liked to meet her. Technically you can. Ida watched Midoriya give him a sad but shy smile. It may not be a normal meeting, but you can visit her with me sometime. The glasses teen could only blink at his friend with an incredulous expression. Midoriya, are you sure you want me to visit her with you? I will. It's just, isn't that a bit too personal? There's no way I could intrude on such a visit. I never even heard of Inko until now. It's okay. I can see why you'd object, but if I found it intrusive, then why would I even invite you? Ada had no response to that. So, what do you think? Ada lifted a hand to comfortingly rest on Midoriya's shoulder. He gave his friend a gentle smile. I'd be honored. When Midoriya and Ada had made it to the observation room, recovery girl giving them a tiny scolding for their injuries, the atmosphere around the pair had lightened considerably. As they watched the other matches, they couldn't help but feel as if they had gotten closer. What happened that night at Hasu will never be forgotten, but at least they have both survived and grew stronger because of it. In the end, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki won against Aizawa, Uraraka and Aoyama won against 13, Ashido and Kaminari lost to Nezu, Koda and Jiraiya won against Present Mike, Ajiro and Sero lost against Midnight, and Bakugou and Shinsu won against All Might. As everyone sat in the classroom, those who failed to pass the exam were dramatically wishing everyone else well on the summer camp. Well, at least Kaminari and Ashido were being dramatic about it, only for them to become relieved when Aizawa announced that everyone will be attending the summer camp regardless if they passed or not. Besides, those who failed the exam will need this opportunity even more, though you will need to attend extra remedial classes. The class just watched the unfortunate souls fall back into a depressed state, Aizawa ordering them to sit down and be quiet because the class was starting. Midoriya questioned. Yeah, I thought I'd be nice if the whole class goes so we can get the stuff we need for the summer camp, Kirishima announced. Midoriya looked over at Bakugou, the blonde giving a shrug. What are you looking at me for, nerd? If you want to go, then go. Will you be joining us then, Kachan? Kaminari chimed in. The electric teen backed off at the threatening growl he got in return. Don't go calling me that you Pichu brain shit. Also, I don't even need to visit the mall. I got everything I need on the stupid ass list already. Todoroki has walked by Midoriya's desk, his bag already packed to go. Oh, Todoroki-kun, will you be joining us for the trip to the mall? Ida had called out. Sorry, but I won't be able to. I'm busy after school. The cold teen replied in monotone. Okay, so it may not be the whole class, but a good majority of us will be going together. Ashido spoke up optimistically. Midoriya was pretty sure she had everything she needed. The only reason why she decided to go was because it would be time to hang out with her classmates. Well, can you blame her for wanting to see the video game stores? In the end, everyone pretty much broke up into groups all while agreeing to meet up at the plaza at a certain time. Midoriya didn't really mind too much. At least she got Shinsu and Takoyami. Midoriya and Shinsu were quick to find out that Takoyami sometimes slipped into an interesting way of speaking. So, are there any particular stores you guys want to visit? The green-haired teen asked. Shinsu just gave a shrug. I just needed to get some small things I don't have, but other than that I don't mind following you around. I'd like to go visit one of the origin sources of the Banquet of Darkness in which many sell their souls to. The pair just stared at Takoyami in absolute silence. The bird-like teen blinked and seemed to realize what he said. Apologies. If you want to check out a goth clothing store, I don't mind. Midoriya interrupted. The purple-haired teen just whipped his head over to her. You understood that. All the boys got were a shrug from their short classmate. I've played video games that have characters who speak incredibly strangely and difficult. Takoyami was hardly challenging at all. That's what then led to the trio parting ways. Takoyami excuses himself to visit some shops while Shinsu said he'd be right back due to needing a drink. Midoriya just sat down somewhere out of the way as she played her game, waiting for Shinsu to return. Hey, you're one of the kids from the sports festival? No. Midoriya internally froze. She didn't like the tone of that voice. The short teen tried her best to act naturally even when the hooded stranger took a seat next to her. Before she could even blink, the stranger's arm was resting across her shoulders in a friendly manner. However, she could easily tell that it was far from friendly. Midoriya gulped when a dry hand curled around her neck, a single finger lifted. When she turned her head to the left, she was met by the horrifying face of Shigaraki. Shigaraki Tamura, the supposed leader of the League of Villains. The blue-haired teen was smiling down at her that it was incredibly unnerving. The dryness of his skin didn't help at all. Midoriya decided she hated the sight of Shigaraki's cruel smile. A smile that was supposed to be an act of friendliness. Yet, it was nothing more than an act for show. Well, looks like you remember me, little hero. I can certainly say that I remember you quite well too. So, how about we act like a pair of good old friends and have a talk? A talk between two fellow gamers. Midoriya paused her game, facing Shigaraki in silent defeat. She might as well listen to what he has to say. After all, she could learn something valuable, not to mention that he could kill her and the other civilians around them. Midoriya just listened as Shigaraki complained, her expression wincing slightly when the villain would tighten his grip on her neck during his rant. As much as she didn't like him, she could tell that Shigaraki has been through a hell of his own. It takes one to know one after all. A part of Midoriya wonders if she even wants to know this villain's story. Then, he asked her why everyone was idolizing Stain instead of acknowledging everything he's done. The answer was quite the simple one. People like a character who has understandable reasons and explanations as to why they do the things they do. Stain is no different than those video game antagonists that actually have story versus the easy-to-write villains that are evil just because they are evil. As if that's the whole reason they are just pushed into the story, the only reason they exist. The hero killer is a villain who has done horrible crimes to bring his ideals to life. But even if no one approves of how he carried his ideal world out, at least we can understand where he was coming from. He makes sense. You simply are spreading a message of chaos. But there are no ideals of conviction. You simply cause chaos for the sake of causing chaos. If you want others to recognize you, then you have to ask yourself what you truly want from your actions besides the obvious. What world do you see? What people do you see in it? What beliefs and impressions do you want to imprint on the public? Stuff like that. After all, not many really care for a badly written antagonist. Shigaraki had gone silent at her explanation. A part of her tensed, ready to enact her defense plan just in case. She was disturbed when the young villain had begun to laugh, something new glinting in his crazed eyes. Midoriya really didn't want to help him become an even worse villain, but she needed to say something. I see now. He cackled quietly with a wide grin. You are a truly fascinating player. Oh, how you'd be so valuable on my team. Midoriya froze when she felt his other hand grip her chin in order to make her look at him. Her heart raced and beat at a rapid pace. The only time someone had picked up her chin like that was when visions assaulted her, pulling her attention away from reality. She could feel the disgusting touches and the ways they just pulled her body like a puppet to command. Vile words spilled from their mouth and all she could do was accept it. The only warning anyone would get was the sudden feeling of static in the air. People screamed and shouted in a panic when Midoriya lit up with green sparks of electricity, the pained shouts of Shigaraki going unheard. Only a few civilians got a slight zap from the sudden pulse of electricity. It was fortunate that not many were too close to Midoriya when her quirk has suddenly set off like a bomb. She barely recognized the sound of Shinsu calling out and running over once it was safe. The police were quick to empty the mall after the incident. Many were stunned when they found an unconscious and slightly paralyzed Shigaraki on the ground. Nearby and squeezed into a dark corner was a silent Midoriya. There was also a purple-haired teen sitting nearby Midoriya, making sure she had personal space. He seemed to be trying to calm her down. The rest of the green-haired teen's classmates only saw a glimpse of her before she had to be driven to the police station for her statement. So you were threatened by Shigaraki. You were forced into a conversation with him about his conviction and villainy. He began to make a move, and you let out an electric shock out of defense. All Tsukachi got from the green-haired boy before him was a quiet nod of confirmation. The detective found himself internally sighing. Listen, I think that what you did was really brave. You did your best to keep him busy despite how uncomfortable it must have been, but you still managed to keep your head on throughout it all. You even managed to shock him enough that we could arrest him. While it was a reckless move and others could have gotten hurt, I understand you were forced into that decision. He found himself gently squeezing the teen's hand with regret. I'm also sorry that your effort was wasted. Shigaraki was in the process of being transported when that warp quirk had taken him away. I apologize on the behalf of the police for not doing better to keep Shigaraki in custody. Midoriya blinked in surprise. You don't have to apologize. Warping quirks are very powerful and rare. You couldn't have done much against it really. Still, I know the mall incident must have been highly stressful for you. I still wish to apologize anyways. I see. If you insist, then please accept my forgiveness. The detective gave the short boy a nod and determined expression. Thank you, and I swear we will do our best to recapture Shigaraki in the future. Bakugou had arrived at the police station, fussing over her again like a parent. He began with the insulting stage where he'd sound mean but was actually just really worried. Then, he would end up going into the kinder and genuine phase where he'd comfort her and even perform rare shows of affection. Bakugou managed to convince the detective that he'd bring her home. No one except the childhood pair knew that Midoriya didn't want to go home and that Bakugou didn't want to be the one to bring her back there. Regardless, Midoriya ended up back in her apartment. She hid a flinch at her father's yells and tried to not scrunch up her nose at the smell of alcohol. I can't believe you. First, it was the USJ and you could have been turned to mush by that damn monstrosity but ended up almost getting turned to ashes. Then, you almost get sliced to pieces from the effing hero killer and now you could have been killed by that crusty, dry effer who calls himself the leader of the League of Villains. Are you trying to get yourself killed, you dumb shit? The sound of shattering glass could be heard as the bottle was tossed carelessly across the room. At least she didn't have to worry about it coming her way. Midoriya stood still as she felt her father's hands tightly grip her shoulders. Her stomach felt like it was doing small flips when he began shaking her frantically. Why are you trying to kill me? Huh? You want me dead that badly? You want to make me suffer, you damn sadistic beach. All these years of raising you and you decide to pay me back by trying to slowly end my life with your unbelievable bullshit. Who the F do you think you are? Midoriya ignored the harsh slaps that caused the flesh of her cheeks to swell into a darkening pink. The girl let out a small yelp when she fell backward from an unexpected punch. Her right eye and her forehead pulsed with pain. Midoriya really hoped that wouldn't bruise. Do you think you're some sort of immortal god or some shit? We all are going to die. I'm going to die. You're going to die. At least when I die, I'd rather it not be because of the stupid shit you teenagers get up to. In the end, everyone on this forsaken planet is going to die. Midoriya whimpered silently when Hisashi had slammed a half-broken bottle onto her arm, pinning it to the floor. At least the cuts it made were still pretty small. Hisashi was looking down at her with those eyes full of disgust, hate, and fear. There was so much fear. Fear about what? Midoriya wasn't quite sure. She had a feeling it was about her safety though. No matter how much Hisashi hurt her, she always noticed that he would fight to at least keep her alive. It might be due to the fact that if something were to happen to her, he wouldn't be able to continue living. Despite it all, the man was willing to murder himself if it meant living a life without her. Midoriya has known for a very long time that she could have lived her life without Hisashi. She knows very well that she never needed to rely on him. Yet the same could not be said for her father. Even when he became brutal, he relied on her existence. He depended on her living existence. Without her, he was nothing. Hisashi will vent his frustrations, but he would still live as long as she did. Somewhere deep inside the man's broken mind, Midoriya knew he still cared about her well-being, even if it had gotten twisted to hell and back along the way. The man had left her alone for the rest of that day. It took her a while to get the first aid kit out and wrap her minor wounds. She even got some ice packs from the freezer just in case. By the time she finished, Midoriya had found her father passed out on the couch. She decided to just go to bed. As she laid there in her nest of blankets, the only thing she had were her thoughts. Midoriya had then realized how she had been thinking of herself lately. Midoriya hasn't been referring to herself by male pronouns. Everyone else around her has, but within her own mind, she has been calling herself by she and her. It's a wonder how Midoriya hasn't accidentally given her gender away. She wondered if this all began because of the friends she has been making at UA. She wonders if this all began because she felt so herself around Amajiki. No, this was a dangerous train of thought. She couldn't keep thinking of himself like that anymore, no matter how comfortable it makes him. Midoriya can't afford to forget her his place. Bakugou's red gaze lingered on the quiet form of his childhood friend. Ever since the mall incident in Kiyashi Ward, he's noticed that the green-haired teen has been a little out of it. To most, Midoriya just looks like he always does, sitting around and quietly playing his games. Yet, Bakugou isn't like most other people. He knows when something is up with his friend no matter how hidden the signs may be. He remembers the conversation they shared as he, unfortunately, had to bring Midoriya back home. The short teen barely shed any details on what exactly happened, and it made Bakugou wonder if something was kept unsaid. Either way, seeing Midoriya not himself was beginning to piss him off. The whole class will soon be sent over to the summer camp, so something should be done now while it still can. He needed to cheer the nerd up and he had an idea how to do it. When Bakugou went up to him and said to come over to the blonde's house, Midoriya simply agreed. It wouldn't be the first time they hung out together. When Midoriya followed Bakugou and realized that the blonde was taking him down the longer and more scenic route, that's when the green-haired teen began to feel confused. When Midoriya was brought into Bakugou's home and noticed Sato, Gyro, and Aoyama in the kitchen, the short teen was absolutely puzzled. "Kachin, what are you waiting around for, nerd? These extras ain't gonna bake treats for the whole class by themselves." It was then that Midoriya realized why his childhood friend seemed to be leading him around. The blonde must have been buying the others time to reach Kachin's house before the pair arrived. It was all a surprise that the explosive blonde set up. Midoriya couldn't help but smile at his friends. Leave it to Kachin to cheer him up. All right. Can I at least make some of them video game related? The next few hours were full of loud music and chaos. Sato and Midoriya focused on making biscuits, cupcakes, and cookies for the rest of the class. The table was practically spilling over with food coloring, sprinkles, cookie cutters, and other decorative supplies. Meanwhile, Gyro played music from her playlist as she helped wherever she could. Since they all still had schoolwork to do, Bakugou decided to kill two birds with one stone. He got out multiple small notepads for Sato, Aoyama, Gyro, and Midoriya to take home later. His voice would shout out their homework questions and he'd save their answers for them. Basically, Bakugou would shout to Sato a homework question, Sato would give his answer, and Bakugou would write it down on the notepad dedicated to Sato's responses. The explosive blonde would then move on to Gyro, ask her the same question, and then write down her reply on the notepad dedicated to her responses. When Aoyama tried to cheat by changing his answer, all the sparkling blonde got was a heated glare. "I can effing tell if one of you a-holes try to cheat off each other, so don't effing dare. I'm not that stupid." If the question happened to be more of an essay question, all the blonde would do is write down the main points to each of their explanations. It basically meant that everyone would have to use those jotted notes to remember what they said for an answer and actually write it out themselves once they got back home. It was a little annoying, but at least it was quicker to know what to write than to waste time thinking too much about what to write. Either way, at least filling their homework out later would be quicker this way. It would need to be in their own writing anyways. They doubted that Aizawa would not notice if they suddenly tried handing in something all in Bakugou's penmanship. It was a pretty good system they had going. Since Bakugou was in charge, it meant it was cheat-proof. While they would still need to write their answers on their own paper once this baking hangout was over, it still was nice. The house was quick to fill with the smell of delicious desserts and even French treats thanks to Aoyama. Before they knew it, everything was wrapped and ready to be carried to school the next morning. All of them couldn't help but high-five each other at the successful baking mission. Bakugou begrudgingly joined the group high-five as well, only because he was internally glad to see Midoriya's eyes gain that joyful spark again. Bakugou smirked within his mind. Delicious treats for everyone and a happier Midoriya. Mission successful indeed. Bakugou sputtered when he felt something powdery hit the side of his face. He barely even acknowledged the snickers from his other classmates. The blonde turned, only to see an innocent Midoriya. The short teen was looking away from Bakugou all while failing to hide those flower-covered palms. "So, you have chosen death," Bakugou growled, his mouth stretching into a feral grin. The rest of their classmates watched the exchange with quickly growing dread, especially when they watched Bakugou stick his hand into the bag of flour, a fistful of powder emerging soon after. When Bakugou Mitsuki returned home, she did not expect to see a group of teenagers having a flour war in her kitchen. There were even empty containers of sprinkles that either had spilled over or had been thrown around as the flour. It was a mess and Mitsuki was not exactly happy about it. Yet, she wasn't exactly mad either as she watched them laughing and smiling from afar. Even her own son was enjoying himself, a rare sight to see since her problematic child never enjoyed himself around other teens. The only exception of when Bakugou was in the company of Midoriya. And only Midoriya. It was nice to see that childhood pair bonding with others their age. Uraraka hummed with delight, her cheeks slightly puffy due to taking a bite from a pink frosted cupcake. "You guys made this. It's delicious. What are these things called again?" "Crepes," Kaminari questioned as he took another bite of the strange pancake-like food. Not crepes, they are called crepes," Aoyama had corrected. Yaoyorozu took a bite out of a yellow frosted star cookie that had little beady, black eyes for a face. "What did you call this again, Midoriya?" "It's a power star," the green-haired teen answered, taking a bite out of a blue frosted bunny cookie. "Oh, yes, that's probably a video game thing. I apologize for not understanding the reference." Midoriya just shrugged. "It's fine." Yaoyorozu's eyes seemed to sparkle as she took another bite. "While my family and I have tasted some of the most expensive cuisines out there, there is just something spectacular from eating food made by good friends. Thank you very much for making all of this." The rest of the class burst into a chorus of cheers in agreement, all of them expressing their gratitude. Believe it or not, it was Bakugou's idea. Gyro had spoken up. Many turned their heads towards the blonde who was trying to ignore their stares. He let out a glare and a muffled what as he bit into an orange cupcake. He got Sato, Aizawa, Midoriya, and me to get together yesterday and bake all of this. I think he said it wanted to make something for the class since we'll be off to the summer camp soon. Gyro only let out part of the truth. She cut out the bit where Bakugou had gathered them to help cheer Midoriya up. Boy, earlobes, follow me for a second. It was the lunch period and Gyro was busy minding her own business when the explosive blonde had shown up at where she sat. She had nothing better to do and would rather not cause a commotion, so she just sighed and got up. Imagine her surprise when Bakugou led her to Aizawa and Sato, who looked equally nervous and confused. Gyro, Sato spoke up. Huh. The girl turned towards Bakugou. When she looked at him, the blonde honestly looked nervous, unsure. It was like Bakugou was trying to figure out what words to speak. It was a sight none of them thought was possible. Is Bakugou actually thinking over his words? F it, he sighed. Listen, I want you all to help me cheer Izu up. He's been a little down recently whether you see it or not. I'd like to fix that by having us all hang out. The trio blinked in surprise. What did you have in mind? Sato questioned. Even if they were all confused by Bakugou's behavior and request, they were all willing to make plans to help out Midoriya. I brought you because I thought we could all bake something together. Hell, every single one of us will be off on that summer camp trip, so we might as well make enough stuff for the whole class. I don't effing know. Let's just say as an excuse that it's an end-of-term exam celebration. Why this is quite unexpected from you. You want us to help you cheer up Midoriya-kun all while giving a treat to the rest of the class. Aizawa commented with a smirk. Yeah, whatever. The sparkly blonde fixed some stray strands of hair. Anyways, isn't baking delicious desserts more of Sato's thing? I don't consider myself the best baker around. I dunno. Midoriya would like to spend more time with you all and you just happen to be someone he hasn't been able to spend much time with. Besides, I thought you could put yourself to use and make some French desserts or whatever the French treats there are. Those purple eyes seemed to sparkle. Ah, I see. I can do that. Certainly, if it's for Midoriya-kun. He's been nothing but kind to us, after all. Then it's settled. Also, don't share a word of this conversation to anyone, got it? I don't want people to start thinking I'm some sort of soft effing pansy. Also, don't let Izu know. This is gonna be a surprise for him. When school's over, get your asses to my house while I stall to give you all time. How are we supposed to know where you live? Gyro piped in. For FS sake, give me your phones now. I'll text you my damn address. Awa, so he really does care. Ashido sang out with a smile. F off recognize. I could give less of a shit. Despite Bakugou's growl, everyone could tell that there was an emptiness to his words. Some held their smiles back as to not trigger the blonde while some couldn't help it. Boy, what's with the damn smiling? The irritated blonde paused when he heard the quiet giggles of his best friend. When he glanced over, the green-haired teen's mouth was closed as his friend chewed on a bit of cookie. Of course it takes me hanging my pride on a damn fishing lure to cheer her up. Bakugou internally groaned with annoyance. Either way, at least she's happier. I guess it's worth it. Now to make sure these effing extras stop ruining my tough reputation. Though he would never admit it, he was glad that everything turned out fine. So screw him for actually trying to be nice and give his classmates something to be happy about in the process of helping Izu. He loved his pride, something that allowed him to declare himself as skilled, something that allowed him to know when he's outbested someone else. He couldn't help himself from loving his pride and strength, his ability to overcome the world's challenges. Yet, despite that, he loved and cared about Izu just as much as a brother-in-law, but blood could, even more than his pride. If it meant choosing one or the other, he'd shatter his pride and sell its remains for free. Bakugou would do whatever it takes to make sure Izu's story reaches the good ending route. He was using gaming terms, wasn't he? Damn it, Izu. Stop infecting others with your nerdiness. Sensei, the class exclaimed when the tired man walked in. Aizawa looked completely baffled, especially once his vision was full of nothing but the desserts being offered to him. With a sigh, he at least accepted a cupcake and small cookie to satisfy the students. Thanks, problem children. Now get back to your seats. Class is about to start. Meanwhile, Aizawa mentally thought about how good these treats actually were and couldn't wait to rub it in Nimiri and Hizashi's faces. He isn't usually the type to act like that, but can you really blame him for wanting to see his friends whine about how they wished they were in his homeroom class today? The moment the door slid open, Aizawa knew who it was. The orange glow of the evening sunset filtered through the room's windows as Aizawa sat at his desk. The school hours were over, but he wanted to stay behind to check something. Shouta, there you are, Yamada exclaimed. The loud blonde seemed to skip over towards his friend only to pause. Shu, is something the matter? Yamada just watched the tired hero run his fingers through his dark locks of tangled hair. Zashi, please tell me that I'm just being paranoid. Please just tell me I'm crazy before I start driving myself up the damn walls. Shouta, I have no clue what you're talking about. Explain. The voice hero spoke with growing concern. It's just one of my students. What? Do you have some sort of troublemaker or something? No, it's not. It's not exactly that. Aizawa sighed. I just have certain suspicions about something and I'm not sure if my intuition is right about it. Yamada walked up, pulling an unoccupied chair over before sitting next to his distressed friend. What kind of suspicions? Is it something really bad? I think Midoriya Izuku is a victim of child abuse. The silence that followed was heavy as Yamada did his best to think through this. So, Aizawa's sharp as hell intuition was leaving his tired friend to suspect that Midoriya is suffering from child abuse. It was. He's been Aizawa's friend for years. Over time, Yamada has learned many things about his friend and how the tired man works. One thing the loud blonde could never doubt was Aizawa's instincts and intuition that have been built up from years of hero work. If Aizawa's gut instinct was causing such distress, then Yamada couldn't help himself from wondering if his friend was right. Aizawa has always been one to manage his emotions, and he very rarely let them take control. So, to see the tired man so dragged down by this possibility was concerning. Yamada placed a comforting hand on Aizawa's shoulder. Listen, how about we tell Nezu to set up a meeting to keep a closer eye out on Midoriya? As far as I know, you don't have any evidence to prove that the listener is being hurt at home. We've got to be careful with how we handle this whether or not it's true. Plus, I'd rather not have the listener worry about abuse rumors. Teenagers know how to spread words fast. If it is true, then we can't just wait around. Aizawa hissed with frustration. If it turns out to be wrong, there's a whole lot of ways people will be willing to twist it from the truth. We can't afford to make assumptions and act as if they are facts. If it turns out to be true, we have to be careful. We can't just charge in and expect to find out every detail. Besides, the listener could be put in more danger if the word somehow got out that there's a secret investigation going on about his home life. There's the danger of the possible abuser's reaction and the media. Not to mention that abuse victims can also be very complicated under such stress. Sometimes victims are molded to believe that such abuse is normal. Shouta, what I'm trying to say is that we have absolutely no idea about any of this. Aizawa lifted his head, only to be met with the caring eyes of his longtime friend. Regardless, we'll all make sure the little listener is being carefully watched over, especially since you aren't the type to kid around with this sort of stuff. That intuition of yours may not be 100% accurate, but it has saved lives in the past. I'm going to help you with this, Shouta, because I'll be damned if we let the little listener be written off only to potentially suffer. For Midoriya, everything went by in a blur. It was probably because he ended up falling asleep for a large majority of the bus ride. It was caution that shook him awake, the vehicle slowing to a stop as the glass doors parted. To be honest, the green-haired teen couldn't help himself from wondering if Bakugou was bothered by something. One lunch day, he had spent time with Tamaki while Bakugou had to meet up with All Might. When Midoriya finally met up with his friend again, the blonde seemed troubled. It was like Kachin was possibly being burdened by something, as if there was a weight that Midoriya could not see nor know the pounds of. He tried to see if he could make Kachin speak up about it, but all Midoriya got was a dismissal. It's fine, nerd. Worry about your damn self. Before he knew it, everyone found themselves on a dirt cliff with an incredible view of the forest and beyond. Midoriya was quick to notice the new presences, turning to see a group of heroes dressed like cats. Those were the wild pussy cats, right? A hero team that focused on rescue, particularly from natural disasters. To see close teams of heroes like this were a rarity, as many set off on their own and only ever had temporary alliances if they happened to share a battlefield or mission. The group of heroes was quick to introduce themselves. There was Mandalay, who was dressed in red with her quirk, Telepath. A telepathic quirk that was a one-way form of communication. She could speak to others, but no one could speak back. There was Pixie Bob, who was dressed in blue with her quirk, Earth Flow. A quirk that allowed manipulation of the earth and its natural terrain. Midoriya wondered what the limits of it were. After all, when does her quirk classify something as earth? Stone was part of the earth, but as far as he knows, she can easily manipulate dirt and soil. Next was Ragdoll, who was dressed in yellow with her quirk, Search. Midoriya wondered how uncomfortable it could be to have such a quirk. The ability to just have the information of anyone you see thrown in your face couldn't be pleasant all the time. Last was Tiger, who was dressed in brown with his quirk, Playa Buddy. The man was a strange sight. Not that Midoriya was one to judge. I mean, he was a girl dressed as a guy. So what right did he have to judge Tiger for being a guy and wearing a skirt? The hero seemed to be comfortable. Emerald Eyes caught sight of a red hat with tiny horns. The owner turned out to be a young dark-haired child with quite an agitated expression. It almost seemed as if that was the kid's default face. Midoriya blinked before looking away. Midoriya has seen the look in the child's eyes. He's seen those emotions before. He's seen that pain before. After all, he's seen it in himself at one point in his life. He so hoped that this child wasn't so burdened. But alas, it seems the kid went through something similar. The loss of a loved one. At least this child was surrounded by those who would try their best to give love and care. In the blink of an eye, all of Class 1 got a bad feeling, many trying to bolt it for the bus when Aizawa was explaining something. Midoriya wasn't really paying attention, but he saw that glint in his teacher's eyes. Those who decided to accept their fate or didn't dare to run from it just watched Midoriya as if the green-haired teen was crazy. Midoriya can't really blame his classmates since he just casually and quietly strolled over to the cliff's railing, sat down on it, and let himself fall back towards the ground below, all while giving the observing classmates of his a tiny salute. When Midoriya rolled and safely landed on the bottom of the small cliff, he stood off to the side. Not a moment later, there was the rumbling of the earth being disturbed and the shouts of his fellow classmates. Midoriya could only watch as Pixie Bob made a landslide to toss his class down into the forest with him. Try and make it through the beast's forest in at least, let's say, 3 hours. See you all at the lodge. Good luck, kiddies. Pixie Bob's cheerful voice rang out. The sun was beginning to set by the time Class 1 finally reached the lodge, the clearing full of an orange and yellow hue. Pixie Bob seemed to dance around Midoriya, Todoroki, Ida, and Bakugo. The boys did their best to try and keep the heroine from smothering them for their skills. Midoriya couldn't help but feel embarrassed at the fact that the woman was acting like this because they were guys. Pixie Bob said something about youth and something about them being her pickings. Either way, it definitely looked like some sort of suitor hunt. Midoriya finally couldn't resist the urge to at least greet that angry child who always watched from a distance. In the end, he was so glad for his reflexes when he grasped the child's wrist from coming into contact with his crotch. He would never know what it was like to be hit in the balls since he wasn't truly male, but he sure did not want to pretend. The green-haired teen decided to let the kid go off on his own. It was clear that the child cared very little for Class 1A's existence as a whole. Everyone was glad when they found out that dinner was already made for them. Practically everyone ignored the fact that from now on they'd have to make their own dinner. The lodge was filled with starved stomachs being filled as much as they could. Midoriya couldn't help but think about how ineffective her quirk was. While charging her body up allowed some strength and speed enhancement, it wasn't too good against creatures made of solid rocks and soil. That stuff hurt to punch. The most he could do was kick, and even then, he had to keep his attacks weaker. After all, he had only so much energy and electricity stored within him. The green-haired teen thinks he might have drained everyone's phones. Oh well, at least they can be recharged. Still, Midoriya found himself struggling just as much as Kaminari. For both of them, stronger electric attacks worked, but it took too much electricity. Those things were made of the ground after all. Electricity wasn't exactly going to be very effective in conduct. Their quirks allowed their electricity to have somewhat of an explosion-like effect. But Midoriya and Kaminari's quirks mainly relied on conductivity and the actual electric shocks versus the force that comes from using it. Since Midoriya could give powerful kicks at the least, Kaminari decided to help the short teen by becoming Midoriya's battery. Thanks to Kaminari, Midoriya could help his other classmates have shields and even use those shields for temporary platforms. He could even fight back, unlike Kaminari. They made a pretty good team up actually. Their quirks worked well together to make up for one of them could not. Soon, the night sky arrived and Class 1A's assigned bedtime was nearing. There's hot springs. Some of their class cheered in awe. Midoriya felt himself sweat drop. Oh dear. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.